Chapter 3150. Yi Qian did not notice Xia Jinyuan immediately. After calming down a little, she got off the stage and continued to be stared at by the students. She felt a little embarrassed. In addition, she was walking behind Su Wen, so she was afraid that Su Wen, who was walking in front of her with a pipa, would fall. Most of her attention was on Su Wen, so she did not pay attention to her surroundings. The gazes of the cadets were filled with a strange, intense light. Although they were military academy cadets, they were still youths in their 20s. Although they were restrained in their actions, there would still be ripples in the depths of their hearts. It was normal for youths to have some thoughts when they saw an outstanding and beautiful girl. Faced with these gazes, Yi Qian, as a girl, felt a little embarrassed. The venue was dimly lit. Only the floor lamps on both sides of the stairs were dimly lit and could only illuminate a little. Yi Qian and Su Wen walked through 2 large areas and finally returned to the area where their classes were. Su Wen's seat was near the side, so she sat down first. Yi Qian's seat was a few rows behind, so she had to continue walking. The students in the class were a little bolder. When they saw her walking over, they would call out, "Yi Jian," in a low voice. When Yi Jian looked over, they would give her a thumbs up, and the smile on their faces was a little wider. When they reached their own class, Yi Qian relaxed. When a student greeted her, she would nod subtly. After walking 4 rows, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was originally looking down at her feet, but she suddenly raised her head and looked in front of her. An incomparably scorching gaze fell on her body. It was so familiar that a name in her heart almost rushed out of her throat and materialized into a voice that came out of her mouth. It was too familiar. Even though it was dark all around her, she looked through the darkness to find the source of that burning gaze. When she looked up, her dark eyes lit up. It was as if a fire had lit up the dark and lonely world, igniting all hope. She stood there for a long time without taking a step forward. When the students next to her saw this, they thought something was wrong and couldn't help but whisper, "Yi Qian, what's wrong?" Fortunately, the venue was dark, so no one could tell that Yi Qian had lost his composure. A student's whisper woke Yi Qian up. He quickly said, "It's nothing. I just forgot where I was sitting." "Are you still excited?" "We're still excited." In the back row, next to Song Jiqiu's seat. How could Yi Qian not know where he was? He was just looking for an excuse to cover up his loss of composure. He thanked the students softly, then walked towards the back. The students performing on stage did a few wonderful backflips. Amidst the applause, Yi Qian saw the man sitting behind her waving at her, indicating for her to come over quickly. At this moment, a real smile appeared on Yi Qian's face. It was a real relaxed smile. All of a sudden, the lines on his face became extraordinarily soft. His smile was like a blooming summer flower, bright and charming. She saw him. She saw the lover she missed day and night. She saw her lover sitting in the seat that originally belonged to the instructor. Even though his face was obscured by the darkness, his gaze was so warm and gentle. Even though she couldn't see her lover's face clearly, she knew it was him just by sitting there. Captain Xia. The great surprise turned into a soft murmur in the end. All of her longing and hesitation were contained in this murmur. It was so soft that the students next to her didn't hear it. Her Captain Xia was back. Her lover was back. Now he was sitting next to her, safe and sound. Chapter 3151. In an instant, the emptiness in her heart was finally filled. There was no more fear, worry, or hesitation. She was filled with joy and satisfaction. Her entire being was radiant, shattering all the haze in her heart. She was caught off guard, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Xia Jinyuan knew that she had seen him. His elegant and dark eyes contained a gentle light as he quietly gazed at her. He waited patiently for her to walk over and sit down beside him. Yi Qian's seat had already been taken by another student, and there was an empty seat beside Xia Jinyuan. He found a good excuse to tell the student sitting beside Yi Qian that he was Yi Qian's older brother. As for who he was referring to as older brother, he didn't explain much. The student who secretly swapped seats thought that he was Yi Qian's biological older brother, so he secretly swapped seats while the crowd applauded. Yi Qian saw that there was another student sitting in his seat and understood what was going on. The corners of his mouth curled into a happy yet shy smile. He briskly walked over to Xia Jinyuan's side and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the man beside him reached out and accurately grabbed Yi Qian's hand. First, he held it gently. Then he slowly tightened his grip until his fingers were intertwined tightly. Filled with joy, Yi Qian also held his lover's large hand tightly, as if he was afraid that he would get lost. He didn't want to let go for even a second. The two of them didn't speak. They just held hands tightly. Even if they didn't say a word, they would be satisfied. With tears in his eyes, Yi Qian held onto his hand even more tightly than Xia Jinyuan. The corners of his lips never fell. The moment he held onto his hand, the emptiness in his heart was finally completely satisfied. Great, this was really great. Her lover had finally returned safe and sound. Xia Jinyuan heard her soft gasps and knew that his girl was secretly crying. Taking advantage of the darkness, he pulled her hand to his chest and pressed it hard against his chest. He let the back of her hand feel his heartbeat, telling her that he had returned alive. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was beating vigorously, full of vitality. Yi Qian bit his lower lip, suppressing the tears in his eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. How can I cry? She should be happy, she should be happy. How could she cry? She pressed her palm against his chest and felt his strong heartbeat. Everything was fine. Don't cry, don't cry. She should be smiling. Xia Jinyuan turned his head sideways and saw his lover sitting beside him with her palm pressed against his heart. He maintained a gentle smile on his handsome face and slowly put her hand down. Then he interlaced his fingers and held her hand tightly again. He did not say anything, but Yi Qian knew what his actions meant. He was telling her that he was back, safe and sound. Yes, he had returned. In that case, their comrades must have returned safely. As the heavy stone in her heart was removed, Yi Jian finally suppressed the soreness in her eyes. Gradually, a smile appeared in her eyes. As she smiled more and more, her eyes became bright and clear. She turned her head and stared at the man beside her with bright eyes, looking at his perfect side profile. Even if he didn't say anything, she was still very excited. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Her hand was held by him, and it felt as if he was holding her heart softly. This feeling was better than any words. Chapter 3152. The students on stage won applause from the students below the stage. Amidst the applause, Xia Jinyuan said, "I'll be staying at your school tonight." So, Yi Qian, whose tears had yet to dry, turned to look at him with a smile. So, come to my room after the performance." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. "Why can you stay at the school?" "I can stay at the hospital. After all, I used to be a member of the school and was a few years older than you. Don't you welcome me back to school?" Xia Jinyuan did not ask why she was crying. He acted as if he did not notice and picked the easiest topic to talk about. Yes, Captain Xia was also a graduate of the school and graduated as an outstanding student. When he graduated, his military rank was higher than many of the students in the same batch. She almost forgot about it. "Of course you're welcome." Back then, Captain Xia was a popular figure in the school. I even saw Captain Xia's style in a treasured photo album in the dean's office. Not long after entering the school, as a freshman representative and a flag bearer, she was fortunate enough to see the style of the flag bearers in the dean's office. Captain Xia was one of them. At that time, Captain Xia was still young and immature. He did not have the strong military aura that he had now, but his gaze was as sharp as a sword and was full of determination. She was deeply attracted to him. There was also a photo taken when he was on duty. He stood motionless with a steel gun in his hand. His cold and hard eyes had a stubbornness that made her heart beat faster. He had a confidence that fascinated her and was firmly staring ahead. He was really handsome. Xia Jinyuan had forgotten that he had such a photo. There were very few photos he had left for his alma mater. Later, because of professional reasons, the few photos that he had left behind were cleaned up by the military. Logically speaking, there should not be any that had escaped the net. How could little Fox have seen his photo? Where did she see it? Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask where she saw it, but when he turned his head, he saw the smile on her face. It was obvious that she was infatuated. He immediately changed his words and said, "It seems like I should secretly take the photo out and put it in your textbook. Once, I had such an idea. I was afraid that the General Affairs Director would not agree, so I did not dare to say it." Yi Qian did not know that her expression had betrayed her. She followed his words and said, "But later, I regretted it. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to see it. What a pity." There was no need to ask where she saw his photo. General Affairs Director. The photo she saw must have been of him when he was the flag bearer. This photo was not taken because it would not be leaked and the students would not have the chance to see it. He did not expect her to see it. "Do you want it?" he asked in a low voice, as if daring her to speak her mind. Yi Jian pursed her lips and thought for a while. In the end, her possessiveness overcame her shyness. She nodded gently and said, "Yes, there are two." The shyness of the girl beside him made Xia Jinyuan's heart burn. Even the hand holding her became hot. He said softly, "Do you want a photo of me so badly?" "Yes." Yi Qian nodded. She did want it. Since Captain Xia asked, he must have a way to get it back. Chapter 3153. "Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow, but let's chat tonight first." After beating around the bush, Xia Jinyuan naturally brought the topic back. The atmosphere was no longer as sad as when they first met. Instead, it was much lighter. He said, "Han Zheng and the rest are here too. Also, let me introduce you to a few other comrades. Their real names." Other than Z7 and Han Zheng, Yi Qian didn't know what their real names were. Their real names were not as important as their code names. The team had strict rules to prevent them from revealing their comrades' real names out of habit. Even in the team, they had to address each other by code names. After a long time, they didn't really remember their comrades' real names. Little Fox had fought side by side with them for many years. It was time for her to know their real names. When Yi Qian heard that Han Zheng and the rest were here, his eyes lit up. He nodded without hesitation. "Then I'll come and find you after the roll call." She misunderstood just now. She thought she was the only one chatting with Captain Xia tonight. So there were other comrades. Even if she had to take leave, she had to chat with them. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan pretended to be jealous and said sourly, "If they didn't come, were you not going to chat with me tonight?" "What a heartless little guy. I came all the way here to see you." Yi Qian wasn't as gullible as before. He smiled and nodded. A man and a woman alone in a room at night. There will be bad rumors. Plus, we're in school, so of course I have to be careful. Can you take us to school for a walk after the gala? It's my first time going back to my alma mater in winter since graduation. We've been here before, but my seat was on the other side. The topic was very relaxed, sweeping away the tension from when they first met. Yi Qian followed his gaze to the side and heard him chuckle. My seat in the first row of the 3rd district. The instructor knows that I'm dishonest and is afraid that I'll find an excuse to sneak out. Every time this happens, he orders me to sit in the front and strictly orders the students around me to supervise me. If I still manage to sneak out, the students supervising me will be punished. Sneaking out in the middle of a gala. Captain Xia was really capable of that. Yi Qian suppressed his laughter when he heard that. When Xia Jinyuan saw her trying to hold back her laughter, his eyes were filled with warmth. It was the right decision for him to rush over immediately after he finished his report, because his little fox was too loyal. The sudden death of the J5 would definitely cause her psychological trauma, so he had to come over to accompany her. Even if he missed the best opportunity, he wanted to come and accompany her. He wanted to let her know that he and his other comrades had returned. The sudden arrival of G3 and the others was probably arranged by the military. From this, it could be seen that the military was also very worried about the little fox's mental health. They were afraid that the J5's sacrifice would leave an indelible scar on her that would affect her future combat ability. This was something that everyone was concerned about. The J5 had already left, but the surviving comrades still had to continue fighting. There was no guarantee that they would be able to survive until they were discharged from the military, but at least they had to ensure that the surviving comrades would live well and continue fighting without being affected. Everyone was worried about Yi Qian, worried about the only female soldier in the team. When the mission ended, the first thing that came to their minds was Yi Qian. The military also wanted them to rush over to see Yi Qian and guide Yi Qian. When they saw her dazzling on stage in a different way, when they saw her expression in her sword dance, they felt both proud and sad. They were proud of the independence of the little fox, but also sad. She was healing her wounds alone and recovering alone. Chapter 3154. Before he knew it, his little fox had already grown so big. Even without him by her side, she could handle some things on her own. She could slowly get through it all by herself. The J5's sacrifice. She had endured it all by herself. Unlike the others, she had turned the sorrow in her heart into hatred and swept the battlefield with her weapons, allowing the hatred in her heart to gradually fade as the enemy fell. But she was different. While she was in the country, she saw her comrades who had sacrificed themselves return home. She saw her comrades, who she could have chatted with happily, no longer able to open their eyes. Although half of her internal grief turned into tears and flowed out, the true deepest pain could not be vented. Therefore, she used another method to vent her pain and remember her comrades. She used the sword dance to soothe the pain in the depths of her heart. She used this method to lick her wounds alone until she walked out of her grief. Fortunately, she walked out of her grief. In her eyes, there was no silence, only growth. Xia Jinyuan's fingers gently stroked the back of her hand. Until the end of the party, Xia Jinyuan still held Yi Jian's hand and did not let go. When it was time to line up and leave the venue in an orderly manner, Xia Jinyuan could no longer mingle with the students and had to leave early. "We'll wait for you at Milky Way Plaza. Come early." The roll call was at 9:50 and it was only 9 o'clock. 50 minutes was enough for her to chat with G3 and the others. The rest of the time should belong solely to her boyfriend. The astute Lieutenant Colonel Xia knew clearly that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. Yi Qian didn't know the twists and turns in his heart. She thought about it and realized that 50 minutes was too long. She should ask for leave from the platoon leader in advance. She was the class monitor, so class monitors could only ask for leave from the platoon leader. She nodded without hesitation. Okay, you go out first. I'll come and find you when I'm done here. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xia Jinyuan put on his military cap. Although they were about to meet again, he still couldn't bear to part with her. He gently squeezed her hand and smiled. It's snowing outside. Don't stay too long and catch a cold. It's fine if they catch a cold, but if I catch a cold, I'll stay at school and not leave. I'll pester you every day. She wasn't afraid, even if he pestered her. The undaunted Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. Sure, then I'll wait for you to pester me. Aren't you afraid of being seen by your classmates? Don't be afraid. Didn't you just say that you're my brother? Since my brother is here to look for me, I don't mind accompanying him for a few more days. Besides, you're our senior brother. It's normal for junior sister to accompany senior brother for a few days when he returns to school. The little fellow was becoming more and more eloquent, and he could no longer be intimidated. On the stage, the host invited all the contestants to come up to the stage. At the same time, he had already selected a few of the best performances. Yi Qian and Su, when's ambush from 10 sides, won. When Xia Jinyuan heard the host call out Yi Qian's name, he quickly replied, "If you're not afraid, then I really want to catch a cold." He had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words. After receiving a smile from Yi Qian, he watched as Yi Qian and the other female student returned to the stage. The little fellow was indeed getting bolder and bolder. Xia Jinyuan shook his head with a smile. It was not until Yi Qian went up to the stage that he stood up and left quietly. As a result, he missed seeing Qin Xiu go up to the stage. Song Jiqiu turned her head and glanced behind her, only to see a tall and strong man flash behind her. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of her limited field of vision. Chapter 3155. Just now, Wu Bingcheng had said that Yi Qian's brother had come and wanted to sit with Yi Qian, so they had exchanged seats. However, he clearly remembered that Yi Qian did not have a brother. How could there be a brother coming to see her? Song Jiqiu, who knew Yi Qian's family background, became serious after hearing this. She immediately asked Wu Bingcheng about the man's identity. Wu Bingcheng said, "He's a major and showed me his pass, so I didn't ask any more questions." Yi Qian did not have parents, nor did he have an elder brother. Elder brother? Where did this elder brother come from? Just now, he had been sitting and could not turn his head to look behind him. Now, when all the performers went on stage to express their gratitude and all the students stood up, he took the opportunity to turn his head and look. Unfortunately, the lights in the venue were too dim, so he could not see the person's face clearly. He could only vaguely see a tall and slender man. The back of an adult man. Was he Yi Qian's brother? He did not doubt the man's identity, but wondered why he called himself Yi Qian's brother. The students who had won the best performance stood at the front of the stage and shook hands with the leaders. Yi Qian and Su Wen also shook hands with the leaders and were highly praised. When Qin Xiu was still in the front of the audience, Yi Qian had already seen him. Under the light from the stage, she only needed to raise her head slightly to see him. When he shook hands with Yi Qian all the way, the smile on his face became much wider. "I said before that I would come to the school to see you when I was free. I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Previously, I felt a little regretful that I came so late, but today I only feel lucky to see your sword dance." Qin Xiu held Yi Qian's hand with a little force, but he did not hold it for a long time. He only held it for a few seconds, longer than usual, before he put it down. The sword dance was so shocking that it made me feel like I was watching a life and death battle on an ancient battlefield. I couldn't wake up from it for a long time. "Yi Qian, I've seen another side of you." Qin Xiu, who wanted to speak to Yi Qian, did not pause for even a moment. He finished speaking in one breath and even secretly adjusted his breathing. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was full of admiration for him. As expected of a diplomat, he could speak so much in one breath without pausing. Thank you for exaggerating. I've only just discovered this side of mine. I didn't even notice it before. Because they were acquaintances, Yi Qian joked with himself. Su Wen, who hadn't shook hands with him yet, couldn't help but glance at him. She had clearly heard the introduction of the guest's identity. This guest was the counselor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was so young and, most importantly, he was so handsome. Su Wen, who had been paying attention, was already prepared to shake hands with him. Who knew that the young and handsome counselor of Foreign Affairs would say so much to Yi Qian? The music was so loud that she pricked up her ears, but she couldn't hear a single word. But one thing was for sure. Yi Qian knew this counselor of Foreign Affairs, and they were very familiar with each other. In the beginning, the counselor of Foreign Affairs only shook hands for a few seconds. Their lips moved slightly, and then it was over. But when it came to Yi Qian, after shaking hands for a long time, he spoke more, and the smile on his face became deeper. All in all, it was clear that the two of them were very familiar with each other. When it was her turn, Qin Xiu also politely said, "Thank you for your hard work. Your performance was wonderful." Then he politely walked to the next student. Chapter 3156. This difference in treatment. Boss. Su Wen, who had been waiting for the diplomat to say a few more words, was dumbfounded. Did the elegant diplomat not see the excitement in her eyes? She was Jane Eyre's good friend, roommate, and comrade. He actually dismissed her with just one sentence. So angry. What should I do? Before she even reached the team, Su Wen couldn't wait to ask Yi Qian with a smile, Come, little Jane Eyre. Tell me honestly what the handsome diplomat said to you just now." I felt like he said a lot, but I was so stunned that I couldn't hear a single word clearly. "Tell me how you met him. I can tell that you two are very close." Yi Qian was in a hurry to ask for leave from the platoon leader so that she could go to Galaxy Plaza to find her comrades. Seeing that Su Wen wasn't going to give up until she answered, she said helplessly, "I've known Qin Xiu since high school. We've known each other for so many years. Of course, we're close. I'll go ask for leave from the platoon leader first. I won't be going to the roll call tonight. I'll go back to the dorm and see how things go. An old friend is here. You should keep her company. Go quickly. Qin Xiu will be attending as a special guest. It won't be a problem for you to ask for leave from the platoon leader." Yi Qian explained, "It's not him. Don't make wild guesses. I'll go look for the platoon leader first. You and He Jing go back to the dorm together." Wasn't it the handsome diplomat? Who was it? Su Wen actually wanted to know, but since Yi Jian didn't say anything, it wasn't convenient for her to get to the bottom of it. So she said, "Then quickly go and apply for leave. You can leave the team alone when you get out later." It was impossible to leave the team alone in the venue. This was discipline. Yi Qian rarely missed roll call because of personal matters. Plus, she wasn't going out. She was in school, so the platoon leader happily agreed. After the whole class lined up and left the venue, Yi Qian immediately rushed to Galaxy Plaza. There was still a short distance between the venue and Galaxy Square. Yi Qian, who had originally walked quickly, started running in the end. She wanted to see Captain Xia as soon as possible. She wanted to see her comrade as soon as possible. At 9:10 a.m., Yi Qian's slender figure was running around the campus, while Qin Xiu was waiting for Yi Qian to come over. Ambassador Qin Dingkong wanted to meet Yi Qian, so the school leader sent students to look for him in class. Soon, the The student returned, but there was no sign of Yi Qian beside him. Qin Xiu, who had been waiting with joy, felt his heart sink. He didn't come? Was she aware of his unfinished words in Estonia? Was she avoiding him now? Qin Xiu clenched his fists tightly when he heard the returning student say, Yi Qian just asked the platoon leader for a leave of absence. He said that he had an old friend coming to school and wanted to accompany them for a walk around the school. He was absent for roll call. An old friend came to school and asked for leave to attend roll call? Qin Xiu, whose heart had been heavy, suddenly brightened his eyes. Could it be that he was here for him? Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed again. That shouldn't be possible. In Yi Qian's eyes, he couldn't be considered an old friend. He could only be called a friend that they were familiar with, but not too familiar with. Therefore, Yi Qian couldn't have asked for leave because of him. Ambassador Qin Dingkong secretly glanced at his son. When he saw Qin Xiu's gloomy face, he sighed softly in his heart and smiled at the school leaders. It seems that I'm late. It's okay. We can meet again next time. Political Commissar, Zhong, it's getting late. I don't want to stay any longer. I need to go back to the hotel early to rest and catch the morning flight at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. The matter between Qin Xiu and Yi Qian was going to be difficult. If the young lady really cared, she would definitely come and meet Qin Xiu after not seeing Qin Xiu for so long. She knew about Qin Xiu's situation at school. Chapter 3157. But she didn't. It could be seen that she didn't have Qin Xiu in her heart, not even a little bit. Qin Xiu still wanted to wait. What if Yi Qian really asked for leave to look for him? Dad, it's snowing heavily outside. The hotel is still some distance away from the school. For safety's sake, why don't we stay in the school tonight? Qin Xiu suggested. He wanted to stay. If Yi Qian didn't appear, then he would go and look for her. He couldn't keep dragging it out like this. He had to tell her his thoughts as soon as possible. He had to let her know what he meant. If it was really impossible, he had to let it go slowly. Ambassador Qin Dingkong knew what his son was thinking, but he didn't make any arrangements beforehand. It was too rash to stay. Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was still worried, heard Political Commissar Zhong say, Counselor Qin is right. Why should we give up what is near at hand and seek what is far away? Ambassador Qin, there is a VIP room in the school. If you don't mind, you can stay in the school tonight. Then, sorry to disturb you. For the sake of his son, Ambassador Qin Dingkong didn't refuse. He would stay for one night. He wanted to see if Qin Xiu and Xiao Yi were fated to be together. The small building where the VIP rooms were arranged was a little far from the venue. The car was parked outside the venue, so they simply took the car to avoid the snow and wind. When they got in the car, Ambassador Qin Dingkong advised his son, Qin Xiu, Xiao Yi is a good girl, but she doesn't have you in her heart. She can't even be considered as an old friend. If there is no hope after tonight, his words were a little cruel. Ambassador Qin Dingkong paused for a while before continuing. Why don't you just give up? The heater in the car was turned on. Qin Xiu tugged at his tie and lowered the car window a little to let the cold air in from the outside to blow away the restlessness in his heart. The car drove very slowly on the campus. The squeaking sound of the car running over the snow drifted into his ears. It was so piercing that it annoyed him. Dad, I haven't even started with her yet. How can we stop here? Qin Xiu, whose jaw was a little tense, frowned slightly and turned to look out of the window. He looked at the campus left behind by his beloved girl. If tonight is not possible, then I'll wait a little longer. Wait until she graduates. Ambassador Qin Dingkong did not try to persuade her again. Love was not something that could be persuaded. She had to figure it out herself. The car passed by the driveway outside the Milky Way Plaza. The snow-white headlights illuminated the road ahead, but they did not illuminate a slender figure running towards the center of the plaza. Xia Jinyuan, who had been chatting while walking, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a figure running not far ahead. Her figure ran very fast. Every step was as light as dancing on the snow. From her waving hands, he could feel the joy in her heart. The snow on the plaza was so deep that it covered the soles of her feet. Every step she took made a squeaking sound. Yi Qian listened to the neat sound of stepping on the snow, and the smile on the corner of his mouth never disappeared. It was so good to have them by her side. The familiar people, the familiar voices, and the familiar laughter. Everything was so familiar and real. It made every step she took feel particularly grounded. G3 was speaking. You will have a big exam the day after tomorrow. After the exam, you will go back to the base with us. Major General Yang said that the ceremony should be grand. We can't be too stingy, so he asked us to bring the military order documents over. We will hand them over to the academy tomorrow morning and leave on the day of the exam. Chapter 3158. Yi Qian had always been looking forward to going to the Snowfield Brigade's base for training. Ever since she found out that Captain Xia was from a mysterious Special Forces unit, she had wanted to go. J5 had also promised her that he would bring her to the base for training with his comrades. When she thought of J5, Yi Qian felt a little bitter again. J5, who promised her, had already left for good. He would never wake up again and would never smile at her and say, "Qing Niao, you're a female soldier, so why are you even better than the male soldiers? Qing Niao, if you go to our brigade's base for training, you'll definitely give all the male soldiers a shock. Our brigade has never had a female soldier appear before." He added, "After joining the brigade, you'll be closer to the captain." Yes, after joining the brigade, she would be closer to Captain Xia. However, there would no longer be a J5 in the brigade who would be worried about the consequences if her relationship with Captain Xia was exposed. Xia Jinyuan, who had deliberately been separated by his comrades, did not notice his lover's strange behavior. When he came over, the army did not mention that he had brought any military documents with him. He also did not hear Major General Yang mention that Yi Qian would be going to the brigade for training during the winter break this year. Z7's Han Zheng said, "Boss Yang told us to show you the military documents first so that you can feel at ease. He also told us to bring you along with us and not let you go alone. He also said that it would be better to show our sincerity if we went to welcome him together." Boss Yang. That was how the Snowfield Brigade members addressed Major General Yang when they were outside. They also described themselves as working for him. This was the first time Yi Qian had heard of it. When she heard that, she smiled and said, "Does Boss Yang know that you all call him that?" He knows. You can also call him Boss Yang when you're outside." V8 laughed and answered first. "Besides, we didn't say that. He said it himself." Boss Yang didn't say it himself either. It was Dai who suggested it first, and then Boss Yang adopted it. T6 suddenly said an unfamiliar name. After he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became a little more oppressive. Dai Yi Qian, who had a faint smile on her lips, was stunned for a moment. She was still wondering which comrade Dai belonged to, but before she could ask, the atmosphere suddenly changed. As smart as she was, she knew who it was. She remembered where she had seen the word "E" before. Niet E, the name of the J5. Han Zheng was walking to Yi Qian's left. He was the first to notice that the smile on Yi Qian's face froze. He paused slightly and coughed softly, reminding his comrades to avoid the J5. The T6 combatant, who was walking to Yi Qian's right, glanced at Yi Qian uneasily. There was a hint of annoyance on his delicate face. He had clearly agreed not to mention the J5 in front of Yi Qian, but that mouth of his really deserved a beating. Dai made many suggestions, and the boss adopted most of them. Xia Jinyuan did not avoid the topic and mentioned the J5 again. This was a pain in everyone's heart, so it was better not to mention it if possible. It was better to keep it in mind. But they had to bring it up tonight. After tonight, everyone would have to bury the J5 deep in their hearts and not mention it so easily. I remember when I first joined the team, the J5 was the temporary captain of the team. He was so happy when he saw me coming over that I thought he would take me down a notch like you guys do. But who knew that he would say, "You're finally here." If this position of captain is really inhumane, forcing someone who's in charge of guidance into the position of captain is making things too difficult for me. At the time, I thought that he was the only guy in the team who looked forward to my arrival. The rest of them wished they could stuff a rocket launcher under my feet and send me as far away as possible. Chapter 3159. His words caused his comrades to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, he was right. At that time, they were extremely repulsed by the captain who came out of nowhere, especially when they saw such a young and delicate face. They were all veterans who had been in the brigade for a few years, so none of them were convinced. Later on, they were convinced. Before the laughter of his comrades could stop, Xia Jinyuan continued, but he said, "Captain is really not a human." Then, as the person who came to take over the position of captain, "I'm not a human." He scolded me in a roundabout way. Later on, he really admitted that he did scold me in a roundabout way. When he saw that I didn't realize it, he was secretly happy. At the mention of the J5, Yi Qian, whose heart was heavy, couldn't help but purse his lips and laugh. This was indeed something that the J5 was capable of. Wu Yu and the others also couldn't help but laugh. Dai was such an interesting person. Ha 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 ha, he liked to play dirty tricks. Everyone laughed. Only Xia Jinyuan sneered coldly and said calmly, "What's there to be happy about? I'm new here, so I don't want to get hurt by a knife in the hands of a captain. It won't be too late to look for trouble after I feed him." As expected of their captain, he had already started playing the game the moment he arrived. It was no wonder that the group of people who had been pranked by him were unable to find fault with him and could only obediently be taught a lesson by him. Xia Jinyuan recalled the days when he was parachuted into the Snowfield Brigade. Without mentioning anything else, he only mentioned the battle of wits and courage with the J5, which made everyone convulse with laughter. And these were all things that Yi Qian didn't know, and the other comrades only knew a little about. Therefore, when he said this, his comrades, who were a little depressed at the mention of the J5, Nia-i finally laughed. When Xia Jinyuan saw that Yi Qian also laughed, his slightly tense heartstrings gradually relaxed. Tonight, he had to talk about the J5's sacrifice. After that, everyone had to turn the page. They couldn't keep it in their hearts like a malignant tumor and let it fester. T6 combatant Wu Yu, who had been feeling down because of his comrades and in Jessen, was finally in the mood. He said in disbelief, "That's impossible, right? When did the J5 make things difficult for you?" When he became the interim captain, we all raised our glasses to celebrate. Only he looked like he was on his way to the execution ground. He didn't want to be the captain at all, so why would he make things difficult for you? After the T6 combatant said that, he suddenly tripped on something under his feet and fell into the snow. Luckily, Yi Qian, who was beside him, had reacted quickly and pulled him back up. "Are you all right? It's flat ground." How am I tripping myself? It's clearly that bastard G3 tripping me. G3 didn't want to see their pig-like teammates anymore. their captain would definitely make things difficult for them later. Him not liking the position of team leader has nothing to do with him testing me like you guys did. With that, Xia Jinyuan frowned and looked at Wu Yu with a clear and sharp gaze. So, are you admitting that you wanted to make things difficult for me back then, and not test me? When G3 heard that, he face-bombed. Look, he's making things difficult. What did the T6 combatant mean by making things difficult for him? How nice would it sound if he said it was a test, and it wouldn't anger Q King, who had now become the real captain. At this point, the T6 combatant finally realized what had happened. He also understood why G3 tripped him just now. Serves him right. Serves him right. Chapter 3160. After regaining his senses, T6 Wu Yu immediately smiled and replied righteously. It was definitely a test. I used the wrong adjective just now. Captain is wise and powerful. So how could we possibly make things difficult for him? We didn't make things difficult for him. We supported him. V8, who had a good relationship with Wu Yu, could not stand it any longer. You'd better stop talking. Who knows how many people you'll offend with that mouth of yours. Q King also understood that they were clearly trying to make things difficult for him. Since he had let it slip, he might as well admit it openly. If he confessed, he would be lenient, but if he resisted, he would be strict. Understand? Wu Yu was a little sad. Could this be the main reason why he had been single for so many years? Xia Jinyuan laughed coldly. So, you weren't trying to make things difficult for him? Does that mean I got it wrong? No, I didn't want to make things difficult for a paratrooper like you at that time. I have to admit, V8 admitted it openly. There was nothing he could do about it. The captain was already laughing so sinisterly. If he did not admit it, it would be equivalent to courting death. G3 was responsible for changing the topic. Logically speaking, you would be the least likely to make things difficult for you. Before you joined the team, he was complaining all the time and even wanted to grab a comrade from the team to be the temporary captain. How could he possibly make things difficult for you? Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle, heard this and smiled deeply. Look, these were her comrades. They were a group of very cute gentlemen, a group of righteous soldiers, and good men who could support the heavens. She did not laugh. When Xia Jinyuan, who had been observing her, saw this, he felt even more relieved. The other comrades were fine. They could personally avenge the J5 and vent the anger in their hearts. Those who couldn't personally avenge the J5 gathered together to vent their anger and comfort each other until they walked out of the haze. What about his little fox? She could not do anything. Even if her closest comrade had sacrificed himself, she could not tell anyone else in school. Not only could she not say anything, but she could not let the students around her or her roommates see it either. She needed to heal her wounds alone and bear the grief silently by herself. Fortunately, she found another way to mourn for her comrades and didn't let her suffer alone. The smile returned to Yi Qian's face. Xia Jinyuan, who was in a much better mood, finally answered G3's question. Because you guys are his closest comrades. He needs to be on the same side as you guys, so he can't betray you. Since that's the case, even if he wants me, the captain, to come quickly, it won't stop him from being in the same camp as you guys and giving me something to do from time to time. The tricks he used to find trouble for me were much better than the tricks you guys used to find trouble for me. It took me almost half a month to think of a way to pull him to my side. As soon as he said this, everyone except Yi Qian fell silent for a few seconds before saying the same thing in unison. F*CK. As for why he said F*CK, Yi Qian thought he understood something. J5 liked to do things in the dark. Captain Xia was also someone who liked to do things in the dark. When the two of them combine their personalities, ha ha, it would be strange if their comrades had a good life. I knew it. I just secretly climbed over the wall. You'll find out in 10 minutes. So, he was the one who told on me. I finally understand why you found out where I hid the snacks at the base. He was the one who told on me. I even cried and complained to him. He even comforted himself with a righteous look and said he would come and crusade against you. F***CK. It was all fake. Chapter 3161. Your snack-eating problem was cured by Captain at that time. What the hell are you relying on? You should thank Captain properly. He rolled his eyes at V8 and said to Yi Qian, you don't know how much he used to love eating snacks. Every time he went out for a walk, he would buy a lot of snacks. What's even worse is that in order to cover up his sissy problem, he even hid the bag of snacks here and there. We were all punished for this. At the mention of all punished, everyone was reminded of this incident. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted to beat V8 up on the spot in Galaxy Square. Xia Jinyuan did not beat him up. Instead, he took the opportunity to pull Yi Qian to his side so that there was no longer a human obstacle between them. You want to beat me up? Look at what Captain did. He took advantage of the chaos to pull Yi Qian to his side. We were all fooled. V8, who had been chased to the point of covering his head and fleeing like a rat, unintentionally glanced over and saw that the two of them were now shoulder to shoulder. They even took the opportunity to hold hands. He immediately started howling. Too sinister. Too sinister. His comrades, who realized what was going on, thought viciously, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They had no choice. After all, the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was normal for them to hold hands. It was just that they felt a little stifled. They also wanted to hold hands. Come, let's hold hands. V8 reached out his hand, his heart full of worry. Let me try holding hands. You won't feel anything when you hold hands. You'll only feel something if you use another method. Han Zheng, who used to be a womanizer, smiled as he imparted his experience. You have to find a woman first. It's no use looking for Wu Yu. He can't give you that kind of feeling. F***CK. Old hooligan. Pervert. A few curses were heard at the same time, expressing their deep disdain for Han Zheng. This guy who had several girlfriends in the past was really something. He could show them off anytime and anywhere. He was so unlikable. Yi Qian looked at his comrades, who were laughing in the snowy night. The smile on his face couldn't help but lighten up. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding her hand, looked at the laughing comrades in front of him and said softly, J5's real name is Nya Yi. We call him Da Yi when we're outside. V8's real name is Yang Shulin. T6's real name is Wu Yu. G3's real name is Yin Rong. Z7's real name is Han Zheng. Other than Han Zheng, I only found out the other people's real names this morning. We're not allowed to use our real names in the team. Everyone uses code names. When we're outside and not on a mission, we won't use our real names. Just like Nia Yi, we only call him Da Yi. V8 calls him Da Su. This is the rule of the Snowfield Brigade. Until now, many of our comrades have already forgotten each other's real names. They are most familiar with their code names. Yi Qian restrained a smile at the corner of his mouth. After a while, he said in a low voice, I found out about J5's real name in that way. Captain Xia is actually quite cruel. Wasn't it cruel to only find out a comrade's real name after he sacrificed himself? That's why I suggested to Mr. Yang that we should at least know each other's real names. We can't not know our comrades' real names because of our profession. Mr. Yang agreed. When you go to the team during the winter break, you'll know more of our comrades' real names. Yi Qian nodded lightly and didn't say anything. It was as if he had nothing to say. Chapter 3162. The atmosphere, which had finally livened up, became a little gloomy again. The J5 was like a minefield that couldn't be touched. Once touched, Yi Qian's mood immediately soured. Xia Jinyuan was determined to get rid of this minefield tonight. Your dance was very beautiful. I saw it. Derong and the others also saw it. Before you came, we had already discussed it for a long time. We all knew what you wanted to express. Yi Qian, you're really amazing. Without us by your side, you used a different method to get through it all by yourself. All of us admire you greatly. We are all saying that if it were any one of us today, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do what you did. The J5 also really admires you. In his heart, you're already a qualified Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade. So when he knew he couldn't survive, he thought of you and asked me to tell you on his behalf that he had no choice but to break his promise. When Xia Jinyuan mentioned the J5, he didn't hold back at all. Just like that, he directly let Yi Qian know what the J5 said before he sacrificed himself. Yi Qian, who was walking slowly, seemed a little determined. In the end, he simply stopped and stood firmly in the snow. He raised his head and looked at Xia Jinyuan with his dark eyes. He asked softly, when the J5 left, did he say anything else? He did. When we found him, the first thing he said was that if he left, he couldn't hide it from you. He had to tell you that he left and that he was very sorry for breaking his promise. That one sentence made Yi Qian's eyes sting. Xia Jinyuan held her hand tightly and said very slowly, although he broke his promise, he still remembered you before he left. Yi Qian, I hope you'll remember him well. Remember that he didn't leave. He just retired from the military. We'll carry on what he didn't finish and finish it for him. And you, as his comrade, have the same responsibility to finish what he didn't finish. When he left, he was lying in my arms. We sang Farewell to My Comrade together. This song is sung every year when he retires from the military. He wanted us to sing it because he wanted us to not miss him too much. This time, he was just leaving the military, and we can go visit him whenever we miss him. He also wanted us to know that he would always think of us and hope that we can take care of ourselves. Yi Jian, we've avenged the J5. We've destroyed their lair and didn't let a single one of them off. We've shot everyone at the same spot. We've avenged them. Mountains and rivers, we go against the wind and the current. We won't let the people's love for us. We'll meet again. Everything the J5 wanted to say is in this song. Now that we've avenged him, it's time for you to walk out of your sorrow. Yi Qian gently wiped away the cold moisture at the corners of her eyes. Then she smiled and said, Actually, I've already thought it through. After I woke up from my high fever, Commander-in-Chief Xia's words made me think it through. The living still have to go on. As the J5's comrade, we have to carry on his unfinished wish and complete it for him. Captain Xia, at that time, I've already thought it through. Later on, when I found out that you guys hadn't come back yet and that T6 had gone out to support you guys, I couldn't help but think and feel afraid because of the J5's sacrifice. Today, I'm very happy to see you guys come back safe and sound, but I can't help but think of the J5. I thought about how great it would be if the J5 also came back safe and sound, and you guys could sit in the audience and watch me dance. How great would that be? Chapter 3163. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to wipe away the cold tears at the corners of her eyes and asked her, Do you still remember what I said to you one year when you passed through the jungles of Yun Province and encountered Su Yu's team on a cleanup mission? A scout named Xiao Xi sacrificed himself. Do you remember what I said to you? I said, Yi Qian, if one day I sacrifice myself, or you sacrifice yourself, every evil that a living person shoots with a gun in their hands will be the best sacrifice for the martyrs. Yi Qian, you must remember my words. You must remember them well. None of us can guarantee that we will return safely after every mission. We sacrifice ourselves, but at the same time, we protect this land that we love. This is the case for the J5. Yi Qian, why did the J5 say that we must tell you if he passes away? With your intelligence, you must know his good intentions. So, you must walk out of this. Don't be afraid to face it just because the J5 sacrificed himself. You understand? His tone was very serious and did not allow Yi Qian to escape at all. Yi Qian did not run away. She just did not want to lose. Captain Xia, I did not run away. I have always been facing it. The sword dance that you saw today was the way I faced it. I have already walked out of it. Yi Qian had indeed walked out of it, especially when she heard Xia Jinyuan say that the J5 saw his comrades and said that they must tell her if he was no longer around. The sadness that had wrapped around her heart seemed to have come to an end and was being pulled away bit by bit. Thank you, J5. Thank you for letting her, a person who had been reborn, understand the preciousness of life. The preciousness of life lay in the fact that there were things that one wanted to do, people that one wanted to protect, homes that one wanted to protect, and precious friendships that one wanted to cherish. The comrades who were alive had to replace the comrades who had sacrificed themselves to complete their unfinished business. She would live well, wear the military uniform, shoulder the responsibility, and take every step with the J5's unfinished wish. Xia Jinyuan believed every word she said. When she said that she did not run away, when she said that she had always been facing it, when she said that she had walked out of it, he believed her, because she was the little fox who bravely faced difficulties, shouldered the responsibility on her weak shoulders, and walked a broad path for herself. Snow began to fall from the sky again. Xia Jinyuan gently patted the snowflakes that had landed on her shoulder. You have always been so brave all these years. You always show us a new side of you. So many years had passed. She had walked out of all difficulties, and no matter how difficult it was in the future, she would continue to walk out of it. He lived for his comrades who had sacrificed themselves, lived for those who cherished him, and lived for himself. Captain Xia, sing farewell to my comrades for me. I want to hear it. Okay, let's go find them and sing. I don't think we have ever sung together. Yes, no. After watching your dance tonight and singing together with you, it's a different memory. In the future, we will have many different beautiful memories. When we are old, we can sit by the fireside, comfortably lie in the rocking chair, and tell our grandchildren about the memories of our youth. Yi Qian walked towards his comrades with a hopeful smile in his eyes. He said softly, "At that time, you and I will be white-haired, and we will reminisce about the past when we were young. Now that I think about it, it is beautiful." That kind of life was indeed desirable. Xia Jinyuan could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yes, when the time comes, we can even call our former comrades, have a few glasses of wine, and have a few dishes. Old people live a leisurely life. Chapter 3164. This was his and Yi Qian's wish, that they could all live a peaceful and smooth life. The world was vast, and snow was falling. In the large square, 5 young military officers and a young female soldier were walking slowly as they sang J5's favorite song with deep emotions. It was also the song that his comrades sang to send him off before he left, when they sang in a low voice. The road is long, the fog is vast, the revolutionary life is often broken up. The same separation, 2 different feelings. Xia Jinyuan tightened his grip on Yi Qian's hand and said, "If one day I also sacrifice myself, Yi Qian, please remember what I said tonight, and what I said to you in the beginning, because none of them could guarantee that they would not sacrifice themselves. If that day really comes, please remember that you must hold on to your original beliefs. In the face of sacrifice, wipe away your tears and continue to move forward. In the face of blood-stained military uniforms, wash them clean and wear them again. The military's unyielding might was deeply engraved in their souls along with their military uniforms. The words failure, cowardice, and cowardice would never appear in the dictionary. No matter how difficult the path ahead was, they would continue to walk forward without hesitation once they put on their military uniforms. The responsibility and mission on their shoulders, even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire in front of them, they would still charge forward fearlessly. This was the courage that modern military officers must have. Yi Qian did not seem to hear what Xia Jinyuan said, and continued to sing the entire song until the end. She would never forget what Captain Xia had said to her. If one day he or she were to sacrifice themselves, it would be the best sacrifice for the martyrs to use their guns and bullets to kill every evil. At that time, those words were like a bomb thrown into her heart. The impact of the explosion squeezed her soul fiercely and tore it into pieces. Then, under his cold voice and expression, the pieces of her soul that had been torn into pieces were pieced back together piece by piece, piecing together a complete Yi Jian who had been reborn from the gunfire and covered in blood. In the face of sacrifice, she could not run away because she was a soldier. Yi Qian, after tonight, we must all forget our sorrow. We will never forget J5. We will always remember this brother of ours. In the future, as long as anyone is free, you must visit our brother's grave and tell us what happened this year, so that our sleeping brothers will know. It did not matter that no one remembered J5's name. It did not matter that no one knew what J5 had done in the past. It did not matter that no one knew why J5 sacrificed himself, because his comrades would always remember him, forever and ever. That night, Yi Qian still returned to her dorm. She could not really talk with Xia Jinyuan and her comrades all night. At midnight, Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian back to the female dorm room. At midnight, Xia Jinyuan. On the way back to the dorm room, they ran into the inspection soldiers that military students did not want to encounter the most. When they saw the white light shining in their direction, Yi Qian's first instinct was to hold on to Xia Jinyuan and lie down behind the bushes, afraid that the inspection soldiers would discover them. This action reminded Xia Jinyuan of when Yi Qian was in high school, when he went to look for her at school because of the flashlight shining in their direction. She reacted quickly and pulled him behind a tree to hide. In the end, he even kissed her. The difference was that back then, because she was young and their relationship was not as stable as it was now, he only dared to kiss her once and did not dare to kiss her again. But now it was different. It was not just one kiss, but one kiss after another. Perhaps he did not have as many scruples as before. Both families already knew that the girl in his arms would become his wife. So, if there was a chance, he would kiss her quickly. Chapter 3165. You want to kiss me when we go to the base in a few days. Don't even think about it. It's hard to even hold hands. This time, Yi Qian didn't reject him like she did before. She also wanted to hug him tightly. Gently, gently. Don't roll in the snow. It'll leave evidence. This time, it wasn't Yi Qian's voice, but Captain Xia's. He did not expect to kiss her again and again. Then, before he could explode, Yi Jian, who had always been reserved and shy, suddenly threw herself at him. Fortunately, he was steady and did not fall directly into the snow. He hurriedly supported himself with one hand and supported both of their bodies. Yi Qian didn't respond. Instead of calling it a kiss, it was more like kissing and nibbling. It was fast and fierce, with a sense of ferocity. Xia Jinyuan couldn't resist it. How was this a kiss? There was no technique involved. It was just nibbling. His lips were bitten by her. Xia Jinyuan, who had one hand on the snowy ground to keep the balance of their bodies, suddenly felt the pain and gasped. Even so, Yi Qian didn't stop with her fierce, cruel, and fierce kissing and nibbling. There was no technique involved. She nibbled wherever she wanted. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to reject her eagerness. In fact, she was still afraid. She was afraid that there would be more sacrifices. She was afraid that she would hear the news of his sacrifice one day. How could he not be afraid too? Everyone was afraid. No one wasn't. But no one could retreat because of fear. If they retreated because they were afraid of seeing sacrifices, they didn't deserve to be soldiers. They didn't deserve to wear the military uniform they were wearing. Someone had to sacrifice their life. Someone had to charge and break through enemy lines. Someone had to use their flesh and blood to stop the enemy. Someone had to stand up and protect this beautiful land from being trampled on. And these people were the ones wearing the military uniform. A soft sigh disappeared between his lips. Xia Jinyuan switched to his hands to support the weight of both of them and responded to Yi Jian's hurried kiss. "Little fox, don't bite me so hard. I still have to meet someone tomorrow. It's fine if I hurt my mouth, but my face, I shouldn't bite too much. If I really bite until it turns purple, Wu Yu and the others will laugh at me tomorrow. They won't just laugh at me for a while. They will laugh at me for several years. Come, let's change to a gentler method. Get off me first. I'll teach you." The two figures lying in the forest got up from their initial squatting position. They found the best hiding spot and started another round of kissing. This time, Xia Jinyuan was in charge. During the kiss, Yi Qian was not irritated at all. After the kiss, her heart felt warm. As she walked out of the woods, she saw the bruises on Xia Jinyuan's lips and the bruises on his neck. Suddenly, a fire seemed to rise from the bottom of her feet, burning her face and ears. He seemed to have used a little too much strength just now. Yi Qian, who knew that she had used too much force, finally regained her clarity of mind. What had she done just now? How could she have done such a savage thing? How could she be so fierce all of a sudden? The red-faced Yi Qian wished she could just hide in the snow. Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian's evasive gaze and realized that she had done something ridiculous. He touched his lips, and his deep eyes flickered. Then he leaned closer to Yi Qian and asked her, "Can you help me see how many bruises are on my face? Do you want me to take care of them?" Yi Qian did not dare to look. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye and immediately lowered her eyes. She pretended to be calm and said, "They're not injured. It's just some bruises on your lips. Obviously, they'll be fine tomorrow." She felt a little guilty when she said this. Chapter 3166. That was just a small cut. She had bitten him and made him bleed. She regretted it again. Why was she so impulsive just now? The consequence of being impulsive was that Captain Xia was bitten by her, and she was embarrassed. "You're really not hurt? Why do I feel pain on my lips, neck, chin, and the left side of my face? Can you help me take a look? Aren't you a little too harsh? How is that kissing? It's all biting. You have to practice if you're not good at it. Practice a few more times, and you won't get hurt the next time." Like this, as she spoke, she took the opportunity to kiss Captain Xia again. "Didn't you say your mouth hurt? Why are you still kissing?" Yi Jian was still thinking about the wound on his mouth. Xia Jinyuan had already sealed the corner of her mouth with his lips, making her kiss his mouth with her words. His little fool, what's a little pain? A man bleeding is nothing. I'll bear with it. This time, Yi Qian was obedient and was not as anxious as before. The two of them could finally kiss normally. The two of them kissed for a while more before returning to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian quietly lay in bed and laughed to himself. How embarrassing! She had bitten Captain Xia. She had to practice if she was not good at it. It seemed that she had to practice more. It couldn't possibly bite him all the time, right? She didn't know how she was going to explain to Wu Yu, Han Zheng, and the others. G3 Yin Rong and V8 Yang Shulin were fine, but Wu Yu and Han Zheng were not easy to deal with. Forget it, forget it. That was Captain Xia's problem. It had nothing to do with her. Sleep, sleep. Yi Jian, who was secretly happy in her heart, held her burning hot face and twisted a few times in the quilt like a fried dough twist. Then she calmed down and lay down to sleep. Xia Jinyuan would not explain too much to his comrades. After he returned, he went back to his room to rest. Even if he wanted to explain, he would have to wait until tomorrow. How to explain? It was simple. It was a kiss. Let them be envious. Comrade Xia Jinyuan, whose face was injured, was so happy that he even whistled softly before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. Qin Xiu was the only one who didn't sleep. He sat quietly in the room with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep, but also seemed to be thinking about something. She didn't come. The girl he wanted to meet didn't come. She said she was going to see an old friend, not him, Qin Xiu, but someone else. If he hadn't left the school and was still on campus, then the old friend she wanted to meet was also living on campus like him. An old friend who could stay in the school couldn't be an ordinary person, but someone who could sleep in the school. For some reason, he could only think of one person, the man who used his actions to declare his sovereignty, Xia Jinyuan. The only person he could think of was Xia Jinyuan. If it was really him, how coincidental would it be for him to visit Yi Qian on the same day as Xia Jinyuan? Was it really as his father had said, that he and Yi Qian were not fated to be together? Were they really not fated to be together? No, he couldn't just accept it like that. He had to find out more. Qin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the chair. He would go and ask Yi Qian tomorrow. She would have to do morning exercises tomorrow, and he would wait until she found out. If she was really with Xia Jinyuan, the only thing he could do was turn around. The only thing he could do was turn around and silently wish her well. Qin Xiu, who had been feeling uneasy all this time, finally calmed down. Instead of worrying about personal gains and losses in the room, he might as well cut the Gordian knot. Chapter 3167. Yi Qian didn't think about Qin Xiu at all. She also didn't think that Qin Xiu would stay at school for her. The next morning, she brought Su Wen and he jinged to the track at 5:05 sharp. After running one lap, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the snow. She was surprised. Qin Xiu? Did he stay at school last night? He came to the track early in the morning for training, wearing a suit, a coat, and leather shoes. This didn't look like training at all. He didn't need to train. Taking a walk, coming to the track early in the morning, braving the cold, and taking a walk in the snow? You two run first. I'll go take a look. In any case, he was an acquaintance. When she saw him, she had to go over and say hello. Yi Jianjian let Su Wen and He Jing run first while she ran towards Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu came out purely to try his luck. He wanted to see if he could meet Yi Jian, who was doing exercises on the sports field. Before he reached the sports field, he saw 3 figures running around the sports field in the snow-white world. The moment he saw them, he quickened his pace and walked towards them. When he got closer, he saw that one of the 3 figures was the girl he missed. In the cold wind, he heard flowers blooming in his heart. If there was no fate between them, could this not be considered fate as well? He didn't disturb them. He just stood by and watched quietly. Just watching like this made him feel very happy. Seeing Yi Qian walk directly towards him, Qin Xiu's handsome face had a warm smile that could melt the winter snow. She saw him. Yi Jian took big strides because she felt that Qin Xiu's clothes were a little too thin. He was only wearing a woolen coat on the outside and a suit shirt with a woolen sweater on the inside. It was a few degrees below zero in the morning, and she felt that he was very cold just by looking at him. Su Wen also saw Qin Xiu. Seeing this, even her running speed slowed down. She said with interest to He Jing, who didn't know the situation. Jingzi, do you see him? The man in front is the special guest who came to our party last night, the young diplomat. He knows little Jane Eyre. Last night, when we went up on stage to thank him, this Qin can agreed with the other students. When he shook hands with them, he said the exact same thing. When it was little Jane Eyre's turn, I saw him say a lot to little Jane Eyre with my own eyes, but the music on stage was too loud, and the host kept talking, so I couldn't hear a single word clearly. At the time, my intuition told me that the diplomat treated Jane Eyre differently because the way he looked at Jane Eyre was bright and gentle. Jingzi, shall we make a bet? I bet this diplomat is here to look for our little Jane Eyre. He Jing only knew that, apart from the leaders sent by the military, there were also diplomats sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was said that they were students who had graduated from the upper realm. A few of their senior brothers had gone to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This year, they might choose a few more senior brothers to go over before the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could send someone to select the students. The news was reliable. Unreliable news wouldn't be spread around the school. Hearing this, she, who had never met Qin Xiu, laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. Who doesn't know that we can't date for fear of affecting our studies and training? The diplomat must know this too. Why would he come here to look for little Jane Eyre? Don't talk nonsense. Did you hear that? Gossip is a fearful thing. If it gets out, it'll change the story and become little Jane Eyre dating a diplomat. It'll harm little Jane Eyre." He Jing reminded him seriously with the last sentence. Chapter 3168. Su Wen smiled and said, "I know. That's why I didn't tell you when I came back last night. That's why I mentioned it to you when I saw him coming over. To be honest, that diplomat is really handsome, especially his nose. It's straight and handsome. I really wanted to touch it when I saw it. I also saw that his eyelashes are really long, at least half as long as mine. They're so long and thick. It's really enviable. If he really likes our little Jane Eyre, that's good too. They're a perfect match." He Qing saw that she was getting more and more ridiculous. She glared at her and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it gets. No matter how perfect they are, nothing can be leaked. How many people in the school know little Jane Eyre? Almost all the students in the school know her. Needless to say, almost all the school leaders know her. The last time we lined up, she went to do something with the team leader. A team leader from another team happened to pass by and asked, 'Why didn't I see Yi Qian lined up today?' Even the other team leaders know Yi Qian. If something is leaked, won't the whole school know about it? At that time, Jane Eyre won't be able to say anything. No matter how she tries to explain, it'll be in vain. You can only say these words in front of me. You can't say it outside. Do you hear me?" Although Su Wen had changed a lot, her temperament in the first year was too jumpy. She was a delicate young lady. Other than her academic results, she was really good at other times. Sometimes she spoke as she pleased. Even though she had changed a lot now, He Jing, who had always been steady, did not feel at ease with her. It was still necessary to remind her, "I won't say it. I won't say it. Don't worry, don't worry. If this kind of thing really gets out, I know it will harm little Jane Eyre. It's not easy for her. She has to rely on herself. As her comrade in arms and good friend, how can I say anything? Suwon was not angry at being warned. She had no choice. She had done too many wrong things in the past. She jogged and replied with a smile, "This kind of thing can only be said between us. I won't tell anyone." It's good that you know. Little Jane Eyre didn't say anything herself, so we can't make wild guesses. I don't think she has the heart to fall in love, nor will she fall in love. She trains so hard every day. Even the instructor said that her training is comparable to the training of the soldiers in the field. Do you remember what Jane Eyre said she was going to join? She said that she wanted to go to the front line, and the brigade commander even praised her for her ambition. She's so busy every day and only wants to go to the field. How can she be in the mood to fall in love? Even if that diplomat is very good and outstanding, it's nothing compared to her future. We can't drag her down. Understand? He Jing admired Yi Qian the most. She called Yi Qian little Jane Eyre every day, but in her heart, she really regarded Yi Qian as the leader of the class, the big sister. She dealt with things reasonably and was very generous. Everything she did was open and above board. If there were difficulties, she would do it. If there were no difficulties, everyone would do it together. In any case, she would not let herself walk in front alone. She worked hard to pull the rest of the class to the front. Although the physical fitness results for this semester were not out yet, the instructor had already revealed that the class results were good. They were not at the bottom of the brigade. He emphasized that Yi Qian's contribution to the class's good results could not go unnoticed. It could be said that Yi Qian was the focus of the school's training. Her future was limitless. With such a bright future, it would definitely cause an uproar in the school if it was spread that she was in a relationship with a diplomat. Suwon also knew in her heart that if she had not seen the young and handsome diplomat appear today, she would not have mentioned this to He Jing. Chapter 3169. However, in her heart, she still thought that the two of them were quite compatible. Look at the two of them walking together. The man was tall and slender, while the woman was valiant. They were a match made in heaven. But He Jing was right. It was nothing compared to their future. Yi Qian had worked hard to get to where she was today. She couldn't ruin everything because of a relationship. It would be better if she wasn't a famous person in school, but because she was, and the brigade commander once said that she had the power of a role model, she had to be more careful. There were no written rules forbidding relationships, but all the students knew not to touch them. Even if they did, they had to endure it. Like Yi Qian, it was better to forget about it. Endure it. You have to endure it. The two roommates thought that Yi Qian wasn't in a relationship, but in reality, Yi Qian was really in love. It was just that she was in a very secretive relationship. Because she had a goal in her heart, Yi Qian had been working hard for this goal. Therefore, this relationship didn't affect her studies. Instead, it made Yi Qian work even harder. They had been classmates for a year and a half, and they had been roommates for a year and a half. Yi Qian had never mentioned Xia Jinyuan. No one in school knew that she actually had a boyfriend. Even the students she spent time with didn't know, so naturally, Qin Xiu wouldn't know. Qin Xiu, who had caught her early, didn't hide his love this time. His warm gaze fell on Yi Qian from time to time, full of passion. It wasn't his first time at the University of Science and Technology of China, although he had been here several times. It was his first time admiring the campus so seriously. Because of the people around him, the campus scenery that he had never paid much attention to was now the most beautiful scenery. Yi Qian didn't take the initiative to speak. She had no choice. She didn't dare to speak. When she saw Qin Xiu just now, she smiled and asked, You stayed over at school last night too? In the end, he smiled and replied, Yeah, I was staying at a hotel. But since you were here, I decided to stay too. These words did not sound right. Although she was slow when it came to relationships, Qin Xiu's behavior this time was too obvious. If she thought she was overthinking things in Estonia, she was sure that she really didn't overthink things last time. The young diplomat beside her really took a fancy to her. Yi Qian was at a loss for what to do. She had to think of a way to reject him. This kind of thing had to be rejected. As long as he opened his mouth, he had to reject it. If he didn't say anything, she had to make her feelings clear. She couldn't be vague about it. He could not avoid the problems that had arisen. He could only solve them. Soldiers were swift and decisive. Even in the face of sudden romantic luck, they could still play a very good role. After walking along the playground for more than 100 meters, Qin Xiu pointed at the campus path in front of them, which was covered by trees. Let's take a walk over there. I have something on my mind to tell you. Yi Qian looked in the direction he was pointing. There were many big trees in the campus, and they were all arranged in rows. The trunks were thick and strong, so walking among them was quite concealed. It was a good idea to talk over there. It was 5:20 p.m. now. The entire school would be out for exercise later, and the students would all come over. She could take the opportunity to clarify some things before the students started their exercise, and quickly disperse to avoid any misunderstandings. If Yi Qian didn't know that Qin Xiu had feelings for her, she wouldn't have such a guilty conscience, because she knew she was already thinking of how to avoid arousing suspicion. Her real lover was also in school. After a long time, the students would naturally realize that it was a misunderstanding, but she didn't want to be misunderstood by the person she loved. Chapter 3170. Of course, she had to avoid this kind of misunderstanding that could be avoided. It was 5:30 in the winter, and the surroundings were gray. Only the faint light from the pure, white snow illuminated the outline of the campus. It was very quiet, and only the occasional sound of snow falling could be heard. The two of them stepped on the snow side by side. Before they could say anything, 2 classes of freshmen walked over with shovels and brooms. They were in charge of clearing the snow in this area, and they had to start working now. Seeing the 2 people walking in front of them, the students of the 2 classes didn't pay much attention to them. A class monitor walked to Yi Jian's side and saluted his senior sister. He smiled and said, Senior Sister Yi, the students of our 2 classes are responsible for this area. We might be a little loud later. Please forgive us. After a semester of training, the freshmen already had the mold of a soldier. Their words and actions were no longer naive like they were when they were students, and they were more mature and steady. Yi Qian smiled and said, Don't mind us. After the class monitor left, Qin Xiu smiled and said, You must be very famous in school. Even the freshmen know about you. I'm not really famous, but I'm often called out by the instructor during training and compared to this and that. After a while, my simple name has been etched in the hearts of most students. Yi Qian answered dryly. After she finished speaking, she smiled and said, I'm going to finish my exercise soon, so I can't walk too far with you. She was reminding Qin Xiu to hurry up and say what he wanted to say so that they could leave. Qin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her blunt words, but when he thought about what he wanted to say next, he felt a little embarrassed. He covered his fist with one hand and coughed before saying, I was still thinking about how to say it. After all, this is my first time doing something like this, so I don't have any experience. I don't know what the consequences will be if I say it. I even called for help this morning to see what I could say to increase the success rate. In the end, my friend told me that there are only 2 outcomes after I say it. One is success, and the other is that we can't even be friends. It's very risky, so I have to be very careful. I don't want to have serious consequences where we can't even be friends." Yi Qian wanted to laugh when she heard this, but she felt that it wasn't appropriate to laugh now. So she held it in. But how was she supposed to respond to this? She realized that she couldn't answer the call, so she decided to remain silent. Qin Xiu was already too embarrassed to look at Yi Qian. Nuan Yuan's gaze, which would have landed on Yi Qian's face, was now looking straight ahead. Due to his nervousness, he was able to talk and laugh in the face of another country's difficulties. The calm and composed Qin Xiu was so nervous that his back was tense. Even his slender hands were clenched into fists and hidden in his sleeves. "Yi Qian, do you still remember that I said I would come to school to look for you?" Yi Qian grunted softly before saying, "I remember. The last time I came back with you, I wanted to come back earlier, but I didn't expect to see you in Estonia again and again because of work. At that time, I thought that it must be fate that brought us together so suddenly in a foreign country. At that time, I was impulsive and wanted to say what was on my mind. But in the end, it turned out to be a pity. I was just a minute away from saying what was on my mind." Qin Xiu stopped in front of a large tree. When Yi Qian stopped as well, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Qian with eyes as gentle as water. He walked over slowly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, what I'm going to say next is not something I'm rash about. It's something that comes from the bottom of my heart. Can you please give me 5 minutes? I won't delay your exercise." Chapter 3171. He spoke too carefully, as if he was treating Yi Qian like a porcelain doll, afraid that it would break if he wasn't careful. Actually, Qin Xiu was just worried that if he really said it out loud, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. Yi Qian was waiting for him to say it out loud, so that she could reject him. "Okay, go ahead, I'm listening." She nodded with a faint smile on her lips, waiting for Qin Xiu to say something next. Her smile made Qin Xiu heave a sigh of relief in his heart. It also gave him the courage to continue speaking. "I've only met you a few times, but I don't know why, but every time I see you, the longing in my heart deepens. I just want to say something to you, but I'm always afraid of disturbing you. That time on the snowy mountain, there was an avalanche. At that time, I really thought that I would be buried in the snow, but you came carrying a beam of light from the top of the avalanche. You appeared before me without warning, and you gave me hope of survival. Yi Qian, we've known each other for many years, although we haven't spent much time together, and even when we do meet, we come and go in a hurry. We've never been close friends. But I don't know why, as if everything is predestined, every time I see you, my heart palpitates. It's as if I've found the best direction for myself. Speaking of which, with your intelligence, you must know what I want to say, right?" Speaking of which, how could Yi Qian not know what he wanted to say? "Qin Xiu, I know what you want to say, this. Can you wait for me to finish speaking? It wasn't easy for me to gather all my courage, and I've been waiting for today to confess my feelings to you. Can you let me finish speaking?" Yi Jian only opened her mouth to say half a sentence before Qin Xiu hurriedly cut her off. From her face, he could not see a trace of joy, nor did he see any shyness. It was as if she was waiting for him to make himself clear so that she could seriously reject him. It was too calm, which made his heart feel a little cold. Yi Qian raised his eyes slightly to look at Qin Xiu. The young diplomat in front of him was, as Su Wen had said, very pleasing to the eye. He was handsome, elegant, and elegant. His every move was extremely elegant. This was a man who was the complete opposite of Captain Xia, but they were both very outstanding. They were so outstanding that they were like the stars in the sky, seemingly out of reach. Then she had already plucked her favorite star from the unreachable sky and held it in her arms, placing it in her heart. Therefore, no matter how outstanding and dazzling the man in front of her was, he was not hers. Qin Xiu, you don't want me to say anything because you already know what I want to say. No matter how much you say, the result will be the same. It won't change anything. Yi Qian sighed softly, looked into his eyes, and gave his answer. It's not the same. I haven't finished speaking. Even if the answer is the same, it's still different in my heart. Qin Xiu's heart went from slightly cold to penetrating like snow and ice, but his eyes were still warm. He smiled calmly and said, Yi Qian, I like you far more than you think, and I like my own heart. After knowing my own thoughts, I only have one goal. I want you to be my girlfriend, and in the future, I want you to be my wife. I know it's not suitable for you to fall in love right now. I just want to know, if one day you need to find a boyfriend, can you think of me first? Look at my qualifications. I shouldn't be too bad. And I don't have any bad habits. I look elegant on the outside, but I'm actually quite boring. I don't know how to pursue you, and I don't know how to coax you, but I will do my best to make you worry-free for the rest of your life. Yi Qian, can you give me a chance to take care of you? Chapter 30, 172. He promised her a worry-free life. When the same words came out of another man's mouth, Yi Qian realized that he didn't feel any ripples, because no matter how handsome, outstanding, and dazzling the man in front of him was, he didn't belong to her. She didn't want much. Having Captain Xia was enough. With Captain Xia, she had already promised to be worry-free in this life. I'm sorry, Qin Xiu, but the man who promised me a worry-free life has already appeared. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian was able to face it calmly and knew how to answer. I don't need to think about finding a boyfriend anymore, because the one who promised me a worry-free life has already appeared. And I already have him, so I don't need to think about anyone else. So, Qin Xiu, my answer is still the same. I already have a lover that I love, a lover that I love very, very deeply. The final answer didn't change, and it was even a little cruel, because Yi Qian completely cut off Qin Xiu's thoughts and told him that she didn't need to find a boyfriend who would promise her a worry-free life now and in the future. It was a cruel answer, but it was also the best answer. Cutting the Gordian knot was the way to go. There was only room for the two of them in the world of love. If the flowers and plants outside really grew in, they had to be cut down immediately. They couldn't let them grow and grow. This was Yi Qian's answer to Qin Xiu. The sound of a freshman shoveling snow in front of them broke the temporary silence. Qin Xiu's slightly pursed lips finally curved into a faint smile. Actually, on the day at the Estonian embassy, I already had an answer in my heart, but I didn't want to give up. I wanted to come back and ask you again. Was it Xia Jinyuan? I can't think of anyone else other than him. Yes, it was him. Yi Qian nodded and admitted, he's very good. I like him a lot. He was still one step too late. He was still one step too late. Qin Xiu smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm indeed one step behind. If I had been honest earlier, the result might have been different. No, Qin Xiu, you're wrong. No matter how much time has passed, even if I didn't meet him and met you earlier, there's still no answer between us. She didn't even have the thought of sending Qin Xiu any consolation. She was so cruel that she was almost heartless. I understand. I should be the one apologizing. I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I've disturbed you today. Qin Xiu knew that he should leave. The girl he loved clearly rejected him and did not give him any chance, not even a chance to trace back. This is good, this is good. Now that he had gotten his answer, he could let go. I hope my confession today didn't cause you any trouble. At the same time, I hope we can still be friends in the future. This was his last request. Of course we can still be friends. However, I hope we can keep some distance between us before you find a girlfriend. I think this will be better for both of us. Every sentence was very cruel. Not only was there no hope, she even wanted to keep a distance. Qin Xiu's heart was cold. Okay, I understand. It's almost time for your exercise. I'll send you back to the field. No need, no need. Go back and rest for a while. I can go back by myself. She should keep a distance from him from now on. If she wanted to reject him, she should reject him directly. Why did she still want him to send her to the field? Chapter 30, 173. Don't give others false hope. It's the same for everything. If you give them hope at the beginning, only to realize that it's just a lie, the person who has been holding on to hope will only feel more and more hopeless. I've already experienced this feeling in my previous life. Qin Xiu didn't take another step forward. He stood in place and said to Yi Qian, "Okay, then you go first. I'll walk around the school. I've been here so many times, but I've never really appreciated your school. This time, I want to take a good look. After all, I might not come here again in the future. After all, I might not come here again in the future." This was equivalent to telling Yi Qian, "Don't worry, I won't pester you." Yi Qian nodded lightly and looked at Qin Xiu calmly. "Goodbye, Qin Xiu." Goodbye. It was an indifferent and normal goodbye. No one could tell that the two had just confessed and rejected each other. It was quiet and easygoing as usual. Yi Qian turned and walked towards Chaoyang, while Qin Xiu stood in place and watched her walk away. He didn't take another step. He stopped chasing after her and didn't take another step forward. She already had a man she loved deeply and promised him a worry-free life. She didn't give a person like him, who came late, a chance. She didn't even give him a chance. She rejected him so straightforwardly. Just like her personality, she was magnanimous and natural. When Yi Qian's figure disappeared from sight, Qin Xiu turned and walked in another direction. They were two people who had never interacted before. One walked in this direction, the other walked in that direction. The opposite directions doomed the two of them. Yi Qian walked easily, while Qin Xiu's footsteps were a bit heavy, because the moment he turned around, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if something was suddenly pulled out from the depths of his heart. The pain came suddenly, as if someone had gouged out a piece of his heart. After turning around, it turned out that it still hurt. Passing by the students who were lined up to go to the playground, the young diplomat Qin Xiu was still calm. There was a smile on his face, but there was an unapproachable coldness. Ambassador Qin Dingkong had been waiting for a long time. After Qin Xiu left the room, he had been waiting for his son to come back. He had even packed his luggage and was waiting for his son to come back. Qin Xiu, who was sitting in the car, appeared. He signaled the driver to drive over to greet them. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that he had failed. Even from far away, one could tell that there was no smile on his face. Xiao Yi was indeed a good child, but her ideas were extremely upright. Without Qin Xiu in her heart, there really wouldn't be any follow-up. That child, she really disdained to do such a thing to climb up the social ladder. Therefore, Qin Xiu's shadow did not exist in her heart at all. There was no possibility of Qin Xiu and her being together. Qin Xiu said that he wanted to take a good look at the school, but he didn't have the time to visit. He was just forcing himself to find an excuse that looked as casual as before. The black car stopped. Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was sitting in the car, rolled down the window and said to Qin Xiu, who was walking a little heavily, "Qin Xiu, get in the car." Qin Xiu suddenly stopped, as if he was shocked. "Dad, get in the car. If you delay any longer, the plane will be delayed, and the following work will be delayed." Qin Xiu's fingers were clenched so tightly that they were a little pale. He put his hand on the handle of the car door and opened the door a little. He raised his head and looked forward again. The bugle sounded, and the students' orderly commands came from not far away. There, the girl he liked was sprinkling her youth. Goodbye, Yi Qian. Chapter 3174. Qin Xiu opened the car door, got into the car, and closed the door quickly and cleanly. As the door closed with a bang, the inside and outside of the car were two different worlds. From now on, there would be no more worries. Goodbye, Yi Qian. Ambassador Qin Dingkong already knew the result without asking, but there were some things he still had to remind him. Qin Xiu, even if you are rejected, you have to maintain your gentlemanly demeanor. You have to be able to fulfill someone's wish. You have to know how to give up, how to be willing, and how to keep your distance. Don't cause trouble for others. Qin Xiu, these are the things you have to do after being rejected. You understand? Even if he was rejected, he must not lose his gentlemanly demeanor. Qin Xiu looked away, pursed his lips, and smiled faintly. Dad, I still have the basic demeanor of a person. She has someone she likes. As a friend, of course, I will give her my blessings. I will not resent her for not being able to get what I want, nor will I deliberately destroy her relationship with another man. I still have the moral integrity of a person. You don't have to worry about me. I have already told Yi Qian that I will not disturb her or get close to her in the future. I will maintain a gentlemanly friendship. If I meet her, I will nod, smile, greet her, then turn around and walk away. I will never do something as unprincipled as snatching someone's love. As his father, Ambassador Qin Dingkong was very satisfied with his answer. That's right. A real man should be able to let go of things. If you are willing to part with them, you can also tolerate them. He was indeed Qin Dingkong's son. Even if he was rejected, he did not lose his gentlemanly demeanor. In the face of his father's praise, Qin Xiu only slightly curved the corners of his mouth. Only his clenched fists showed how depressed he was after being rejected. It was his first time confessing, so he mustered up his courage. He was afraid that he would stutter when he said it, so he smoothed out his heart before saying it in one breath. He had to maintain his composure, but he was still a little depressed and frustrated. But so what? It was not like Yi Qian had to accept his confession. There was no such logic in the world. It was normal for Yi Qian to reject his confession. She had a boyfriend. His bottom line would never allow him to ruin her relationship with her boyfriend to achieve his own goals. Furthermore, given the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, it was not something he could ruin. Therefore, as a person, he had to be tactful and maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. If he was rejected, he had to let it go and maintain an appropriate distance. Ambassador Qin Dingkong's gaze swept past his clenched fists. His gaze was calm, and he no longer tried to persuade him. Knowing the bottom line, knowing the beauty of helping others, also knowing self-control. Since he had started it himself, he had to finish it himself. No one else could interfere. The black car slowly drove away. Yin Rong, who was standing not far away, said in surprise, "Isn't that the diplomat, Qin Xiu? Why is he at school?" Did the diplomat come from the sports field? Taking a walk in the middle of winter? V8 Yang Shulin was even more surprised. "You woke up earlier than us." He came to school and woke up earlier than them because he was here to look for someone he should not be looking for. If it was J5, he would immediately realize that he was the only comrade who knew that Qin Xiu also liked Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who understood, said calmly, "He is a special guest invited by the school to watch the gala. You guys came uninvited." A second later, he received a letter of challenge from his comrade. The words were too unacceptable. Could they still be good brothers? Chapter 3175. Let's go. Let's do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 squats, 100 arm bends, and 100 parallel bars. Let's do it together. We're so energetic this early in the morning. Count me in. I need to stretch my muscles and bones after waking up so early in the morning. I wanted to take a stroll in the snow early in the morning, but since Captain Xia said so, and you guys said so too, wouldn't it be bad if I didn't join in? The T6 combatant looked at the two of them, who were rubbing their palms together, and sighed softly. I want to go somewhere today to talk to the girl I like, but I don't have the courage. Can you send a representative to accompany me there? The comrades who were rubbing their palms together for a challenge were a little stunned. Then they all stared at T6 combatant, Wu Yu, with blazing eyes. Good job. He actually had such an arrangement. How impressive. Come. First, we have to know what the girl you like looks like, where she is, and what she does for a living. Goes to school? Works? Or has she just started learning how to talk? Han Zheng was the first to speak with a smile. His last sentence seemed to be directed at Comrade Xia Jinyuan. Wu Yu was preoccupied and did not realize that the last sentence was actually directed at Comrade Xia Jinyuan. When he heard that, he glared at Han Zheng. Am I worse than a beast? Xia Jinyuan glanced at him and reminded him, watch your words. Thank you. Wu Yu had a face full of question marks, but he did not say anything. V8 asked him, where's the girl you like? Tell us about her. The girl he liked was really impressive. Wu Yu said with a smile, she's a student, a college student, a sophomore, pretty, tall, and from the foreign languages department. She's determined to be a simultaneous translator. I've liked her for almost 2 years now, but I haven't confessed to her yet. I'm a little afraid and timid. Wu Yu, who had never told his comrades that he liked a girl, finally said it out loud this time because he did not want to leave himself with too many regrets. He wanted to finish all the things that he had yet to accomplish while he was still alive. When he listed out in Jessen's characteristics, his comrades all gasped. Even Han Zheng, who had once been in the 100 Flowers League, was shocked. Damn. University student, foreign languages department, translator, top student. Go, you have to go. I'll go with you. V8 Yang Shulin was the first to pat his chest. He would not hesitate to go through fire and water for his brother. Yin Rong, on the other hand, didn't need it. He and his girlfriend were already at the stage where they were talking about marriage. Their parents had already started preparing for their wedding. He then said to Wu Yu, do you bring Delin along and see if we can solve his single problem together? As for Dajing, you don't have to care about him. He will only ruin things if he goes. This guy was too good at coaxing girls. What if he coaxed the girl that his comrade had a crush on away without him noticing? Han Zheng was very innocent. Why? He was single now, okay? We still have to wait here for 4 days. How about this? I'll go there this afternoon and come back tomorrow afternoon at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Wu Yu no longer hesitated and decided to leave today. However, before leaving, he still wanted to talk to Yi Qian to see if she had any good suggestions. After all, Yi Qian and Yi Qian had been friends for many years. Wu Yu's decision received the support of all his comrades. Xia Jinyuan was also very supportive. They were not young anymore and could solve their lifelong problems. If they could solve it on their own, they should solve it on their own. There was no need to rely on friendship. Chapter 3176. Wu Yu, who had the support of all his comrades, was suddenly filled with courage, regardless of whether they agreed or not. As long as he went, even if he didn't get a satisfactory answer, he wouldn't have so many regrets. He had to hear an answer. He patted his chest and said, okay, I'll go. I'll be there in the afternoon. Captain Xia, please help me with the tickets. I won't be sending anyone. The tickets are tight, and I have to spend more money. I have to save some allowance for my girlfriend. Damn it, we haven't even started dating yet. Han Zheng snorted. He didn't want to send him, right? What a guy. If we go down today, we can start dating. The courageous Wu Yu answered Han Zheng with a smile. This made the former playboy in Beijing feel a sharp pain in his heart. Was he being despised to this extent? Xia Jinyuan was happy to help Wu Yu and wanted to see Han Zheng suffer. He booked a plane ticket and reminded Wu Yu, "Go and see results. If you don't settle it, don't say that you're my comrade." If it wasn't for the fact that Han Zheng was always popular with girls, and he was afraid that he would ruin Wu Yu's marriage, he would have sent Han Zheng away with his own money. That way, he would have one less third wheel between him and the little fox. After the plane tickets were booked, the challenge letters continued. The students hadn't finished their exercises yet, and the Special Forces soldiers seized the opportunity to compete. They wanted to defeat their captain. But what was the result? When Yi Qian asked for the result, V8 moved away from Yi Qian's field of vision because it was embarrassing to say it out loud. "I won." Xia Jinyuan announced the result casually. At the same time, he glanced coldly at his comrade, who was valiant when they issued the challenge letters, but didn't dare to appear in front of him after the challenge. He pursed his thin lips and said calmly, "Go back and practice harder. Each one of you is like a snowman. One touch and you'll break." They were wrong. They shouldn't have issued a challenge to the all-round soldier king. That was asking for humiliation. Did they lose badly? Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan's gloomy face and felt uneasy. When Captain Xia was serious, he didn't care about anyone. In a few days, she would go to the base of the Snowfield Brigade. She was afraid that she would have a hard time there. No matter how much she trained in school, the school did not have some special forces training equipment. She had no way of completing the high-intensity daily training. She could only rely on the basic equipment in school to drag out the time. After a semester, he was afraid that the distance between him and his comrades had widened. Sure enough, as soon as he thought that, Xia Jinyuan turned to look at Yi Qian with a cold expression and said, "Same goes for you. If you don't pass the basics, don't even think about getting a day off during the winter break." She had already prepared herself for a day without rest. However, Yi Qian did not expect that her first day at the base would be so miserable. After everyone was scolded, Xia Jinyuan, who had high standards, let them go. Before he could ask if Qin Xiu had already looked for Yi Qian, Wu Yu pulled Yi Qian aside to ask about Injessen. Yi Qian was very happy when he found out that Wu Yu was going to look for Injessen in the afternoon. Seeing his uneasy expression, Yi Qian reassured him. "Don't worry. This time, I promise you will get what you want." This reassurance worked quickly. When Wu Yu heard this, his gloomy face suddenly brightened up, and he was overjoyed. "Really? Ha ha ha, it must be true. You are Jiessen's best friend. If you say it's true, then it must be true." Chapter 3177. T6 Combatant. Wu Yu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. "I'm relieved now. I don't have to worry about being rejected by her. The two of you already have some feelings for each other. Originally, Jessen didn't make up her mind so quickly, but that terrifying love letter of yours scared her out of her wits. So, although you'll get a satisfactory result when you go over this time, be prepared to get beaten up by Jessen before you reap the rewards." So it was that love letter he wrote in one go that had helped him a lot. Wu Yu chuckled. It's fine. I'm thick-skinned and can take a beating. As long as she's happy, it's up to her. So what if she beat him up once? He would even be willing to beat her up 10 times. The strange love letter eventually became the wedge that pierced through the veil between the two of them, allowing Wu Yu to get what he wanted. Yi Qian saw that he was so happy that his smile reached his ears. Seeing the eagerness in his eyes, he thought of how Jiasin came crying to him on New Year's Day after receiving the love letter. He felt that Wu Yu might really get beaten up. No, with Jiasin's personality, it would definitely not be just once. It would probably be several times. Moreover, she would beat him up whenever she felt like it without any warning. Wu Yu no longer cared about anything else. He just wanted to get over there as soon as possible. Then I won't be able to accompany you for the next few days. I'll go over to see Jiasin first. When the matter between the two of us is settled, I'll come back to gather with you guys and return to the base together. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Qian asked him, "Where are you going to find Jiasin?" "School." Where else could he go if not school? Wu Yu, who had already taken a step forward, turned around again. "Yeah, I'll go to school to look for her." Fortunately, she had asked. Otherwise, she would have gone to the calibration class for nothing. "You definitely won't be able to find her if you go to her school now. It's already the holidays, so you should go to her house. You've been to Fujian town before. You can go to her house and look for her directly." Normal high schools had their holidays earlier than the military academies. They had already been on holiday for a week, so it would be strange if Wu Yu could find her at Jiasin's school now. Only then did Wu Yu react. He slapped his forehead and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I asked you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even remember that Jiasin is on holiday. Then I'll go straight to her house to look for her. Everyone in town should know her home, right?" As he spoke, Wu Yu's voice, "Go look for her at home." He went to her house to look for her. Then, would the elders in Jia Xian's family chase her out with a broom? Not to mention entering the house. She would never be able to enter the house in the future. As Yi Qian listened, he also realized what was going on. He was speechless. It seemed that it was not appropriate to go to Jia Xian's house now. He did not know if Auntie Zhou would agree. He did not know if Uncle and was at home. If Uncle and Auntie were at home, would they agree if Wu Yu directly went to Jia Xian, who was still in her second year of university, to date her? It was unlikely that he would agree. Just like Father Fu, when he found out that she was dating Captain Xia, his expression changed immediately. He was obviously unhappy. That seems a little difficult. Why don't you go find one of our former classmates and ask Jiasin out?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qian immediately changed his mind. No, you're already at her house. It's unbecoming of a man to sneak around. It's better to go directly. How about this? I'll give Jia Xian a call now and ask her where she is now. Fujian town is where Annie Zhou works, but she also has a house in the provincial capital. I don't know if she's in Fujian town or the provincial capital now. I'll ask for you first. This was the best solution at the moment. Chapter 3178. Wu Yu didn't know how many times he had thanked Yi Jian. For the sake of her comrade and good friend, Yi Qian was worried sick. She didn't even care about her boyfriend, and immediately called in Jiasin's mother, Auntie Zhou, who was still working at Fujian Town Hospital. She used Wu Yu's own phone as a communication tool. After making a call, Yi Qian confirmed her friend's exact location. She was also a silly girl. Just because she said that as long as Wu Yu had time, he would definitely come to school to look for her. She really stayed in school and didn't even plan to come back for the new year. When Wu Yu left, he seemed to have grown a pair of wings on his back. He wished he could fly to his beloved girl's side. Behind him was V8 young Shulin's sad eyes. Watching his comrade walk out of the school gate, he turned his head and said to his remaining comrade, "It feels like a mother is worried about a son traveling 1,000 miles. Do you think it will work?" Yi Jian was amused by his words and laughed out loud. Her comrades were like wolves and leopards in battle, ferocious and valiant. But in real life, one or two of them could be described with the most commonly used adjectives on the internet later on. Funny. One or two of them were funny in real life. To be able to write a love letter as a suicide note, scaring the girl he loved so much that she cried out loud. And this time, he even had the mood of sending off his comrade with the words, "A son travels thousands of miles, and his mother is worried about him." When Yi Qian laughed, Yang Shulin's gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her. He was blinded again. There was another pair in front of him. As for Han Zheng, he directly ignored him. This guy had an outstanding record before he joined the army and had countless girlfriends before he joined the army. In the end, V8's sad gaze fell on G3 Inrong. He and G3 were in the same boat, but why was he holding a bag in his hand? Bear with it. Fate hasn't arrived yet, but when it does, you will have a girlfriend. G3 Inrong patted his comrade's shoulder and said to Xia Jinyuan, "There are still 4 days left. I have booked a ticket back to my hometown. I will go back to see my fiancé first and gather back on time in 4 days." Then, Yin Rong left with a camouflage bag that only contained a change of clothes. V8 clutched his chest, heavily injured. "You guys have a good chat. I have to go heal myself. Damn it, you're bullying me because I don't have a girlfriend." In return, his comrades laughed mercilessly. Who could he blame for not having a girlfriend? She could only blame herself. After Han Zheng finished laughing, he saw the two people beside him standing side by side. They were wearing winter clothes of the same color as they stood in the snow. The man was tall, and the woman was beautiful. They became a scenery in the snow, and he was an eyesore standing beside them. "You two can take a walk. I have to go and comfort Dallin." Han Zheng left immediately, giving his good friend and girlfriend some space to be alone. As soon as he left, Xia Jinyuan smiled. He finally got rid of all these guys. He believed that he and Little Fox would be alone for the next 4 days, and there would be no more eyesores following them. G3 suddenly decided to find a girlfriend. It was all thanks to Captain Xia's kind reminder. The reason why Wu Yu was able to get a plane ticket to his girlfriend's school was also thanks to Captain Xia's help. The remaining two were easy to deal with. They didn't need to do anything and just disappeared from his sight. Comrade Xia Jinyuan had always been adept at the art of war. Although Yi Qian was alert and intelligent, he was still a little lacking compared to the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. Looking at V8's lonely back, Yi Qian said, "Dallin is quite old. It's time for him to find a girlfriend." Chapter 3179. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "You want to be a matchmaker? You can't do it. There are too few girls around you, and the discipline is too strict. It's not easy. After Wu Yue gets what he wants, we can ask his girlfriend to come forward and see if she can solve the problem of being single in the team." This is a problem that Mr. Yang has always been concerned about. He thinks that we have too much hostility and need the gentleness of a girlfriend to resolve it. There were many bachelors in the Snowfield Brigade. According to Xia Jinyuan's understanding, only 3 of them were married, and the number of them who had girlfriends could be counted on one hand. Now that the captain was no longer single, he had to fulfill the promise he made years ago. After he was no longer single, he would take his comrades with him. Now, he had to slowly fulfill the promise he made long ago. If they could get 3 or 4 couples a year, they could basically be single within 5 years. They can't all be students. Students are a little delicate and can't stand us. They have to be more mature. The average age in the team is 28 years old. It's not too old, but it's not too young either. It's fine to find a girlfriend who's 6 years younger. Take me, for example. I'm 6 years older than you, Du is 27 years old this year, 7 years older than your best friend. Although the age difference is a little big, as long as we can get along well, everything will be fine. As Xia Jinyuan spoke, he really took it seriously. He had no choice. He was the captain, and he also worried about his comrade's marriage. In the past, J5 and Major General Yang were the ones who worried about this kind of thing. Now that J5 was gone, he didn't know when the team's instructor would come over, so he had to worry about his comrade's marriage for the time being. Yi Qian was amused when he heard this. Justin is 1 year older than me. I went to school early, so some of my classmates are 1 year older than me, and some are 2 years older than me. Justin and you are also only 6 years apart, not 7. He's also an old cow eating young grass. It's better to reduce the age difference. If Mr. Yang finds out, he'll think that we're mentally unhealthy and ask us to go over for political and ideological lessons. At the mention of Major General Yang, who was stationed in the capital, Xia Jinyuan looked worried. Yi Qian, on the other hand, believed that one shouldn't rely on others to worry about important matters in one's life. One had to take the initiative. Take Wu Yu, for example. If he hadn't sent that frightening love letter to Jia Xian, with Jia Xian's seemingly straightforward but actually difficult personality, the two of them would probably have dragged on. It still depends on fate. There's no need to deliberately arrange it. When fate comes, the problem of marriage can be solved. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, "It's true that two people need to talk about fate when they're together. However, you see, we're always outside all year round, and there aren't many girls around us. We can't tell our families what we do, and we don't dare to casually accept the girls introduced by our families for fear that they'll ruin our lives. So we keep delaying it. Little fox, not everyone is as lucky as you and me, as well as Dayue and Injessen. There are many things that you can't get, but you don't dare to have. Take J5, for example. He obviously liked the girl who liked him, but in the end, he sacrificed himself, and the two of them didn't end up together. It was because he was worried that after the two of them got together, he would leave his lover alive in pain. Yi Qian disagreed. In the end, you guys are too timid. You guys like to make your own decisions, sometimes, and think that you're doing it for our own good. You don't even ask if we like it or if we're willing. That's wrong. If all of you do that, I wouldn't find it strange, even if the entire team was single." Chapter 3180. Why does it sound like she's blaming me? Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt wronged. He immediately pushed out his comrades to appease his girlfriend's sudden anger. "I didn't. I took action because I liked you. Look, you're only in high school, but I've already racked my brains to coax you and tie you to my side, so that other boys won't get you. Otherwise, why would I scare you? Don't ride on a guy so easily." Hearing this, Yi Qian frowned slightly. When he was 14 years old, he fought with all his might against Captain Xia, who was only 20 years old at the time. In the end, he lost and was pinned under him. What did he say at the time? After thinking about it, Yi Qian slowly repeated the warning Xia Jinyuan gave him back then, without missing a single word. "Remember, girl, number 1, you're not allowed to sit on a guy's body, especially the waist. Number 2, you're not allowed to say things like feel, press, straddle, and ride to a guy." Lieutenant Colonel Xia had already taken a big step forward. Oh no, he accidentally let it slip and exposed when he started trying to trick that girl. When Yi Qian was 14 years old, he already had that idea. "Captain Xia, you're really bad. Back then, you already knew how to get rid of potential future love rivals around you." Yi Qian smiled until his eyes glistened like spring water. "It started back then. No wonder my comrades in the unit said they couldn't win against you." "How could they win against him?" She was only 14 years old, but he already had ideas and was planning step by step. Xia Jinyuan felt that everything he did in the past was extremely wise. Otherwise, how could he have a beauty by his side now? That's why I'm different from them. If you don't like me, I'll gather everyone in the unit in a few days. You can criticize them one by one. That's not right. How can you make your own decisions? That's not democratic at all. As long as his girlfriend's anger could be appeased, Comrade Xia Jinyuan didn't mind letting his comrades take the blame. It couldn't be helped. It was too difficult to find a girlfriend. His brothers would understand and not be calculative. The campus was equally quiet at noon. Most of the students returned to their dormitories to rest after lunch. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan strolled into the depths of the campus from the entrance. This was also the school Xia Jinyuan had graduated from. He was very familiar with the scenery and even knew many stories that Yi Qian did not know. The two of them spoke one after another. Time was as quiet as a sculpture. Every minute and second they spent together was so rare. I ran the most in the Milky Way Plaza, and the instructor was so angry that he yelled, "Xia Jinyuan, run 10 laps for me. If you don't finish, don't even think about eating." At that time, I had a huge appetite and often trained by myself. Skipping a meal was like taking my life away. As long as the instructor punished me by skipping a meal, it was more effective than any other punishment. Later, when the instructor, the platoon leader, and the regiment commander all found out about it, they used this trick against me. At the Milky Way Plaza, during my 4 years of military school, I could probably run 1 lap around the earth. Also, at the stairs of the library, I was a little unorganized when reading books. I was caught countless times by the leaders. Every time I was caught, I was sent to the fire escape stairs to do frog jumps. Everywhere they went, Xia Jinyuan could tell Yi Qian how he had been punished in that place. Every time he was punished, he would continue to do what he did and never change. Chapter 3181. She now suspected that the reason why he was able to become an all-round soldier king was because he had been punished too much when he was in the military academy. The all-round soldier king's physical fitness had been punished. Xia Jinyuan thought so too. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Every semester, my physical fitness test scores were much higher than the other students. I even suspect that I trained myself because I was punished too much. After that, during the big competition, I did a few consecutive 100-meter rounds. Most people were so tired that they were paralyzed, but I could still run a lap around the field. Speaking of what happened before he was in school, Xia Jinyuan recalled that the instructor at that time did not shoot him to death. His temper and self-restraint were really good. At that time, the students would do everything together with him. Then, the instructors would have a headache, and the leaders would have a headache. After the headache, they realized that this kid didn't do anything out of line. It was just that the process was worrisome and scary. Our class has very few students, only half of what you have now. Not to mention the number of female students. There isn't even a single female student in a few classes. We were thinking about going to normal university to satisfy our cravings. I suggested it in private, but before we had a plan, Han Zheng couldn't hold back. When he went out, he really took a few students with him. I was dumbfounded. When did this guy become so impatient? Wasn't he afraid of being punished? Later, he was punished, but I wasn't. The university started promoting military training. I took 2 classes of students to normal university for military training. Han Zheng and a few students who went there first were punished. It was said that they shed a few layers of skin over the summer. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that he had to bite his lower lip to hold back his laughter. Han Zheng went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, He helped Captain Xia. However, Captain Xia was really dishonest at that time. Go to normal university? I wonder how many love letters Captain Xia received at that time. How many girls did he like? Were they pretty? That's right. Yi Qian's students were being petty. It seemed that she was too honest. She was afraid that he would be angry, so she rejected Qin Xiu once and for all, leaving no hope. In the end, the man in front of her was still thinking about how to climb over the wall to see girls when he was her age. He was simply asking for a beating. Xia Jinyuan immediately answered seriously, "No, there wasn't a single pretty one. I wanted to come back after a week of military training, but I never went out again. As for love letters, there's no such thing. I haven't received a single one." In fact, there were love letters every day, but he had never received one. Once they were discovered to have violated the rules of the military training, the consequences would be dire. He just wanted to take the students to have a look. He didn't dare to cross the minefield. Yi Qian hummed softly and coolly, indicating that he did not believe her. For the next half an hour, Lieutenant Colonel Xia Jinyuan spent his time reflecting on himself and coaxing his girlfriend. He learned his lesson and never mentioned anything about girls again. Whenever he did, his little fox would kick up a fuss. During his time in school, Xia Jinyuan was a student who caused headaches for the school leaders, but he was not bad. He was not bad at all. He would not do anything that violated the rules. He would not even touch the border. However, even if you said that he was good, he really couldn't say what was good about him. He always liked to do things that caused headaches for the instructors and instructors. However, he always had reason and evidence, so the instructors and instructors could not punish him for violating the rules. In the end, they were so angry that they found a random reason to punish him. Chapter 3182. This was Xia Jinyuan's youthful frivolity. He was unrestrained and carefree, full of sunshine without a trace of haze. Just like him. Even if he was bad, he was honest and upright. Even if he was bad, he was so bad that no one could hate him. They only felt that this bad behavior could also lead to a bright future. In the next few days, Yi Qian often laughed until her stomach hurt. Every matter was very Xia Jinyuan. It was not something that ordinary people could do, and ordinary people could not do these things. It was no wonder that Commander-in-Chief Xia had a love-hate expression every time Captain Xia was mentioned. It was indeed so. There was a hint of wickedness in his excellence. It was so bad that it made people on tenterhooks. They were afraid that one day he would go too far, and in the end, ruin their own future and destroy themselves. Until now, he was still the same. From time to time, he would stir up some trouble, which really made people feel uneasy. But for some reason, even Commander-in-Chief Xia was on tenterhooks, but she was not worried at all. She believed that he would frame himself in a square box and would never step out of it. "Captain Xia, I thought of a sentence that I want to give you." Yi Qian stared deeply at the man beside her. Her dark eyes were full of love. "I hope that after half of your life, you will return as a young man." She hoped that now and in the future, no matter how much time had passed, no matter how yellow the years were, the man she loved deeply would still live freely in that square box. This sentence was a famous poem in the future. She did not remember who the original author was, but at that time, she felt that this sentence was very, very beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made her heart palpitate. Now, she wanted to give this sentence to Captain Xia. "I hope that after half of his life, he will return as a young man." Xia Jinyuan repeated it again, softly, then opened it and read it carefully. He read it word by word and understood Yi Qian's wish and what she wanted to express. His girl was so kind. She could always make his heart palpitate at that moment. I also hope that my girl will be the same in this life. He lowered his head and murmured softly. What should he do? He wanted to hold her in his arms and love her dearly. His girl, his lover forever. For the next 4 days, whenever Yi Qian had time, Xia Jinyuan would appear by Yi Qian's side. He would accompany her to school and talk about her past. Because of Yi Qian, the two of them did not do anything out of line. They did not even hold hands. They strolled around the campus like normal friends. Even when they bumped into students from the same class, the two of them were magnanimous and did not make others think too much of it. Even though Su Wan and He Jing did not think that Yi Qian was in a relationship with that handsome young soldier, they still thought that Xia Jinyuan was Yi Qian's brother. This was what Qian Yanjun had said. Hearing the students in front of her saying in a low voice that Yi Qian's brother had completed 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 100 pull-ups in one go without any rest in between, Song Jiqiu frowned slightly. He really did it in a row, without any pause in between. I heard from Yi Qian that she was trained by him in this way at that time. But it was not 100. He started with 10, and then slowly added them up. From 10 to 20, then 50, and then 100. Gosh, no wonder Yi Qian is so good. It turns out that he started training when he was young. What kind of expression is that? Even if you started training when you were young, why would you do it when you were young? You wouldn't do it, right? You would definitely run away from home. Chapter 3183. The student who had been jealous just now immediately gave up. You're right. I definitely wouldn't have done that when I was a child. I would have run away from home. So, this is why Yi Qian is so awesome. Everyone is awesome for a reason. No one is born this way. It's all acquired through hard work. Work hard, young man. If you can be like Yi Qian for 4 years in a row, no matter rain or shine, you'll be as awesome as she is today. Before you work hard, you must have a brother first. Without a brother, you can't work hard. Right. First of all, you must have a brother. Yi Qian's brother is really awesome. Both of them are so awesome. It's hereditary. Brother and sister. Were Yi Qian and the young soldier really brother and sister? Song Jiqiu didn't think so. She was the only one in the class who didn't think the young soldier, who accompanied Yi Qian for a walk on campus every day, was her brother. Yi Qian didn't have a brother at all. Song Jiqiu basically wouldn't participate in this kind of conversation. She just paid attention to it silently. On the 3rd day of the exam, most of the students in the class were revising in the classroom. Song Jiqiu needed to go to the library to check some materials. She didn't call other students and went to the library alone. When Song Jiqiu arrived at the library, it was quieter than before. When Song Jiqiu walked to a row of bookcases with books on electrical engineering, she saw a familiar figure sitting quietly and flipping through the books in his hands through the gaps between the bookcases. Opposite her was the person that the students often talked about these days, Yi Qian's brother. This was the 2nd time that she had seen the two of them reading quietly in the library. They kept a certain distance from each other, as they did during the day. One of them sat on one side of the table, while the other sat on the other side of the table. They didn't say anything to each other. They read the books in their hands respectively, as if they didn't know each other. Thinking that they would go home after the exam tomorrow, Song Jiqiu thought for a while and walked toward them with the books in her hands. Before she got close, she stopped. The two of them kept a safe distance from each other. However, when she got close to them, she found that she couldn't bear to disturb them at all. The two of them looked surprisingly similar when they were reading. Occasionally, they looked up at each other. Their eyes were deep, and there were faint feelings lingering in them. No one could get involved. This kind of gaze, this kind of rapport, he had seen several times on campus. There were several times when he wanted to walk over and greet them, but every time he got close, he would stop and walk away silently in the end. The silent distance was only what others could see on the surface. But in reality, what about the spiritual distance? They were very close, very close. They were so close that no one could step in. They even had to consider walking over to greet them. Was this her brother? No, they were lovers. He was 100% sure that Yi Qian and that handsome young soldier were lovers, not siblings. Yi Qian was in a relationship. No one would have guessed it. It's here. Take a look. Xia Jinyuan spun the book in his hand so that the words were facing Yi Qian. Look at this. It's an experiment from 1932. It mentions construction. The two of them were talking about an experiment topic today. Yi Qian was not sure whether he had done every step correctly, so he came over to check the information during the evening self-study session. Of course, Xia Jinyuan accompanied him. Song Jiqiu just stood there for a few seconds. The young soldier who had been talking to Yi Qian suddenly looked up. His eyes were like arrows pointing at the heart. At that moment, Song Jiqiu suddenly felt a sense of crisis and wanted to run away. Xia Jinyuan knew who he was. The coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. He nodded slightly and smiled. Then he said to Yi Qian, "Is the student in your class looking for you?" Chapter 3184. A student in my class. Yi Qian turned his head and saw Song Jiqiu clearly. He stood up as if he had thought of something. "I'll talk to him. Help me check." Song Jiqiu, who wanted to leave, could not do so now. She stood there and watched Yi Qian walk to her, with a smile in her eyes. "Are you going back to Nan Province this winter vacation?" "I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. I don't plan to go back to Nan Province this year. I'm going to another place." Since she had misunderstood, Yi Qian decided to play along. Song Jiqiu said with some regret, "We've been classmates for 4 years. I'm afraid there's no chance for us to go back to Nan Province together." Next summer, Song Jiqiu would stay in school for duty. During the winter vacation, Yi Qian would stay in school for duty. When he was a junior or senior, he would have to leave the company. Naturally, there would be no chance for them to go back to Nan Province together. After they talked for a while, Song Jiqiu left the library. She did not look back until she reached the door. "Your classmate is quite discerning. He should have seen through our relationship." Yi Qian sat down. Xia Jinyuan said with a smile, "He has a sense of propriety." "Well, in fact, he can find out our relationship with a little bit of attention. However, he will only think about it in his heart. He won't really believe it. After all, you're my brother." Yi Qian opened the page that he had read just now calmly. He did not panic because of Xia Jinyuan's words. "Song Jiqiu is the younger brother of my senior in high school. You should have met him. Yang Heng, do you remember him? Because of Yang Heng, Yao Jing was involved in Sun Ying's matter. The whole high school was in an uproar. Because he believed in Yang Heng, he also believed in Song Jiqiu. In fact, Yi Jian did not lack boys around her. There were always a few good boys around her. Yang Heng was the one who left the deepest impression on Xia Jinyuan. This boy had gone through a lot with Yi Qian. Fortunately, Yang Heng appreciated Yi Qian and did not have any other intentions. He took care of Yi Qian like an elder brother. Yang Heng's parents had even wanted to adopt Yi Qian as their adopted daughter. He's his younger brother. He's a trustworthy person. Yes, Song Jiqiu has always been careful. It's normal for her to see through something. But I trust him. The steps. It was not a very important topic, so Yi Jianjian calmly changed the topic to the problem she had been trying to solve. Song. Even if Yi Jian was in a relationship, it would not affect her at all. The young soldier beside her was also a graduate of the same school and was also quite outstanding. When two equally outstanding people were together, no one would be a burden to the other. The drill masters were used to it, so were the students who knew about it. It was a holiday, and they did not need to be on duty. They must have left school with their brother to recuperate at home. Song Jiqiu did not mention a word about it. She did not mention it to any of the students, including those who were closest to her. She kept the secret to herself. It was a rare sunny day when they arrived at the Snowfield Brigade. When Yi Qian got off the helicopter, she saw a neat camouflage formation not far ahead. They were her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. The place where she was standing was the base of the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 3185. This was a hidden base hidden in the depths of the mountains. There was no way out, and even entry and exit required the use of helicopters. All signals in the sky above the base were blocked. Even civil aircraft were prohibited from flying over here. They had to choose a detour. This was the base of China's strongest and most hidden sharp blade of the nation. The soldiers who could appear here were the top special forces in the entire army. Every one of them had extraordinary instincts. Every one of them was brave and skilled in battle. Every one of them was a soldier worthy of everyone's respect. At the same time, this was also her goal. She had worked hard for several years just so that one day she could reach here and become one of them. However, it was not easy to become one of them. She had fought alongside her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade many times. Until now, she was only a reserve member. She belonged to the category of reserve members who would be immediately expelled if she made a mistake and would need to be reevaluated. The helicopter did not land at all. It circled in the air a few times before flying away with a rumbling sound, leaving behind the fog and snow. The snow in the mountains was much deeper than outside. Yi Qian, who was descending vertically from the helicopter, stepped on the ground. The snow was knee-deep. Every step he took required him to pull his feet out of the snow. Otherwise, he would not be able to walk. "Do you want me to give you a hand?" Han Zheng asked enthusiastically. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. As soon as he stretched out his arm, he was hit by a palm. Then Wu Yu, whose face was flushed, smiled coldly and said, "Brother, the main character is following behind. You move to the side. Don't get in the way." Wu Yu, who had returned yesterday, had solved an important matter in his life and successfully met up with Jiasin at school. At the same time, he had successfully confirmed their relationship. The price he paid was that he was beaten up ruthlessly by Jiasin. Wu Yu was in a good mood after beating up. In the end, he was afraid that his girlfriend's hand would hurt, so he took the beating and said, "Save your strength. Don't hit me too hard in one go. Don't hurt yourself. Let's beat him up separately." And Jiasin, who was still showing her manly side, was coaxed by these words that were not sweet nothings but could make her happy. She immediately stopped and said reservedly, "Since you said so, then fine. I'll record today's debt. I'll beat him up again when I recover my strength." Without a teacher, Wu Yu, who knew how to dote on his girlfriend, immediately agreed without saying anything more. Thus, he coaxed in Jiasin, who was a manly girl, even happier. Thus, in the next few days, Wu Yue's life was very comfortable, better than that of an immortal. Now that she had a taste of love, she couldn't help but become a spiritual teacher. She lectured Han Zheng righteously, "You can't do this. How can you touch Yi Qian? She already has a boyfriend. Even if she can't pull her leg out, it's not up to you to help her. With Captain Xia around, he will take good care of his girlfriend." After saying that, he ignored Han Zheng's dark expression and smiled at Yi Qian. "Am I right?" "Very right." Yi Qian nodded approvingly. Then he added, In the army, I don't have a boyfriend. I only have a captain. So, please treat everyone equally. Forget that I still have a boyfriend. He reminded his comrades that these were not the days they were living outside. They were all soldiers with high ideological awareness. Yi Qian's reminder immediately made them react. Very quickly, their casual smiles disappeared, and their gazes narrowed slightly. Chapter 3186. There were not many combat personnel in the Snowfield Brigade. Only 2 teams were assigned to carry out high-risk missions, while the rest of the selected soldiers had yet to graduate. After several rounds of selection, they still had to go through the most brutal training before they could carry out high-risk missions. Only by wearing the Snowfield Brigade's armband on their arms could they be considered real Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade. Yi Qian, who was walking over in the deep snow, was at least 20 meters away from the Special Forces soldiers who were already standing in formation in the snow. A strong, murderous aura washed over him. Although this murderous aura did not have a physical form, it felt substantial. With every step he took, it was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his path. He needed to have the aura of a mountain before he could take the next step. Their gazes were extremely heavy, like the mountains and seas, deep and distant. When he focused his gaze, there was an aura of desperation in front of him. Yi Qian, who was walking towards them, had already straightened his back very, very straight. Every step he took was very, very steady. Facing their murderous aura, Yi Qian did not let Xia Jinyuan accompany him. He just walked straight into the world of these mysterious ace Special Forces soldiers. She had to walk towards them on her own. She could not rely on anyone's help, nor did she need any encouragement. What she needed was to overcome all the difficulties that prevented her from joining this top-notch individual combat team until she got close to them. Why do I feel like they're trying to show Qing Niao who's boss? Captain, should we go and talk to them? It's her first day, so there's no need to be so harsh, right? T6 combatant, Wu said in a low voice. His tone was filled with concern for Yi Qian. It was Yi Qian's first time back, and the team was already in such a state. Would it leave a bad impression on Yi Qian? If it left a bad impression, what if Yi Qian got unhappy and just left? G3 combatant Yin Rong also felt that this show of strength was a little inappropriate. Just as T6 combatant had said, since it was Qing Niao's first day at the base, they should at least let her see the friendliness of the base, even if they did not hold a grand welcoming ceremony. Now, these people who had stayed behind were all like mountains. The murderous aura they had been suppressing was all exposed. This show of strength was not friendly at all. Let's talk about it. These people are a little too much. V8 was also a little annoyed. They had fought alongside Yi Qian several times and already regarded Yi Qian as their comrade. In their hearts, Yi Qian and their comrades in the line in front of them, they were equally matched to Pigeon, Blood Eagle, White Crane, and the others had fought alongside Yi Jian before. They couldn't possibly give Yi Jian, who had just arrived, a show of strength. Someone had ordered them to give Yi Qian a show of strength on the first day. From the moment she got off the helicopter and entered the Snowfield Brigade's aviation field, she was no longer Yi Qian. She's also no longer the Qing Niao we know. Here, she's just a new recruit who has to start from scratch. Put away your pity for her. Here, she doesn't need pity. She needs iron skills. What is pity? Pity is nothing. From today onwards, remember this. She's here to learn how to become a real Snowfield Brigade Special Forces soldier from the Snowfield Brigade. Your pity is not to protect her, but to strangle her. Chapter 3187. Xia Jinyuan, who came down from the helicopter, spoke. The moment he spoke, His words were cold and heartless, without a hint of warmth. This was the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. He was cold-blooded, impartial, and highly capable. He was deeply loved and respected by his comrades. His words were like melted water on a snowy mountain, emitting a bone-piercing chill that flowed into the hearts of his comrades, causing Wu Yu and the others to shudder violently. That's right, Yi Qian was no longer Yi Qian here, and Qing Niao was no longer Qing Niao. She was just a recruit who had to start over. G3, when the time comes, bring her to the recruit company and give her a week's time to defeat 30 recruits. If she can't defeat 30 recruits in a week's time, immediately report to the Major General and revoke her status as a reserve member. Xia Jinyuan, who had already switched identities, gave the order. G3 immediately puffed out his chest and said in a low voice, "Yes, sir." Here, Xia Jinyuan was no longer the Xia Jinyuan from the outside world. Here, no one had a name or a surname, only a code name that represented one's identity and could also erase one's identity. After the order was given, the comrades who only had code names looked at their captain in surprise. Within a week, defeating 30 recruits, this was even more ruthless than a show of strength. What was even more ruthless was that if Qing Niao's status as a reserve team member was revoked without defeating the recruits, it would be equivalent to Qing Niao being useless no matter how many achievements she had. With such ruthlessness, wasn't he afraid that Qing Niao would really throw up her sleeves and quit? Even G3, who had received the order, felt a little uneasy. The Snowfield Brigade was the top and most secretive special ace combat team in the country. Here, they had their own set of rules. The rules of the Ace Corps in the outside world were not as strict as the Snowfield Brigade's. He was no longer the Xia Jinyuan they could joke around with outside. When he entered work mode, Xia Jinyuan was their king, and a king's dignity could not be challenged. His girlfriend, Yi Qian, was out of the question. Xia Jinyuan walked in front of G3 and the others, then stopped and looked at the figure walking towards his comrades with a deep gaze. "Yi Qian, from today onwards, you are a recruit of the Snowfield Brigade. Today, you will enter the Snowfield Brigade and see clearly what the special base is like under the mysterious veil. Here, even training involved sacrifices. You've already put in a lot of effort to get to this base. You've already endured a lot of pain that ordinary people can't bear. Today, you've finally fulfilled the promise you made to me. One day, I'll become the person you are today. Yi Qian, today you have indeed become the old me." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the snow-capped mountains, watched as his beloved girl fearlessly walked forward. From the initial heavy steps to the current light and brisk steps, she was like a flying eagle. Even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of her, she still fearlessly swooped down. This finally made him smile. From the beginning until now, his lover had never let anyone down. From the beginning until now, her original intentions had never changed. The T6 combatant and the others laughed. No matter how big the opening gambit was or how unfriendly it was, the Qing Niao they knew had always been someone who was not afraid of trouble. No matter where she went, she would be able to instantly adapt and take root. It was not impossible to defeat 30 recruits in a week. Qing Niao had the ability to do something that seemed impossible. Qing Niao, where are the powerful female soldiers? The 30 recruits of the new recruit company. You, get ready to receive the attack. The powerful female soldiers will show you what it means to be strong. At this moment, the T6 combatant and the others still did not know how big the opening gambit would be, so they could still laugh for the time being. Chapter 3188. V8 and the others had gone from their initial worry to their current anticipation. Yi Qian walked on fearlessly in exchange for her comrades' peace of mind. They waited patiently for the final result. They believed that the final result wouldn't disappoint them. Walking in the snow, Yi Qian couldn't clearly see what the Shuiyu base looked like in the depths of the snowy mountains, but she could feel the murderous aura of the Special Forces soldiers standing in a straight line. She didn't know why, but she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she felt her blood boiling. As she walked faster and faster, her soul seemed to break free from the shackles, breaking free from the iron chains that bound her and made her blood boil. She liked it here. She liked to get along with this group of Special Forces soldiers who were full of murderous aura. They were all her targets, targets that she wanted to defeat. Only by defeating them could she walk to Captain Xia's side and finally stand side by side with him. The dopamine in her brain became more and more concentrated as she walked faster. Her entire cerebral cortex was abnormally excited. In the end, she realized that walking wasn't enough to satisfy her, so she decided to just run in the thick snow. How could one really run happily in such a thick snow? But Yi Qian ran. She ran until the snow was kicked up by her, stirring up a thin layer of snow. Xia Jinyuan wanted to laugh out loud when he saw this, but he restrained himself. Qing Niao flew like a phoenix soaring. His little fox wasn't an ordinary female soldier. How could his little fox be intimidated by a small display of strength? She liked to challenge all kinds of difficulties, so she would only get more excited when faced with difficulties. Just like the first time they fought side by side, he saw an inextinguishable fire in that skinny little girl's eyes. It was this inextinguishable fire that supported Little Fox all the way to where she was now. It was indeed very difficult to defeat 30 recruits in a week. It might even be impossible. He thought about it again and again while accompanying her for a few days. After careful consideration, he finally gave this order. It was for no other reason than to let the veterans in Pigeon's unit know of Qing Niao's abilities and let them accept Qing Niao's existence in advance. It could be considered as establishing and accumulating strength. The male soldier, who welcomed the only female soldier in the team, had been waiting for a long time. Calculating the time, they had been standing in the snow for at least an hour. When they heard the sound of a helicopter coming from midair, they didn't need to raise their heads to know that the helicopter carrying the female soldiers had arrived. The cabin door was pushed open, and a figure who was much smaller than the male soldiers completed the first jump. Her movements were clean and neat, and there was a sense of awe-inspiring vigor. The laymen were there to watch the show, while the professionals were there to see the artistry. Just this one movement had surprised them. What perfect jumping movements! How was he a military academy student? He was clearly a veteran. When he came down, he saw her walking normally first, then walking faster and faster. In the end, she started running. The slender figure running made them realize that the captain's so-called show of strength had no effect on her at all. Instead, it somehow stimulated her. Her adrenaline surged, and the concentration of the neurotransmitter dopamine soared. She turned from walking to running, looking at the running figure. The Special Forces who had been standing still for 2 hours began to discuss, "How is it? I told you that our new female soldier is different. Do you see that? Look at that posture. So awesome. You still don't believe us? We have completed several missions with her. We have the most right to say whether she is awesome or not. Do you believe us now? Brothers, you should be more careful. Later on, we won't be the ones hitting her. It is very likely that she will hit us." Chapter 3189. It's coming, it's coming. Get ready. The show of strength is about to begin. A Special Forces soldier, who had never interacted with Yi Qian and only knew her name, rubbed his fists. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he waited for Yi Qian to come. He wanted to see how strong his future comrade was. If we beat her until she runs away and never comes back to our team again, you guys can't blame us. Buffed. How can Qing Niao be defeated so easily? Just you wait, kid. Don't get beaten up by Qing Niao until you cry, Case 7 replied coldly. His eyes were filled with joy at Yi Qian's arrival. It was great that they could finally see Yi Qian in the base. I won't cry, but I'm worried that the female soldier we waited so long for will run away after we beat her. Everyone will regret it so much that their intestines turn green. We can't help it. We didn't want to. We weren't the ones who wanted to show strength to the female soldier. It was the captain. If we want to settle the score, we have to settle it with the captain. It's good to test the female soldier. If she runs away because of our show of strength, it's better that she doesn't come here. With her current skills, she can definitely join the special forces in the military region. The chances of her being sacrificed will be much lower. It's understandable that the captain wants us to do this. However, even if we can understand, we still have to see if the new female soldier will understand. If she can understand, then she will understand the captain's good intentions. If she can't understand, then it's better for her to leave early, so that in the future, what? So that in the future, she won't be sacrificed because she isn't strong enough. The Special Forces soldiers who were waiting for Yi Qian all understood Xia Jinyuan's intentions in this way. As for Xia Jinyuan's real intentions, only he himself knew. The surrounding comrades discussed softly, and those who were familiar with Yi Qian fell silent. If that was really the case, they hoped that Qing Niao could understand the captain's painstaking efforts. They knew that Yi Qian would one day become a real Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade, so they had been waiting for her arrival. However, they didn't expect that when she arrived, what awaited her was not applause, but one show of strength after another. The figure got closer and closer. When she was 3 meters away from the formation, the Special Forces soldiers who were standing like pine trees suddenly spread out and quickly surrounded Yi Qian. F***CK. What are they trying to do? Z7 Han Zheng was shocked, and he immediately asked Xia Jinyuan, Captain, what order? These guys are murderous intent. Do they want to fight? Wu Yu had already started rolling up his sleeves. Fight? To bully our Qing Niao? How? Captain, aren't you afraid that Green Bird will fling her sleeves and quit? Even Yin Rong, who was usually calm and didn't like to speak, couldn't help but ask. It would have been fine if they had shown their strength during the formation, but they could also explain that they had run too much in the midst of gunfire and were stained with blood. Unknowingly, they would reveal their killing intent. It was a fight. This was obviously a fucking fight with Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan slowly put on his combat gloves and said calmly, It's been a long time since I've seen a group fight. Let's go take a look. A group fight? You mean a group of people are surrounding and attacking Qing Niao? V8 stared at him in shock. Captain, did you and Qing Niao quarrel in school over the past few days? Did Qing Niao give you a hard time? So you're using your position to take revenge for a personal grudge? V8 did not dare to say this out loud. He could only grumble in his heart. At this point, T6 completely understood that this fucking fight was also an order from his captain. Chapter 3190. Ruthless. How ruthless. How ruthless. Wasn't he afraid of being so ruthless that he wouldn't have a girlfriend? Even if he didn't say it out loud, Xia Jinyuan could guess it. He looked at his comrades who were already carrying out his orders and said calmly, It's not that easy to get into the Snowfield Brigade's base. You'll have to have some ability to get in. Qing Niao is already very capable. What else do you want? The T6 combatant was on Yi Qian's side. Feeling a little annoyed, he questioned him directly. You're making things difficult for her. Making things difficult? Which eye of yours saw me making things difficult for her? Do I have to make things difficult for her? The T6 combatant gritted his teeth and said, I saw you making things difficult for her with both of my eyes. Q King, you can't do this. More than 20 of our brothers are ganging up on Qin Niao. Even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, it'll still be difficult for her to win. Fair? Is there a need for fairness in a group fight? Have you ever seen a fair group fight? Xia Jinyuan, whose decision was being questioned, did not get angry. They did not understand his deeper meaning, and he did not need them to understand his intentions at the moment. He just did not know if someone as smart as Qin Niao would be able to understand his intentions. I'll apply to join her camp. There's no fairness in a group fight, so it should be fine to have outside help, right? What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Are you going to stand here and watch Qin Niao get taken advantage of? V8 combatant Yang Shulin pushed the angry Wu Yu away and ran off with his luggage. When G3 combatant Yin Rong and Z7 combatant Han Zheng saw that Xia Jinyuan did not object to having outside help, they threw their luggage into the snow and ran several meters away. Only Xia Jinyuan, who should be the most concerned about Yi Qian, walked steadily step by step. A group fight of 20 against 1 was indeed unfair, but there was nothing wrong with having outside help. It was feasible to get these brothers who were very close to Qin Niao to provide support, and their performance did not disappoint him. Even if they had to contradict him as their leader, they still had to go and support Qin Niao. Not bad. Qin Niao, who had just arrived, already had a good start. She was much luckier than before. So far, no one had guessed Xia Jinyuan's intentions and had no idea what he was up to. When Yi Qian saw the group of young soldiers suddenly surrounding her with murderous intent, she reacted quickly and took off her thick coat. They were still running. She folded the coat and placed it gently in the snow. Then she began to unbuckle her belt. In a fight, she needed tools in her hands. Tools were the best helpers. With tools in hand, she would be more confident. Yi Qian took off her clothes and unbuckled her belt. She wore a tight-fitting sweater, camouflage trousers, and thick military boots as she stood in the middle of the encirclement. Her dark eyes stared intently at the group of Special Forces soldiers who exuded a murderous aura. She clenched her fists and tightened her belt, entering into a state of unarmed combat. She had already scanned the Special Forces soldiers surrounding her. There were many familiar faces among them, such as K7. Although he also exuded a murderous aura, there was a slight smile in his eyes as he welcomed her arrival. Seeing the smile in K7's eyes, Yi Qian calmed down a little. She even smiled back at him as a form of greeting. She scanned her surroundings again and saw pigeons, cranes, eagles, sparrowhawks. These were all her comrades who had fought alongside her in the past. They were all familiar faces. Now, they had all surrounded her. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were fierce. The Special Forces soldiers surrounding Yi Qian were all official members of the Snowfield Brigade. They were not reserve recruits, so there were not enough of them. There was also a small team that had gone out on a mission and had yet to return. Chapter 3191. Yi Qian counted and saw that there were a total of 20 team members surrounding him. This scene was truly a new experience. Captain Xia did not tell him about this before he came. It seemed like he had done it on purpose. He wanted him to make her remember her first day at the Snowfield Brigade's base unforgettable. What was there to be afraid of? You want a group fight, right? Come, count me in. Outside, Z7 came over with a cold voice. Before the fight started, he rushed to Yi Qian's side with G3 and glared at his comrades surrounding them. Captain said that we can have outside help in a group fight. I'm in the same camp as Qin Niao, so let's warm up. Following that, T6 and V8 also rushed to Yi Qian's side. Qin Niao, don't be afraid. We'll accompany you, T6 said in a low voice. Just fight as hard as you can. It doesn't matter if you're injured or crippled. Just fight as hard as you can and don't show mercy. King Q gave the military order, so they won't show mercy. You don't have to worry. Sure enough, it was Captain Xia's order. He had told him a long time ago that if he stepped into the Snowfield Brigade's base one day and became a member of the Snowfield Brigade, he would not be her boyfriend, but her soldier. There would be no difference in treatment, so he had to be mentally prepared. What he said a long time ago still counted. It was in line with Captain Xia's code of conduct. Hearing T6's advice, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Okay, I'll remember that. They should be fighting in groups of 5. The 5 of us will also be in a group. Let's see if we can fight to the end." "Don't worry, we'll definitely fight to the end," G3 answered Yi Qian. In the midst of the confrontation, a cold and sharp voice pierced through the air. "Are you guys going to keep chatting? What are you still standing there for?" It was King Q, Xia Jingyuan's voice. It was so cold and sharp that it made people's hearts clench. His imposing manner made the surrounding Special Forces soldiers move quickly and neatly to make a path for their captain, so that he could see Yi Qian, who was surrounded in the middle. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan calmly. Xia Jinyuan looked at her, a complicated light flickering in his dark eyes. Then he asked Yi Qian, "Do you feel scared? Have you ever thought of quitting?" Originally, he wanted to talk to her after the fight, but who would have thought that they would actually make way for him, which made him a little flustered. The T6 combatant was right. There was no fairness in a 1 versus 20 group battle. It was precisely because he knew that it was unfair that he didn't tell her. He was afraid that he wouldn't know how to face her if he told her. He didn't dare to face it, so he decided to avoid it altogether. In the end, as soon as he opened his mouth, these guys directly asked him to come face to face with her. They almost made him turn around and leave. Fortunately, he restrained himself from running away and met her calm gaze, allowing the panic in his heart to slowly calm down as he opened his mouth. Yi Qian met his gaze but didn't answer immediately. She just quietly looked into his dark eyes, trying to see through his dark and unfathomable eyes. His usually dark eyes were a little complicated today, as if he had something to say to her, but he held it back. Was he trying to tell her why he had arranged this group fight? After a while, Yi Qian shook her head and smiled as she replied, "I'm not scared. I never thought of leaving since I came here." To be honest, she didn't believe that they could really cripple her. At most, they would injure her, or at worst, break her bones. Her answer made Xia Jinyuan heave a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. They didn't scare her away, and didn't make her think of quitting. Chapter 3192. Then let's start the 10-minute rotation. Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly and gestured for his comrades to surround Yi Qian again. When Yi Qian was surrounded again, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing outside, let out a long sigh of relief and quietly spread out his tightly clenched fists. The temperature was -10 degrees Celsius, and his palms were sweaty from the brief exchange of glances with Yi Qian. The rotation began. Fist against fist, leg against leg, and all of it was close combat. Yi Qian was the main target of the Special Forces. A male soldier who had never fought Yi Qian before threw a fist straight at Yi Qian's face. Just as the T6 combatant had said, they were all serious and not playing tricks. The fist came at him with a strong gust of wind. Yi Qian quickly dodged it and threw a straight right punch at his opponent's head. Her punches were very fast and powerful. Her punches were like hammers swinging out. As long as her fist connected, the bridge of his nose would probably be broken. The male soldier immediately defended himself. Before he could attack, Yi Qian pulled back his right fist and clasped his fingers together on his right hand. He used his fingertips to stab at his opponent's throat. This was the throat grab technique in combat, the most commonly used move in close combat. You do have some skills. The male soldier single-handedly grabbed Yi Qian's right hand that was grabbing his throat and pulled it tight. At the same time, he raised his long leg and kicked at Yi Qian's chest. If this kick connected, Yi Qian would break at least one of his ribs. Outside, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on high ground, tensed up when he saw this. Fuck, when these guys start fighting, it's always a fierce battle. They won't hold back at all. Qing Miao, you have to hold on. Don't hold back. Fortunately, Qing Miao managed to dodge it. If the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces soldiers were paying attention at this moment, they would realize that their captain, who was staring at the scene, was even more nervous than when he was fighting himself. He was clenching his jaw so hard that the veins on his forehead were popping out. Yi Jian dodged his kick and turned her body sideways. The two of them were caught in a tug-of-war, one on the left and the other on the right. She pulled and used her left hand again. Her left hand was faster than her right hand. Almost in a second, she reached for his throat again. This move really gave the male soldier a fright. What a fast movement! He hurriedly let go of her right hand and dodged to the side, rather pathetically to avoid Yi Qian's fingertip stabbing at his throat. But this time, he wasn't as agile as before and wasn't able to immediately grab Yi Qian's left hand. He dodged Yi Qian's attack, but didn't manage to dodge Yi Qian's left kick. Yi Qian, whose blood was boiling, used extreme force to hit the male soldier's chest with her elbow and raised her left foot to hit the male soldier's diaphragm in the abdomen with the tip of her left foot. After using these two moves consecutively, the male soldier, who was careless, lost twice in a row and was quickly knocked to the ground by Yi Qian. Captain Xia had once taught her that the left fist was a bluff and the right hand was the real attack. But she wasn't. After testing, her left fist was 6 seconds faster than her right fist. This meant that while other people's left fist was a bluff, her right fist was actually a bluff. The male soldier was kicked out and bumped into 2 other Special Forces soldiers. Fortunately, he didn't fall because he bumped into them. Ha 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 ha, you were careless. They already said that Qing Miao was good. Did you really think they were joking? The 2 Special Forces soldiers who were bumped into pulled their comrade up. Seeing their comrade get kicked, their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, who asked him to be so smug and couldn't wait to show off. He deserved to be kicked. Chapter 3193. The male soldier who was teased mercilessly by his comrade clutched his abdomen in pain and said to his comrade, "No, I wasn't joking just now. I used all my strength the moment I went up. Qing Miao is very strong. Also, be careful of her left hand. Her left hand is faster than her right hand. I'm at a disadvantage here. Qing Miao is left-handed. She's not like a left-hander. Her right hand is also very agile. She's different from the average left-hander." The male soldier who was kicked over was also out of the game. After rubbing his abdomen and chest, he waved his hand and walked out. "You guys go up. Take turns for 10 minutes. Only 3 minutes have passed. The rest is up to you guys. F***ck, it really hurts." She was indeed ruthless. She used all her strength to kick him, and it felt like his intestines had been kicked out. No wonder those comrades who had worked with Qing Miao before would come back and say how powerful Qing Miao was. Male soldiers couldn't gain any advantage against her, and sometimes they were even worse than her. He really believed it this time. Such a powerful female soldier should be in their team. The battle of attrition had already trampled the pure white snow into mud. Yi Qian was fighting with a group of Special Forces soldiers for the first time. It was as if she had gone crazy. She hooked her left hand around the male soldier's neck and pulled him down fiercely. At the same time, she raised her knee and aimed it at the male soldier's heart. That kind of ruthlessness made the male soldier's heart tremble. He quickly covered his chest with his hands and blocked Yi Jian's knee that was about to hit him. Then he hugged Yi Jian's waist and tightened his grip. He was so tight that Yi Jian's breathing became sluggish and she lost all her strength. The world spun around her. The male soldier hugged her waist and threw her into the snow. The moment Yi Qian fell, her calves clamped around the male soldier's neck. The battle situation suddenly changed dramatically. When she fell into the snow, the male soldier was also clamped by her legs and fell into the snow. No one took the opportunity to kick the male soldier when he fell into the snow. Yi Qian was different. In attrition warfare, the enemy outnumbered her. When she fell into the snow, not only did no one help her up, a few long legs were already kicking her. "Qing Niao, be careful!" V8 roared and threw one of his comrades over his shoulder. He immediately rushed over to support Yi Qian, but the other Special Forces soldiers did not give V8 a chance. They blocked his path and punched him. With his path blocked, V8's face darkened as he looked at his real comrades. Yi Qian did not have time to get up. She could only roll on the ground like a snowball, avoiding the kicks of several long legs. V8, who had been forced to the point where she could not get up after several unsuccessful attempts, cursed, "Motherf asterisk her. You'll get it later. I'll teach you a lesson later on." The comrade who was scolded pretended not to hear it. They themselves also felt that they were quite deserving of a scolding. Ganging up to bully a female soldier. What kind of men are they? But the captain had said that if he saw them skimping, not only would they be punished, but Qing Niao would also be punished. If the captain wanted to be ruthless, how could they not be ruthless? Yi Qian, who was covered in snow and mud, did not roll for long. When a long leg came for her chest, the belt in her hand wrapped around the other party's ankle like a snake. The male soldier with the blanket wrapped around his ankle knew that things had gone south. He looked at the female soldier, who was rolling in the snow, and a cold light flashed in his dark eyes. His snow-stained hands tightened the belt around the male soldier's ankle so that he could not withdraw his leg immediately. Chapter 3194. When the other soldier saw this, he lifted his leg and aimed it at Yi Qian's shoulder. This kick was fast and fierce. No matter how fast Yi Qian dodged, the thick military boots still hit her shoulder, causing her entire shoulder to feel a sharp pain. Even though Yi Qian was in so much pain that her face turned pale, she did not loosen her grip on the belt. As she dodged, the soldier with the belt around his ankle lost his balance and was dragged into the snow by Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not let him off just like that. She leaned to one side, grabbed the soldier's calf with both hands, and flipped him over. "Heroine, please show mercy. This is not a real fight, not a real fight." Her action was equivalent to breaking the soldier's calf. The other two soldiers who wanted to kick her were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They immediately retracted their long legs and shouted at the female soldier to stop her. "Oh my God, she's really ruthless." That viciousness was truly comparable to theirs. Yi Qian got up. Her body, face, and even hair were covered in snow. She looked at the soldier coldly. Then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. She asked with a faint smile, "Do you want to continue?" No, I'm sorry for offending you." See you. Oh my God. Even her eyes were filled with killing intent. Qing Niao really lived up to her reputation. Outside, a few Special Forces soldiers, including Pigeon, who had been eliminated, stood in front of Xia Jinyuan. They saw the female soldier Qing Niao being knocked to the ground. They saw her rolling and dodging in the snow. Her unyielding attitude was like the waves in the sea hitting the reef. Even if the sun and moon had changed, she would still be proud. "Captain, that's enough. Our original intention was not to fight with her, but to sincerely welcome her. Pigeon couldn't bear to watch any longer. She softly advised, "She's already very impressive that a few of us couldn't defeat Qin Niao. If this continues, I'm afraid something bad will happen." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at the timer. There were still 3 minutes to the end of the 10-minute battle. Qin Niao had knocked down 4 soldiers, but she had also been knocked down 4 times. When she was knocked down on the 5th round, she used her belt to knock down a soldier. The battle was still tied. 3 minutes to the end. After 3 minutes, let Eagle fight Qin Niao alone. Xia Jinyuan, who was handsome and indifferent, was not moved. He even ordered his subordinates to send a special soldier to fight Qin Niao alone after the tiring battle. When he gave the order, Pigeon's expression changed. The other soldiers' expressions also changed. He actually let Eagle fight. "Captain, you don't really want to scare the female soldiers away from the base, do you?" The pigeon opened its mouth and wanted to say something. But before it could say anything, Xia Jinyuan looked at it indifferently and said, "Do you need me to repeat it?" "No need. I'll be right there." Pigeon's expression became serious. She stood with her legs together and her chest puffed out. Military orders had to be obeyed. After Pigeon left, Xia Jinyuan asked his comrades, "Look at Qin Niao's battle. If one of you were to fight her alone, would you be able to defeat her?" "I want to hear the truth. This is a test for Qin Niao. The results have to be reported to the military for her to become an official member in the future." The soldier who was kicked by Yi Qian was still clutching his stomach. He smiled bitterly and said, "Captain, you're making fun of us. With Qin Niao's skills, it would be difficult for me to win if I were to fight her alone. I can only try my best to fight her to a draw. Qin Niao's skills are above average. It would be difficult to win if I were to fight her alone. Plus, her hands are very agile, her attacks are fast and fierce, and she has enough strength. I'm not confident that I can win against her. I might lose." This was the truth from another soldier. Chapter 3195. The Special Forces soldiers who were knocked out by Yi Qian all thought it would be very difficult for them to win. They were only eliminated because they were knocked out by her. So how could they dare to say they could definitely beat her? They could only try their best to beat her. Xia Jinyuan then looked at the other comrades who were knocked out by T6, G3, V8, and Z7. He asked, "What about the rest of you? What do you think?" "I don't have any opinions. If I had to say something, I can only say that hearing about her is better than meeting her in person. It was only after meeting her that I realized what my comrades who fought with Qin Niao said was true. She's indeed very skilled. I agree. She's even more amazing than I imagined." "Me too. I really didn't expect a female soldier to fight with a group of male soldiers. She fought until the male soldiers couldn't get close to her for a while, and even knocked out several of them. I'll see you again after being in the military for a few years." Although they had not fought against Yi Qian, their words were already filled with admiration. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Qin Niao would never let anyone look down on her. Wherever she was, she would always leave behind a story that would surprise and make people admire her. 10 minutes had passed. With the sharp sound of a whistle, the tag team battle ended. The anger in T6's heart had yet to dissipate. When he saw his comrade immediately let go of his grip, when he heard the whistle, he was so angry that he raised his leg and kicked his comrade in the buttocks. He growled, "Fuck you." The Special Forces soldier who let go of his grip was not prepared for T6's sneaky trick behind his back. He was kicked so hard that he fell forward and landed in the muddy snow. After getting up, he retreated to T6's side and said through gritted teeth, "Damn, if you're so capable, just kick the captain. Why are you taking it out on me? Do you think we'd dare to do that without the captain's orders?" Qing Niao is a female soldier. We can't even wait to give way to her. How could we possibly give her such a hard time on her first day? T6 smiled coldly and answered his comrade, I only kicked you because I didn't have the guts to kick the captain. You're honest. I have nothing to say. You'd better not say anything. If you do, I'll punch you again. T6 waved his fist and glared at his comrade before running to Yi Qian's side. At this time, Yi Jian was not as clean as she was when she got off the helicopter. Her body was covered in snow, and so was her face. Her fair and beautiful face was also covered in dirt. Only her eyes were the cleanest. When the T6 combatant saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, I shouldn't have kicked him too hard just now. It's useless to kick him. I feel like he still has more moves to use. He reminded Yi. Qing Niao. There was nothing for her to be afraid of. If they wanted to fight, she would fight to her heart's content. Steam was coming out of her hair because of the hot sweat. She panted and said to her 4 comrades who were protecting her, if there's anything, I'll take it. There's nothing to be afraid of. The 4 of you make way. It's not a group challenge. Pigeon walked over and instructed her 4 comrades, who were still surrounding Yi Qian, stop dawdling. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can let Qing Niao go back to the dormitory and change into clean clothes. You guys don't want her to get sick from the cold, right? Hearing that, T6 and the others left reluctantly. Before they left, they even said to Yi Qian, don't be afraid. We'll keep an eye on you. If anyone dares to move, we'll beat them up. When they said that, the 4 people who had left all glared at Pigeon. Chapter 3196. Pigeon expressed his innocence. This was his brother, so he didn't want things to turn out this way either. Someone walked out. The tall man was wearing a thin camouflage suit. His facial features were resolute and his skin was dark. He stared coldly at Yi Qian and said, come, let's have a one-on-one spar. So it was a one-on-one duel. Yi Qian, who had not yet calmed down, smiled. All right. Yi Qian, who had not even seen the Snowfield Brigade's base, was the first to be challenged in a group duel, followed by a one-on-one duel. T6, who had stepped away, saw clearly that Yi Qian's comrade in a one-on-one duel was a famous wrestler in the brigade. His mouth twitched fiercely. This guy was from Mongolia and was a brave soldier. Just his tower-like body alone could drive a tank into a car. He was strong, skilled, and agile. It was fun to fight with him, but it was just hard to fight him. Eagle, that guy, he's really shameless to challenge Qing Niao to a one-on-one duel. He's several times bigger than Qing Niao, T6 muttered softly. Since he could not do anything to help, he could only watch helplessly. Don't worry, Eagle can't beat Captain. And Captain said before that Qing Niao's skills are not to be underestimated. Even he has suffered at the hands of Qing Niao before, so Eagle might not be able to beat Qing Niao. V8 said softly, now that the group duel is over, Qing Niao just needs to defeat Eagle, and the rest will be easy to handle. I wonder how many one-on-one duels have been arranged. Qing Niao might be able to handle 2 one-on-one duels, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to handle more than that. It depends on who's arranged. Eagle can handle 2 people by himself. If you get punched by him, your bones will probably crack. Captain's arrangement is really a little ruthless after the group duels. He doesn't even have time to rest before immediately going for a one-on-one duel. I'm worried that Qing Niao will run away and then do something with him. Wouldn't that be terrible? That won't happen. Qing Niao gets stronger when faced with a strong opponent. She won't be separated from Captain easily. Qing Niao was not afraid at all. Look at her eyes. They were so bright that they seem to be burning a fire inside. Let's wait and see. Even Captain is not anxious. Let's not be anxious. He will have his own arrangements. V8 saw that T6 was so worried about Yi Qian. After comforting him, he sized him up with a strange look in his eyes. Are you on good terms with your girlfriend? What do you mean it's all right? We've just confirmed our relationship, so of course it's good. The T6 combatant glared at him. Don't spout nonsense, do you hear me? Then why do you always care about Qing Niao? Look at me. I know Qing Niao as well, but I'm not as worried as you are. My girlfriend was Qing Niao's junior high school classmate and high school classmate. The two of them were so close that they could wear the same pants. It's all thanks to Qing Niao that my girlfriend and I can be together. How can I not care about her? F***ck. With this relationship, I'll get Qing Niao to introduce a girlfriend to me later. No, my girlfriend is my best friend with Qing Niao. You don't have a chance. V8 reacted quickly and said with a smile, then I can get your girlfriend to introduce her classmate to me. We're not talking about finding a girlfriend for you now. We're talking about fighting. Eagle is so F***king shameless. He even attacked first. Qing Niao beat him up. T6, who had been watching the confrontation between the two sides, was still talking about personal matters a second ago. But the next second, he changed the topic. He stared at Eagle, who had attacked first, with a dark look in his eyes. He wished he could rush up and beat him up. V8 did not say anything else. When he saw Eagle coming up with a chokehold, he also cursed, F***ck, are you bullying Qing Niao because she's not as tall as him? Beat him up, Qing Niao. He definitely had to beat him up. The big guy's sudden sneak attack made Yi Qian realize that although the Special Forces soldier in front of him was the biggest, he was very agile. His methods were wild and deadly. Chapter 3197. A direct chokehold, not giving the other party a chance to live. But that was how close-range combat worked. Every move was a killer move. Killing the opponent in one move was also a form of protection for oneself. Yi Qian dodged de Condor's sneak attack. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching from outside, felt his heart settle down. De Condor was the most stubborn and experienced soldier in the entire team. He rarely went out on missions and was usually in charge of the team's training. Therefore, as the team leader, Xia Jinyuan had to give him some face sometimes. By letting de Condor out, the other team members could better see Yi Qian's true strength. Taking turns in a group battle was to let the team members see Yi Qian's bravery. Taking turns in a one-on-one fight was to let the team members see Yi Qian's true strength. De Condor moved as fast as lightning. Yi Qian wasn't bad either. The moment de Condor's arm was about to lock Yi Qian's throat, Yi Qian used his right arm to block de Condor's chokehold and used his arm strength to ease the pressure on de Condor's shin. Then, he used his left arm to elbow de Condor's ribs. He was full of strength and didn't hold back at all. De Condor used a killer move right from the start. She didn't need to hold back her strength. What she needed to do was to escape from his grasp. De Condor's move is a sure kill move. None of the new recruits were able to escape from his sure kill move. Qing Niao managed to escape and even counterattack. Did you guys notice that her close-range combat skills are similar to de Condor's? Really? I didn't notice that. If you guys look closely, you'll see that Qing Niao's combat skills were most likely taught by de Condor himself. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so similar. If it was really taught by the captain, the eagle wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage in the hands of Qing Niao. Also, Qing Niao's movements are quite nimble, and the strength she uses is also quite great. She has the advantage. It'll be a bit difficult for de Condor to beat Qing Niao. Don't forget, Qing Niao just finished a 10-minute round of taking turns in a group battle. She's already exhausted a lot of her energy. Under such circumstances, if it's still difficult for Da Ying to defeat Qing Niao, it's actually equivalent to Qing Niao having already defeated Da Ring. Looking at the situation in the field, a few Special Forces soldiers discussed in low voices. Seeing the ferocity of the female soldier and the martial arts she used, they secretly gave her a thumbs up in their hearts. As the saying went, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. No matter how much Pigeon T6 and the others usually praised Yi Qian, they were not as shocked as seeing him with their own eyes. It's a good show. We'll only know who wins and who loses after we see it. If Qing Niao can really win, then she is much stronger than the recruits. It wouldn't be surprising if she lost. After all, the 10 minutes of wheeled battle exhausted her stamina. It's normal for her to lose. Was it normal to lose? Xia Jinyuan listened to the hushed discussion of his comrades, and there was silence in his dark eyes. No, he hoped that Qing Niao could win. He really, really hoped that Qing Niao could win. Only by winning would the resistance in front of them be reduced. Only then would more people be convinced and accept her. He hoped that Qing Niao could win. She had worked so hard for so long to enter the gates of the Snow Region base and reach where she was today. He was more afraid of her losing than anyone else. But it didn't matter if she really lost. She had already won the attention of many of his comrades. If she really lost, she still had 2.5 years to work hard and re-enter the gates of the Snowfield Brigade. If she really lost, he would accompany her to fight again. Yi Qian, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, did not know of Xia Jinyuan's worries. She had not fought with a strong soldier for a long time. Today's battle was exhilarating even though her body was in pain. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he felt. The more he fought, the more ruthless he became. Chapter 3198. Her fierceness and excitement were clearly seen by her comrades who were watching from the sidelines. She was really amazing. She got more and more excited as she fought. Her desire to win was really strong. As a soldier, one must have the desire to win and strive to be the best soldier. Xia Jinyuan saw her fierceness and relaxed a little. You can do it, Qing Niao. Keep it up. Victory will not be too far away from you. G3, who was watching from the other side, inadvertently saw the faint smile in Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Seeing that he was staring at the green bird fighting in the field, G3's eyes could not help but narrow slightly. There must be a deeper meaning behind the captain's arrangement. He couldn't figure out what the deeper meaning was. If J5 was here, he might be able to guess a thing or two. But now that J5 was gone, there really wasn't anyone in the team who could figure out the captain's intentions, who was a godlike commander. Good. G3 suddenly heard a round of cheers, followed by thunderous applause. They were all cheering for Qing Niao's performance. A second ago, Yi Qian leaped into the air and used his legs to kick De Jiao, who was as big as a mountain, into the snow. Then, he did a backflip and landed steadily. This kick made De Jiao's heart jump a few times. He rubbed his sore chest and quickly got up from the snow to prevent a second attack from the female soldier. He got up very quickly and didn't give Yi Qian a chance to attack again. De Jiao fought with Yi Qian for the first time. He had heard Pigeon and the others say that she was very strong. No matter how strong a woman was, she couldn't be stronger than a man. That was what he thought. In reality, a female soldier who had trained her arm strength and could hold a sniper rifle in her hands for 10 hours without moving and could even shoot steadily at the target, her strength was so strong that even a man would feel inferior. Now, he believed it. Qing Niao was really very strong. When she kicked with both legs, he couldn't even stabilize his body. His lower body was unstable, and he didn't even stagger. He was directly kicked down by her. Without a certain amount of strength, it was impossible to kick him down with a single step. The two of them started fighting again. The eagle tried to grab Yi Qian's shoulder and force her to kneel down and admit defeat, but Yi Qian didn't give him the chance. One of her shoulders was grabbed behind her back. She raised her head abruptly and hit the eagle's chin with the back of her head. She hit the eagle so hard that she nearly bit off her own tongue. His chin had been hit so hard that his entire face felt numb. He couldn't even focus his vision. Yi Qian took this opportunity to break free from her captive arm and launched a series of ferocious attacks. This time, she attacked the giant eagle's chest. How strong was Yi Qian? Xia Jinyuan understood this very well. Therefore, when he saw Yi Qian use all his strength to hit the eagle's ribs with his elbow, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and covered his thin lips with his fist to hide the smile on his face. "Brother, you're in pain. Brother, I can tell from your expression that you're in so much pain that your internal organs are in a mess." Giant Eagle wasn't in so much pain that his internal organs were in a mess. He was in so much pain that his intestines were in a mess. The female soldier Qing, Niao's strength was indeed very strong. He wanted to control his facial expression so that it wouldn't look so hideous and ugly, but he really couldn't control his facial expression. It was too painful. Thus, the Special Forces soldiers who had formed a circle saw the biggest man in their team, Giant Eagle, get hit in the chest by the female soldier. He was in so much pain that his facial features were distorted and his expression was hideous. Tisk, it really hurt for him. Even if it hurt, he had to endure it. Even if it hurt, Giant Eagle knew how to use his ultimate move. Chapter 30:199. After so many years of assassination, it had already become a conditioned reflex to use any kind of killing move under any circumstances. Before he could think of anything else, the killing move had already been executed. His strong and muscular arm wrapped around Yi Qian's neck again. He was so strong that the veins on his arm looked like cobwebs, and the veins on his arm were clearly visible. He used all of his strength and was able to strangle Yi Qian's neck to the point of breaking her cervical vertebra. Yi Qian could already feel the male soldier's murderous aura. She knew that her 2 consecutive attacks had ignited the male soldier's murderous aura, and he was about to launch a fatal attack on her. But she wasn't afraid. She could do the same thing. The watching Special Forces soldiers knew that the fight had reached its climax, so they were waiting to see how Yi Qian would deal with this move. Yi Qian grabbed the male soldier's hand with one hand and used all her strength to stop the male soldier's arm from wrapping around her neck. She then used her elbow to hit the male soldier's chest hard again. Her position did not change. It was still the same spot she had hit so hard. Before the first wave of pain passed, another wave of pain followed. Feeling pain in the same spot twice, the pain made Eagle unable to control his facial expression. It was so painful that his facial features were all distorted. Eagle's grip on Yi Qian's neck loosened a little from the pain. The female soldier, who had been wrapped around by him earlier, took the opportunity to crouch down slightly. At the same time, she suddenly grabbed his arm with both hands and let out a low shout. She wanted to throw Eagle to the ground. The female soldier, who was not even half the size of Eagle, actually wanted to trip him and throw him over her shoulder. Could she do it? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very excited. All of the Special Forces soldiers had the same reaction. They stared intently at Yi Qian, who was struggling in the field, looking forward to seeing what other moves she would use to deal with the situation. For some reason, watching the female soldier Qing Niao fight with the male soldiers was inexplicably more exciting than watching the male soldiers fight each other. Qing Niao, go for it. Beat Eagle to the ground. Beat him to the ground. Don't hold back. Don't give the captain any face. Use as much strength as you can. As long as he doesn't fall to his death, everything is negotiable. The ones who said this were naturally the T6 combatants. Pigeon, Sparrow Hawk, and the others had also joined the camp. Amidst the jeering of his comrades, the eagle, who knew Yi Qian's intention, had already reacted. It lifted its sturdy leg and fiercely hooked Yi Qian's calf, using the twisting force of its leg to try to throw Yi Qian back. The pigeon came over to convey the captain's order. He knew that he would definitely be the villain who bullied the female soldiers today. He didn't even have the chance to refuse. However, since she wanted to become a member of the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces, she had to endure some hardships. He couldn't show mercy to her just because she was a female soldier. There were only soldiers in the team, and there was no gender. Yi Qian was never afraid of close combat. At this time, although the eagle was still behind him, his focus had already shifted. Yi Qian, who was still in his original position, hugged the eagle's left shoulder tightly. When the eagle, who still wanted to use the strength of its leg to flip Yi Qian over, saw that Yi Qian had suddenly hugged his left shoulder tightly, he muttered in his heart, "Oh no!" He quickly pulled back his leg and immediately stabilized his center of gravity. The eagle was from Mongolia and loved to wrestle since he was young. He had an advantage over the other soldiers, so it was very difficult to throw him like this. After Yi Qian failed twice, he understood that this Special Forces soldier, who was like a small mountain in front of him, was not so easy to deal with. Yi Qian did not panic when the eagle escaped again. He quickly raised his right leg and kicked the eagle's calf fiercely. Chapter 3200. This was also the most painful part. Sometimes when she was hit in the calf while walking, it hurt so much that her eyes teared up. Not to mention, Yi Qian used a lot of strength to attack. Eagle was in pain twice in a row. He knew that he couldn't attack from the back and had to change his tactics. With the pain in his chest and calf, Eagle knew that the girl in front of him was not to be trifled with. After retreating, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he rubbed his shoulders to create a tense atmosphere where he would go all out next. Yi Qian moved her ankle. Her calf muscles felt like they were being strangled by his calf. It was not easy to defeat a male soldier who was both strong and big. It didn't matter if it was not easy. She had to fight anyway. Little did she know that Eagle didn't manage to defeat Yi Qian twice. Instead, she fought back twice. The Special Forces soldiers who were watching were so shocked that they wiped their faces. If the female soldiers were so ruthless, weren't the male soldiers a little too cowardly? Eagle, who was in pain, continued to attack with his fists and legs. There was no pause in between. He threw his fists first and then swept his legs. He was trying to use his killer move when Yi Qian couldn't parry. Choking was Eagle's specialty. He was fast and could kill the enemy in an instant. Faced with the continuous attacks from the male soldier, Yi Qian chose to dodge. When his long legs swept past, the wind from his legs made her face hurt. If she fought back, she would be at a disadvantage. She would be in pain for at least half a month. She couldn't take this loss. I'm afraid Eagle is going to use his specialty again. He wants to force Qing Niao into a mess. Then he can strike while the iron is hot and defeat Qing Niao. Qing Niao is smart. She has escaped from Eagle several times. Now that Eagle is going to use his specialty again, she will definitely fight for a chance to survive. They've been fighting for 10 minutes. Did the captain set a time limit? Eagle hasn't subdued Qing Niao yet. I think Qing Niao has already won. It wasn't just these few Special Forces soldiers who thought that Qing Niao had won. All the spectating Special Forces soldiers thought that Qing Niao had won. G3 walked up to Xia Jinyuan and asked, 10 minutes have passed. When do you plan to end it? You want your comrades to see how strong Qing Niao is? I think they've already seen it. Qing Niao didn't even call for it to stop, so why are we in such a hurry? Xia, Jinyuan replied to G3 calmly. Once one party calls for it to stop, it will naturally end. He didn't call for a stop. The fight continues. It was not enough to just see Qing Niao's capabilities. They needed to let their comrades see more and better of her. G3, whose expression was dark and unclear, pursed his lips. After a while, he sighed softly and asked, "Captain, do you have any special arrangements for Green Bird?" "Yes." Xia Jinyuan didn't hide anything from his comrade. It should be said that the military has a special arrangement for Yi Qian, and I happen to have the same intention. So there really was a special arrangement. That would explain why today's incident had happened. The Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade only respected those who were strong. If they weren't strong enough, they would suffer a lot when they joined the team. For example, their captain had been parachuted into the team with the halo of an all-around ace soldier. In the end, he still suffered a lot. It seems like the military wants to arrange for her to be in a special position, a responsible position. G3 smiled when he understood. "And you're afraid that what happened to you back then will happen to Qing Niao. So you went all out against Qing Niao on the first day you met her, right? If I don't go all out against her, do you expect me to wait for you to go all out against her?" Xia Jinyuan glanced at him and said coldly, Chapter 3201. G3 felt that it was time to stop this topic. If they continued asking, Captain would bring up old scores. That wouldn't be good. But did Qing Niao know Captain's intentions? Did she know the military's arrangements for her? If she didn't know, what if there was a misunderstanding between the two and ruined their relationship? Wouldn't it be terrible if Q King, who finally had a girlfriend, was dumped? G3 didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that he would be harshly reprimanded by Captain. But he was right. He would rather be harsher to Qing Niao himself. It was indeed better than someone else being harsher to Qing Niao. Just looking at it made his heart ache. Who asked him to be Qing Niao's boyfriend? A boyfriend watching his girlfriend being harshly attacked by his comrades must be very upset. Previously, he was envious that Captain had found a like-minded girlfriend. But now, he really wasn't envious anymore. Watching his girlfriend being beaten up without being able to do anything, he really wasn't as hard-hearted as Captain. He couldn't be completely indifferent. G3 didn't see that the seemingly indifferent Captain was secretly clenching his fists so tightly that his palms were about to bleed. It wasn't that he was indifferent. It was that he had no other choice. Xia Jinyuan heard G3's words. They really couldn't wait for both sides to be injured before ending the one-on-one. Besides, he didn't bring Yi Qian here to be beaten up by the soldiers in the team. He just wanted to let Yi Qian see the strength of his comrades and let his comrades see Yi Qian's strength. He wanted Pigeon's team to acknowledge Yi Qian even more so that she wouldn't face so much resistance when she took up a position in the team in the future. What happened to him when he first joined the team would be less likely to happen. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Eagle take the initiative to attack for the 4th time, Xia Jinyuan finally showed mercy and said to G3, "Everyone has taken the initiative to attack 5 times. Eagle has already taken the initiative to attack 4 times. Go and remind the 2 of them." G3 glanced at him and nodded lightly. In the field, Eagle's attack was fast and fierce. He was determined to subdue Qing Niao in this attack. The surrounding Special Forces soldiers held their breaths and didn't even dare to blink, afraid that they would miss the exciting moment. Yi Qian's reaction was faster than the Eagle's, so the speed of her attack was naturally faster as well. Before the Eagle could complete the choke technique, she had already reacted quickly, thus giving herself a chance to survive. Such a sharp and quick reaction showed that Yi Qian's skills were extraordinary. "Eagle, Each person only has 5 chances to initiate an attack. This is your 4th time initiating an attack. Qing Niao, you still have 2 chances to take the initiative to attack. After 5 rounds, if you still haven't subdued your opponent, it's a draw. G3's gravelly voice reminded the eagle that it was right to challenge Yi Qian one-on-one, but it didn't mean that you could attack endlessly. You only had 5 chances to initiate an attack. If you didn't succeed in all 5 attempts, you would have to leave and the duel would be over. Hearing this, the T6 combatants heaved a sigh of relief. Eagle had already taken the initiative to attack for the 4th time, so he only had one last chance left. Following this, as long as Qing Niao defended and blocked Eagle's 5th attack, the match would be a draw. Even if it was a draw, Qing Niao would still win. When Eagle heard that he only had 5 chances to initiate an attack, he became even more ferocious. From his fists to his kicks, Yi Qian, who had blocked his attack, was knocked back so hard that his body swayed. What great strength! There was no way he could fight him head-on. If he did, he would only be at a disadvantage. The 4th attack was neutralized by Yi Qian once again. Eagle, who had not spoken during the fight, could not help but ask Yi Qian, "Are you really a female soldier? Don't tell me you're not a male soldier with 2 buns stuffed in his chest." Chapter 3202. His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. The surrounding Special Forces soldiers could all hear him. Thus, the entire arena fell silent. F***CK. Big Eagle, are you blind? It wasn't Yi Qian who was scolding, but the V8 players outside the arena. He actually said that Qing Niao wasn't a woman, but a man. Have you ever seen such a beautiful man? How can a man be beautiful if he's Qing Niao? Don't you know how to speak? The person with the darkest expression was Xia Jinyuan. When Big Eagle said those words, he even deliberately glanced at Qing Niao's chest. What the F***CK are you looking at? Remember this. I'm a female soldier, not a man. The only person who wasn't affected was Yi Qian. He calmly replied to Big Eagle and said, "You only have one last chance to attack." Big Eagle knew he had said something wrong when his comrades were scolding him. However, the female soldier also reminded him that he only had one last chance to attack. He hurriedly said, "Sorry." Big Eagle kept his mouth shut. It was best not to talk in a fight. The words that came out of his mouth didn't even cross his mind. Big Eagle's last attack was even more ferocious than the previous ones. The previous attacks were more or less probing, but by the 5th attack, he used his fists to tell Yi Qian that he was treating her as an opponent. Yi Qian felt that being treated as a real opponent was also a form of respect for him. Yi Qian, who was in pain from blocking with his arms, had a fierce look in his eyes. Just as Big Eagle used his long and strong legs to kick Yi Qian repeatedly, Yi Qian stopped dodging and blocking. After blocking with his arms a few times, both of his arms were numb from the kicks. When the surrounding Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade saw the female soldiers' nimble movements, they wanted to clap their hands and cheer. Now, they all believed that the female soldier, Yi Qian, was indeed very strong. She really wasn't any worse than them. The eagle had not gained any advantage in its first 4 attacks. If this continued, the eagle might not be able to win. Perhaps Yi Qian would be able to defeat the eagle. Pigeon said to another comrade, who had never worked with Yi Qian before, "How is it? Now, you know how powerful she is. We already said that we might not be able to win against Yi Qian in a one-on-one fight. Now that the eagle has attacked for the 5th time, it still hasn't defeated Yi Qian. By the time Yi Qian counterattacks, he should have already left the stage." He, who had only worked with Yi Qian once, smiled and joined the conversation. It's difficult to defeat Yi Qian. The eagle didn't stand a chance. In the first 10 minutes, Qing Niao didn't even take a break. Instead, he immediately threw himself into the one-on-one battle. Even if it was a draw, Eagle would still lose. If it was a draw, Eagle would probably have to lower his head whenever he sees Qing Niao in the future. Pigeon then laughed loudly. He has a bad temper. Those 30 recruits suffered a lot in his hands. After the fight, he still said that the recruits weren't good enough. Now that Qing Niao has joined the team, let's see if he still dares to say that the recruits aren't good enough. Bai He, who was an assaulter during the mission, had only worked with Yi Qian once. Just this one time, Yi Qian had left a deep impression on him. After so long, when he saw Yi Qian's skills again, he was full of praises for him in his heart. This Special Forces soldier, who had never worked with Yi Qian before, heard his comrades speak the same words. Looking at the fight in the arena, he had no choice but to believe it. He nodded lightly to show his approval. She's really good. You guys weren't bragging before. Does she still need us to brag about her skills? Pigeon smiled and sighed. There's no need at all. Her skills are right in front of us. It's enough to prove it. Look, she's starting to counterattack. Eagle has already lost its 5th opportunity to attack. In the arena, Yi Qian didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he used his legs and heels to kick Eagle's abdomen, chest, ribs, and other parts in a more agile and swift manner. Chapter 32:03. When Yi Qian attacked for the first time, Eagle immediately retracted his leg and used the strength of his arm to block Yi Qian's attack. Every time he blocked, Eagle's arm would become numb. After being kicked 3 times in a row, G3 said to Yi Qian, "Qing Niao, Eagle has used up all 5 of his attacks. He didn't win, so now it's your turn to attack 5 times. As long as you can pin Eagle down, you'll win." Eagle's 5 attacks didn't succeed, so the surrounding Special Forces soldiers all understood that this round was actually a draw. Also, the enemy on the battlefield wouldn't give you a 10-minute chance just because you've already fought with someone else for 10 minutes. Although a one-on-one duel wasn't like a battlefield, and there were rules, it was still a battlefield where victory and defeat could be determined. When the 2 people in the arena heard this, the defending team and the attacking team switched positions and entered the last round of combat. Eagle, who was now the defending team, started to defend against Qing Niao's attacks. He realized that the female soldier's punches were much faster than before. Her attacks were all sure-kill moves like his. That's right. He almost forgot that the female soldier in front of him wasn't an ordinary female soldier. She was a soldier who had been on the battlefield and killed enemies. Her hands were stained with blood. How could a soldier who had been through the smoke and fire of war be looked at with normal eyes? Good. Wonderful. Exciting. Outside the arena, Yi Qian's leaping kick made Eagle stumble a few times. The Special Forces soldiers in camouflage started to clap and cheer. Looking at the 2 people in the arena who hadn't finished their duel, K7 had some complaints about Xia Jinyuan's arrangement. He didn't have any objections to a one-on-one duel because it would let his comrades see Yi Qian's strength and they would accept him more quickly. But why did he have to arrange it on the first day? Wasn't he bullying Yi Qian? And she was his girlfriend. He was so ruthless even to his own girlfriend. Did he really think that no one was thinking about Yi Qian anymore? Did he really think that Yi Qian couldn't do without him? To be so ruthless, he was really ruthless. K7's thin face was a little cold. If Q King did not give Qing Niao an explanation and a reason, he would not be able to face her. In his eyes, there was really no female soldier who could compare to her. What more could Q King want if they could beat her? Back then, Qing Niao had entered a foreign base alone to rescue him. When he thought that he would definitely die in a foreign country and was ready to sacrifice himself, Qing Niao came. He told him that his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade had come to rescue him. At that moment, he treated Qing Niao as a comrade who had gone through life and death together. Only a comrade who had gone through life and death together would risk his life to save another comrade. He hoped that Qing Niao could stay and become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. He didn't want her to be rejected in the end. Qing Niao, you must win. Not for anything else, but for yourself. For the rest of the time, Case 7's gaze never left the field. He kept looking at Yi Qian and silently cheered for Yi Qian in his heart. He was not the only one who secretly cheered for Yi Qian. Those who knew Yi Qian and those who had fought side by side with her all secretly cheered for Yi Qian in their hearts. From the beginning to the end, Yi Qian had won countless cheers. Eagle placed one hand on his stomach and smiled at the female soldier, who was warming up and covered in snow and mud. Qing Niao, you are the strongest female soldier I have ever seen. Your appearance overturned my understanding of female soldiers. You made me realize that female soldiers are much stronger than male soldiers. I offended you just now. Please forgive me. Chapter 3204. The duel was over. Yi Qian didn't win, but she didn't lose either. She couldn't subdue Eagle within 5 moves, and Eagle couldn't subdue Yi Qian within 5 moves either. The two were tied. Yi Qian thought it was a tie, but Eagle didn't agree. He said, "Although I wasn't subdued by you, I've already lost. Qing Niao, you're really good. There aren't many soldiers in our team who can escape from me, a Mongolian wrestler. You're one of them." So he was a Mongolian wrestler. Could it be that he knew some wrestling moves? It's not that I'm good, but I've seen Mongolian wrestlers before. I've even sparred with them before, so I know how to neutralize their strength. But your moves weren't wrestling moves. I just felt that they were familiar, so I used some techniques. Hearing this, Eagle, who was wiping the sweat on his forehead, laughed loudly. "Qing Niao, you can even tell? I modified the moves and techniques used in wrestling and then added them into close combat. This time, I trained with the recruits. None of the 30 recruits found out, and none of them could neutralize my moves. They couldn't even survive 5 moves from me. But in front of you, my moves are not enough." After that, Eagle stretched out his hand that was wiped clean on his camouflage uniform and said to Yi Qian, "Welcome to our base. I'm Eagle. From the moment we knew that you would come, all of our comrades have been looking forward to your arrival. Just now, when I found out that I had to come out for a duel, I was very scared. I was scared." Eagle, who had shaken hands with Yi Qian, raised his head and looked at his comrades who were neatly gathered around. He laughed loudly again. "I was scared that I didn't know how to control my strength. If I hurt you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to these comrades who were looking forward to your arrival. Don't be fooled by how serious they look now. In fact, in private, stop talking nonsense. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. We don't expect you to say a few good words for us. Leave. There's nothing for you to do now. Leave. We'll introduce them to Qing Niao ourselves, so you don't have to worry about it. You were kicked by Qing Niao just now, right? You deserve it. He should have kicked him a few more times. It's best if I kick you until you're in so much pain that you can't talk nonsense, hoping to get something good out of the eagle's mouth." Impossible. Not at all. Voices rose one after another, causing the murderous atmosphere to instantly become cheerful and relaxed. Yi Qian looked at the tough and young faces and saw the friendly smiles in their eyes. Even though her legs were trembling, she could still smile happily. Standing in the dirty snow, there was a smile in the eyes of the female soldier. Even though her face was covered in dirt, her black eyes were still dazzling under the sunlight like the boundless stars and the bright sunshine. Her smile, without any impurities, flowed into the hearts of every Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade. "Assemble!" The whistle sounded. A few seconds later, The Special Forces soldiers, who had been watching from the sidelines, lined up neatly. 20 people formed 2 columns, with 10 people in each column standing like long spears. With the mountains as the backdrop, they looked proud and mighty. The applause to welcome Yi Qian's arrival finally rang out. It was even louder than the applause for Yi Qian's exciting fight. The female soldier they had been looking forward to didn't disappoint. She was indeed very powerful. She was a female soldier who was unforgettable after seeing her once. After stepping into the base of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian finally waited for the applause to welcome her arrival. The prelude was a little long, a little tired, and a little painful, but when she saw their gazes on her, Yi Qian felt that it was all worth it. It was also at this moment that she understood Xia Jinyuan's arrangement and the reason why he had done so. Chapter 3205. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade welcomed Yi Qian like never before. They had long heard of Yi Qian's name. Now that they saw him, they were overwhelmed with emotions. When he shook hands with her, although he knew that the female soldier in front of him was very good at fighting and could not be defeated after 10 moves with the eagle, he did not dare to use too much strength when he held her hand that was much smaller than his. It was too small. When it was in his hand, it seemed that if he used a little strength, he would crush her bones. Xia Jinyuan saw the smiles on his comrades' faces and how careful they were when they shook hands. He couldn't help but gently rub his eyebrows. Before this, he had already thought about how his girlfriend would be welcomed into the Snowfield Brigade. He even mentally prepared himself to prevent himself from losing his temper on that day. When that day really came, his mood, it was like a bottle of 5 different emotions had been knocked over in his heart. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. It was too dazzling. Look, the guy shaking hands with Qing Niao, that smile, that gaze, he's a total pervert. Hurry up and let go. The guy secretly wiping his hands on his pants. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to wipe your hands clean so that you can shake hands with Qing Niao for a longer time? And the guy who's smiling so much that the corners of his mouth are about to reach his ears. His teeth are as white as a beast's. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to scare Qing Niao? Ha! There's also the guy who's secretly fixing his clothes and pulling. Does he think I'm going on a blind date? The guy who's constantly wiping his face with the back of his hand is even worse. Is he trying to wipe off all the hair on his face to make his facial features more defined? He's not as handsome as Xia Jinyuan even if he scratches his skin. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was originally standing at the side, could not remain calm anymore. He simply walked closer. Yi Jian walked to the side of the next comrade, and he also walked to the side of the next comrade. The distance between them was only 3 steps. Why only 3 steps apart? Because they could separate the guys who were trying to shake hands with Yi Qian for a longer time and talk more. She doesn't need to know too much about you. Birthplace, military service, and code name. She only needs to know these 3 things. Colonel Xia resisted the urge to reach out and pull away his girlfriend's hand. The veins on his forehead bulged as he coldly reminded his comrade. The comrade who didn't know the relationship between his captain and Qing Niao raised his eyebrows. When Yi Qian walked to the next comrade, he fearlessly said to Colonel Xia, "Captain, Qing Niao is still single. I'm still single. I hope that you can forgive me." "Forgive? I'll give you a face full of swollen lumps." Restraining the fluctuations in his heart, Lieutenant Colonel Xia glanced coldly at this quick-witted comrade of his and replied with 2 words, "You're courting death." His comrade, who had completely misunderstood him, explained, "Captain, don't get agitated. I'm just telling you first. We don't know if it'll work yet." Qing Yao is Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. Deep in his heart, Colonel Xia, who was always elegant and calm, roared like thunder. He knew that these guys wouldn't be honest, but he didn't expect them to be so dishonest on the first day they met. Fortunately, he had the foresight to arrange for Qing Yao to train with the 30 new recruits, and not with these guys. Otherwise, something even more infuriating would have happened. Chapter 3206. His girlfriend had come to a wolf's den, and as the boyfriend, he was very worried. Should he consider hinting to his comrades that the female soldier they were staring at was his girlfriend? Should he warn these guys who rarely saw female soldiers to keep their thoughts to themselves and behave themselves? Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Qing Yao. My code name is S5, Commando, born in Shanghai, only son. My parents are healthy and working in a state-owned enterprise. My grandparents are healthy and cultured. My grandmother and grandfather are retired employees of a steel factory. I have a house and a car, and I don't have any bad habits. I was in a relationship for 3 months during the first semester. Now single, I've been in the military for 4 years and 7 months. Lieutenant Colonel Xia Jinyuan, who was staring at him, was distracted for a moment. A handsome comrade with the code name S5 quickly introduced himself to Yi Qian. That introduction was extraordinarily detailed, even introducing his family situation. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was up to. The Special Forces soldier who shook Yi Qian's hand and introduced himself widened his eyes. F***CK, there was such an impressive self-introduction. Why didn't he think of it? S5, you're too disloyal. How could you not share such a unique and detailed self-introduction in advance? Lieutenant Colonel Xia really didn't think that someone would be so daring as to make a move right under his nose while he was distracted. He walked over with a dark expression, and before S5 could report his height, measurements, and weight, he circled behind S5 and lifted his long leg to kick him. S5 knew that their captain had circled behind him, so he was on guard. He nimbly dodged to the side and insisted on reporting his height. Height 182, weight standard, and the point is single. Then the single Special Forces soldiers were enraged. Good lad, 2F** King Cunning. And the point was that he was single. He made it sound like he was the only one who was single. More than half of the team was single. Even their captain was single. What right did he have to say the point? A comrade stepped forward and said sternly, "Captain, leave him to us. We'll take care of him." Good lad. He actually dared to announce that he was single before them. Too cunning. He needed to be taught a lesson. S5, whose neck was strangled by his comrade, was mercilessly dragged to the side to be taught a lesson. However, he was smiling proudly as he was dragged away. It didn't matter. Teach him a lesson then. After all, he had already finished his self-introduction. Compared to their simple introduction of code name, place of origin, and military age, it was much better. He would definitely leave a deep impression on Qing Yao. The point. Single. Xia Jinyuan. S5 took advantage of the loophole. Seeing S5 still smiling as he was dragged away, the lieutenant colonel's face was so dark that it reflected the light. Turning around, he spoke to the other Special Forces soldiers who had yet to introduce themselves. Their eyes and were ready to imitate S5. You want to attract the attention of the green bird to steal the team leader's woman? I'll kill you all. His comrades, who were about to introduce themselves again, glanced at the S5 that was being dragged away. Kid, just you wait. You're itching for a beating, aren't you? Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She could already foresee that her upcoming training would be colorful and fun. Looking at the dark face of the man beside her, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile a little. Captain Xia was actually a narrow-minded man. G3, T6, V8, and Z7 who knew about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, also smiled. Chapter 3207. T6 gloated. He deserves it. He really deserves it. It's a pity that S5 is the only one who likes him. There should be more of them. Who asked him to treat Qing Niao like that? Does he really think that Qing Niao is made of iron? This is the first time I've seen someone treat their girlfriend that harshly. I wouldn't be surprised if Qing Niao dumped him one day. Q King is indeed a little too harsh on Qing Niao. No one else can be as harsh as him. But Qing Niao fell for his tricks. I'm starting to suspect that I don't have a girlfriend. Is it because I'm too soft-hearted? Do I have to learn to be as harsh as Q King? V8 was puzzled and said with a conflicted expression, "What if I learn to be ruthless? Will I beat my girlfriend away?" K7 thought that V8 was thinking too far ahead. He patted his comrade's shoulder and sighed. "Brother, you don't even have a girlfriend. How can you beat her away? Also, are you sure you can find a girlfriend like Qing Niao? No, a girl like Qing Niao is rare in this world. Just give up. Also, as someone who has been through this before, let me remind you that girlfriends are not to be beaten, but to be coaxed. Beating your girlfriend is domestic violence, and will be looked down upon by everyone. If you end up in the hospital, you'll have to go to jail." As for why Qing Niao can continue after being beaten up by Q King, it's because she's a different girl. Her goal is to enter the Snowfield Brigade and become a Special Forces soldier. The military has high hopes for her, and hopes that she can take on heavy responsibilities. If Q King doesn't treat her harshly and coax her as his girlfriend after entering the military, it will only cause her to die. It's not that he can't beat her, but it's because these are the hardships that a Special Forces soldier has to go through. You've experienced it before, and so have I. We've all been trained to the point where we ended up in the hospital. It'll be the same in the future. Don't be envious. Not everyone has a love like theirs. Look at me. I've been in love for so long, and I've met dozens of girls, if not hundreds, but I've never met a girl like Qing Niao. It wasn't easy to meet a Qing Niao, but Q King took advantage of her. So, you just have to find a girl you like. Don't try to find a girlfriend like Q King. You'll be single for the rest of your life. In order not to let his comrade make a fool of himself and end up single for the rest of his life, Han Zheng advised him earnestly. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian had a love that was hard to come by. The two of them met the most suitable person when they were at their best, and they were together in their most beautiful years. This kind of love was too rare in the world, and not everyone could be as lucky as the two of them. On the other hand, a girl like Qing Niao was really not someone an ordinary man could afford to marry. She was a girl who was almost perfect in all aspects. Ordinary men would feel a lot of pressure when they were with her. Only a man like Xia Jinyuan, who was as dazzling as the sun and had extraordinary abilities and methods, could be a good match for her. The guys in the team who were tempted should also give up. They could forget about making Qing Niao change her mind. S5 and Eagle, these two pitiful guys. They would definitely have a hard time in the future. Han Zheng's words were insightful and insightful. T6 and K7, who were still complaining about Xia Jinyuan being too harsh on Yi Qian, gradually calmed down. They had indeed been too extreme just now. They only saw how ruthless Q King was to Qing Niao, but they neglected what Qing Niao would face in the future and what she would experience. Chapter 3208. In the future, she would be facing a battlefield where life and death would be on the battlefield. She would be a Special Forces soldier who would have to survive a hail of bullets. As Special Forces soldiers, they had all gone through the same path. No one was given any special treatment. Here, everyone would undergo the same training. G3, who already knew a little about the situation, said in a low voice, In the future, no matter how Q King arranges Qin Niao's training, those of us who know the relationship between them are not allowed to interfere. Even if we have any objections, we have to avoid Qin Niao and bring them up to Q King. We absolutely cannot question Q King in front of Qin Niao. Just as Z7 said, Qin Niao is not an ordinary girl. In addition, the military has high hopes for her, so it's normal for Q King to be strict with her. You have to know that once a female soldier is captured on the battlefield, her fate is much worse than that of a male soldier. For Qin Niao's sake, and for Q King's own sake, he has to be strict with Qin Niao. We watched Q King treat Qin Niao harshly because we didn't know what Q King's arrangements were. And why did Qin Niao accept all of Q King's arrangements? It's because she wants to become a member of our Snowfield Brigade and become our comrade in arms so that we can advance and retreat together. Z7's Han Zheng's words were a reminder, but G3's Yin Rong's words made it clear. He told his comrades that Xia Jinyuan had his reasons for making all of these arrangements. Everyone was smart, so there was no need to make it too clear. They just had to think about it, and think about it for a while before they understood. Z7 laughed again and said, "Based on my understanding of Q King, he's a very gentlemanly and considerate man. Just look at how much he usually dotes on Qin Niao. During the military academy days, he even washed Qin Niao's clothes because he was afraid that Qin Niao would hurt her hands if she washed them with cold water." Why would someone who's been rolling around in the snow be afraid of hurting their hands with cold water? How's that possible? Wash Qin Niao's clothes. The T6 combatant's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? He would even throw his own clothes to his defeated comrade to wash, and he would actually wash Qin Niao's clothes. Their captain, their king, as long as it was winter, he would start to think about how to stop himself from washing clothes. Who would have thought that he would actually wash clothes for Qin Niao this year? Did he hear wrongly? That's right. In the past few days in the military academy, he had taken over Qin Niao's clothes. He could even sing while scrubbing them. He was completely intoxicated. The second insider, V8, nodded in confirmation. I was shocked too, but he really did wash them. But leave his clothes to me and Z7 to wash, V8 said with a blank expression. The shocked T6 combatant walked out and asked, "Why, all lost to him again?" "Yeah, he organized a basketball game. I was in the same group as Z7 and lost. He won." Thinking back to the past, V8's heart ached. He had lost to Q King time and time again. When would it be his turn to wash his clothes for Q King? Z7 did not want to mention this at all. It would be embarrassing. But since V8 had already said it, he could no longer keep it a secret. He added, "Both of us will wash the clothes for a week each. After V8 is done, it'll be my turn to wash them." Ha ha, ha ha. The T6 combatant laughed mercilessly. This was great. Q King would not have to think of ways to get his comrades to wash his clothes for him for the next few days. Looks like I don't have to worry about losing to Q King for the entire winter. After the two of you are done washing, there's still Eagle and S5 waiting in line. G3 did not have any objections to this arrangement at all. Last winter, he, a mountain boy who grew up at the foot of the Daxing Anling Mountains, actually lost to Q King, who grew up in Sijio City. This made him feel extremely frustrated for the entire winter. Trapping rabbits was a mountain boy's specialty. How could he lose to a city boy? Chapter 3209. Why were city kids better at catching rabbits than mountain kids? G3 still couldn't figure it out. But Yi Qian soon found out why city kids could beat mountain kids when it came to catching rabbits. It was all because of Xia Jinyuan's secret efforts. After all the Special Forces soldiers introduced themselves, Xia Jinyuan, who was jealous, announced that they were dismissed. everyone went to the field for training while he took Yi Qian to the dormitory. Xia Jinyuan grabbed his girlfriend's luggage and said in a low voice, "Go to the dormitory and change your clothes first, then tidy up your room. In half an hour, G3 will take you to the recruit training ground to train with the new recruits." Xia Jinyuan paused for a moment and looked at Yi Qian, who was covered in snow. He seemed to want to make up for something, so he added softly, "Qing Niao, I'm sorry about what happened just now, but I had to make this arrangement. Also, I won't make you do high-intensity training. You just have to get to know the new recruits and train with them." Xia Jinyuan didn't explain why he wanted her to train with the new recruits instead of the veterans. Xia Jinyuan was actually very nervous about the arrangement for Yi Qian today. He felt that it was unfair. The reason why he wanted Yi Qian to train with the new recruits was also unfair. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be angry, so he could only leave the matter to G3. In the end, Xia Jinyuan was worried about his girlfriend's feelings. Fortunately, Yi Qian had always understood her boyfriend. She knew that he couldn't give her special treatment just because she was the captain's girlfriend. Therefore, she didn't have any objections to any of his arrangements. Yi Qian could sense his uneasiness from his tone. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Captain Xia, since I'm in the team, I'll obey your arrangements unconditionally. I'll do whatever you arrange. You said before that you're not my boyfriend, and I'm not your girlfriend. We're comrades, a superior and subordinate relationship. So, you don't have to worry too much about me, and you don't have to worry about my emotions at all times. You just made the right choice and made the right arrangements. Just like that time when I was training with the Demon King and the others, you beat me up until I was hospitalized. I could understand and accept it. And I also think that if other comrades had made such a stupid mistake, they definitely wouldn't have just been beaten up by you. They would have been punished even more horribly. I won't become arrogant because of your favor, so you don't have to worry about my feelings. If I really have any dissatisfaction, I will definitely voice it out and not hide it in my heart." Yi Qian's words left Xia Jinyuan speechless for a long time. His girlfriend was always so considerate of him, always thinking from his point of view. Sometimes, it even gave him the illusion that she was the one who was always taking care of him and accommodating him. That was indeed the case. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to accept what happened in the past or today. Even if they didn't fly into a rage, they would still criticize him. After all, even the G3 members thought that he had gone too far. But she didn't. She had always been considerate of him and chose to follow him without any complaints or regrets. She believed in everything he did without reservation. Xia Jinyuan's heart had already softened as if it was soaked in warm water. His love for her continued to ferment. In the end, he couldn't control himself anymore. He lowered his head and pecked Yi Qian's lips with his slightly cold, thin lips. Deep love slowly flowed in his deep eyes. Chapter 32:10. Yi Qian, who was startled by his sudden kiss, looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there were no other comrades around, she heaved a sigh of relief. This time Yi Qian, who was kissed, was not happy. Instead, she was furious. She glared at him and said, "Captain Xia, this is the team. You have to be careful. If you do this again, I won't be alone with you next time." He was too bold. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the base. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered? Xia Jinyuan, who had kissed her secretly, realized that he had gone overboard. He didn't expect that he would lose control of himself in a moment of impulse. After the kiss, he knew that he had made a big mistake. He immediately said, "I'll check the surveillance cameras later." The fear and anger in her heart did not disappear just because he said that he would check the surveillance cameras. She said sternly, "You're not allowed to do such things again. What would your comrades think if they saw you? If word of this spreads to the higher-ups, you won't have a good time as the captain." Yi Qian, who was not angry when she was arranged to fight a tag team battle, and was not angry when she was arranged to fight a one-on-one, was really angry now. How could he be so reckless? Yi Qian had always been tolerant of Xia Jinyuan. She had never been angry at anything he did, but this time she really did not expect him to do such a thing. It was greatly beyond her expectations. It also made her realize that if such actions were not stopped, there would be endless trouble in the future. Her face had completely turned cold, and even her eyes had become much sharper. She stared directly at Xia Jinyuan and said, "I'm happy that you've been up to some petty tricks outside. But if you continue to do that in the team, I don't like it at all, Captain Xia. The Captain Xia in my heart is a true husband who separates public from private interests. He knows what he wants to do at all times." Xia Jinyuan knew that his actions just now had really angered his girlfriend, who had never been angry with him before. He was deeply reflecting on himself. The person who was leaving with him now was not his girlfriend, but his comrade, his subordinate. His handsome face turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "There won't be a next time." Okay, he had always been a man of his word, so Yi Qian did not continue to press the matter. He nodded lightly to show that he trusted him. He was angry because he was afraid that his small actions would affect his work and destroy his image in the eyes of his comrades. Yi Qian's criticism was a wake-up call to Xia Jinyuan. After that, until Yi Qian left the Snowfield Brigade and returned to school, he really did not do anything out of line. Even after the two of them had fought together countless times during the drills, he did not make any similar mistakes. When two people were together, they didn't just talk about love. Sometimes, harsh criticism was also a way to improve their relationship. Take Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, for example. Because of their professions, they were destined not to be romantically involved. There would not be many sweet nothings between them. Fighting and criticism were all part of their love. It was a love that was different from other lovers. Yi Qian took the initiative to change the topic and asked Xia Jinyuan, who had a slightly gloomy expression on his face, "Just now, you said that you had to make such arrangements. What exactly was the reason? Can I know?" "Of course you can. I never thought of hiding it from you." Yi Qian's consideration once again made Xia Jinyuan let out a sigh of relief. For her, for himself, and for the two of them to fight side by side in the future, he absolutely could not do anything out of line again. Chapter 32:11. He made a mistake and caused her to be worried as well. This was something he did not want to see. The Snowfield Brigade is divided into two teams. The team with alphanumeric code names is responsible for external assault operations, while the team with Chinese code names is responsible for assassination. The combination of the two teams is a double-edged sword for our country, able to attack and defend at will. With the development of the times, the military strength of each country has increased, and the special forces have expanded. Our Special Forces team, which was established in the late 1980s, also needs to be reformed. I suggested to the military that we have too few members. As the special forces of each country increase, I hope that the two teams will be expanded. The two teams will be divided into two brigades. I will be responsible for external assault operations, while the other team leader will be responsible for assassination operations. This suggestion was approved by the military and Major General Yang. A year later, a document was issued. The Snowfield Brigade's main force will be expanded to 100 people. Within 10 years, the entire Snowfield Brigade will be expanded to about 200 people. 4 years have passed. Our current strength, including the new recruits, and you has reached 60 people. In 2.5 years, our strength will reach 100 people. The 100 people will be divided into 2 brigades, led by 2 team leaders. I will be the team leader of the assault operations. The team with Chinese code names is responsible for assassination and assassination. Most of them act alone, which is equivalent to a group without a leader. Therefore, we need another team leader to lead the team. Hearing this, Yi Qian vaguely guessed what Xia Jinyuan wanted to say. After he guessed it, his eyes flashed with shock. He did not immediately ask, but listened quietly with a serious expression. Who will lead the team with Chinese code names in the future has become a headache for Major General Yang. In the first half of last year, Major General Yang was still having a headache over this. I already had a candidate in mind, but because the time was not right, I did not mention it to Major General Yang. It was not until the second half of last year that I vaguely revealed my thoughts to Major General Yang. Major General Yang did not say no, nor did he say yes. It was not until the first half of this year that I applied to the military to allow you to come to the base for training in advance. After seeing your combat and leadership abilities, Major General Yang told me that I could give it a try, but he still needed to evaluate you and could not make a decision easily. In other words, she guessed correctly. The military and Major General Yang had included her as a candidate to take over Pigeon's team. Yi Qian's heart thundered when his guess was confirmed. He said softly, "Captain Xia, even I don't have that much confidence. Why do you think that I can do it?" "Your guts." "All right, you've always been quite big." As bold as he was, he had done too many things that had shocked and convinced her. Xia Jinyuan sneered. "Because I believe that you are capable enough to not disappoint those who think highly of you. It wasn't on the spur of the moment, but after several years of testing you, I had the confidence to make a suggestion to Major General Yang." Major General Yang didn't answer immediately. On the one hand, he has seen your ability and believes in your ability. On the other hand, he considers that you are too young to convince the public, so he needs to discuss it. If he didn't believe in your ability, he wouldn't have specially told me that today is your first meeting with the team members. You must make proper arrangements and let the team members know of your abilities and capabilities. First impressions are the strongest. In the future, when you join the army and become the leader of Pigeon's team, things will be much smoother. The situation that I encountered when I first joined the team will not happen again. Chapter 32:12. Yi Qian couldn't calm her emotions for a long time. It was too shocking, so shocking, that she couldn't believe it. How could Captain Xia think that she could take on such a heavy responsibility? How could Major General Yang think that she could give it a try? But she had never thought about it. Yi Qian only wanted to be a special forces soldier, to be able to follow in Xia Jinyuan's footsteps, and eventually be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. She had never thought about leading troops into battle and becoming a commander. She had never thought about it, so she was so shocked. Xia Jinyuan saw that she was so shocked and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so shocked? Don't you believe in your own ability, or are you doubting my judgment and Major General Yang's judgment?" "No, that's not it." Yi Qian immediately shook her head. "I'm not doubting you or the Major General. I just can't quite believe it. Why do you guys trust me so much?" "You know, I haven't even thought about it myself. I don't quite believe that I have the ability in this area. Then you can think about it now, and you need to work hard for your future development. Qing Yao, you have to believe in yourself. Think about it. You've endured so many difficulties. You shouldn't doubt your own ability. As the commander-in-chief in your first year, you led the first year and third year students to complete the exercise. When your brigade commander came to Beijing for a meeting to report on the school's work, he especially praised you. Why does Major General Yang think that you can give it a try? It's because of your wonderful performance as the commander-in-chief of the first-year exercise. Don't doubt your own ability. We all know your ability. Now, add a little ambition into it, and I believe that you can definitely do it. Add a little ambition? In her second life, she didn't seem to have any ambition. In her previous life, she didn't even have the time to be ambitious. She only thought about how to survive. She, who had no ambition in her previous life, suddenly had to add a little ambition. Yi Qian swallowed and said with difficulty, "But this kind of thing can't be done with ambition alone. You also have to have enough ability. Also, you have to make your comrades believe in you. You've told me before that the all-round soldier king parachuted into the Snowfield Brigade, but no one was convinced by you, so I don't have to say anything." Captain Xia, who had outstanding ability, was made the brigade commander, but her comrades had made it difficult for her to become their brigade commander. Just thinking about it made her shudder. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't convince the others. How to convince others? This is what I have to do as a commander. Her uneasiness made Xia Jinyuan smile faintly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. I'm new here, and it's difficult for me to fight 100 fists with my bare hands. I have to pull some people to my side. Thus, before I came here, I had already decided who would submit to me first, as long as they're convinced everything. At that time, Han Zheng hadn't come over yet, so he couldn't be my helper. Thus, I thought of ways to learn from foreigners and subdue foreigners. I focused on what the soldiers in the team were good at, what they were good at in life, and what they were good at in training. J5 was my first target. Because he was the instructor, I took a week to bring him to my camp. G3 was a tough nut to crack. He had the unyielding spirit of a mountain person and the loyalty of a mountain person. He became my second target, and the pigeons were my third target. Chapter 32:13. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly as he recalled the past. He explained his plan one by one. After I figured out the targets, I started to train myself based on their strengths. Within a week, I had J5, G3, and then Pigeon. 3 months later, 10 people stood on my side and started to submit to me. It was already a year later when everyone was convinced by me. Yi Qian was in awe. Captain Xia had never relied on his family's connections to get to where he was today, nor did he ask Commander-in-Chief Xia for help. It was obvious how much effort he had put in. It was all blood and sweat. It's the same as learning all their strengths and not letting any of them surpass yours. It must have been very hard on you. Yi Qian, who had put his ambitions aside, looked at him with heartache. He asked softly, "How did you endure that kind of hardship?" How much effort did he have to put in to learn everyone's strengths? Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was feeling sorry for him, so he didn't downplay it. He told her the truth. This was because he had to let her know that it was not easy to get all his comrades, who were all ace special forces, to submit to him. He had to let her be mentally prepared. That year, I was really exhausted. During the day, I had to fight with them, and at night, they would all be sleeping soundly. In order to get them to submit to my arrangements and orders as soon as possible, I didn't dare to sleep too much at night. I would sneak up and continue training. There were patrols at the base at night. I didn't want them to find me. When I was training, I had to pay attention to my surroundings from time to time to prevent them from discovering me. Once, a tall building happened to land at night. T6 and V8 stood under the building for half an hour and didn't leave. I hung there with my head down for half an hour. When they left, my brain was so congested that my vision turned black. When I came down, I couldn't even see my surroundings clearly. Later, Major General Yang couldn't stand it anymore and sent me overseas to study special forces for half a year. I came back half a year later. In the past, G3 and the others used to obey my arrangements and orders. After they came back, they were truly convinced and didn't question any of my decisions anymore. Even if you really have doubts, you will first think about it in your heart before raising them, instead of directly slamming the table and questioning it like before. Qing Niao, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade, are all the best of the best. It's not easy to convince them. As for you, the military has other plans. Major General Yang specifically told me that you have to give all the special forces a very strong impression on the first day you arrive. How can I leave a good impression on these ace special forces on the first day? I thought for a long time before coming up with today's arrangement. They went from ordinary soldiers to ace special forces today by relying on their strength. Then I'll let you show them your strength on the first day and let them know how strong the female soldier Qing Niao is. Facts have proven that my arrangements were correct. They have seen your strength and know how powerful the female soldier Qing Niao is. They already have a very good impression of your arrival, which will also lay the foundation for you in the future. You will take fewer detours and experience fewer things that I have encountered before. Your mind will be more stable, and you will not have negative emotions because of this. Chapter 32:14. Yi Qian, who had been shocked earlier, felt warm inside. It turned out that Captain Xia trusted him so much and had started planning for a long time. For her sake, he had put in so much effort to make arrangements, and was even afraid that he would have a knot in his heart. Because the matter had not been settled yet, he could not tell her the purpose of his arrangements. Every time he was ruthless to her, he felt uneasy and was afraid that he would hurt her. Work hard, Qing Niao. I will report your situation every day. Whether or not you can become the leader of Pigeon's brigade depends on you. After he said this, Yi Qian, who had a sour look in her eyes, nodded and said, "I'm willing to give it a try." She did not have any ambition, but for his good intentions and to live up to his efforts, she was willing to give it a try. She was only half saying that she was willing to give it a try. What she really wanted to say was, "For you, I'm willing to give it a try." Xia Jinyuan, who had seen through her thoughts, stared at the female soldier, who was willing to give it a try for him. He smiled gently and said, "I believe that you will definitely become the brightest star in our brigade. Go upstairs and pack up first." Xia Jinyuan looked down at his watch and saw that 10 minutes had passed. He handed the luggage to Yi Qian and said, "There are still 20 minutes left. Hurry up." After taking the luggage, Yi Qian realized that she had arrived at a small building that was only 4 stories tall. There were 2 armed sentries standing guard in the corridor leading to the building. When they saw her and Captain Xia walking over, they immediately saluted and gave her a friendly smile. "This is the information building. We have never had a female soldier in our brigade, and have never had a female soldier come here before. Therefore, the brigade does not have a female soldier's dormitory. To avoid suspicion, I have arranged for your dormitory to be in the information building. The room is very spacious, but it is not convenient for you to take a shower. In the future, you will come to my dormitory to take a shower alone." It could not be helped. When they were building the infrastructure, they did not consider that there would be a female soldier stationed here one day. They also did not expect that the Snowfield Brigade would recruit female soldiers, which led to the current awkward situation. Xia Jinyuan was even more worried about Yi Qian taking a bath in a public bathhouse. If some reckless guy didn't know that Qing Niao was taking a bath and rushed in, it would be a big problem. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. She took her luggage and looked up at the IT building. It was a very new building. It's a little extravagant to live alone in such a big room. She accepted it easily and didn't feel wronged at all. She really had a big heart. Since she didn't feel anything, he didn't have to think too much about it. He pointed to the second floor and said, "The reference room on the second floor is your temporary dormitory. Other than T6 and a few others, the other comrades usually won't get close to it. It is indeed very big, as long as you are not afraid." What was there to be afraid of? Yi Qian grabbed his luggage and walked briskly up to the second floor. 20 minutes later, G3 walked over on time and gave Xia Jinyuan an order to Yi Qian, who had changed into a clean camouflage uniform. "Defeat 30 recruits within a week. If you can't do it, you will be disqualified as a reserve member." It was a very cruel order, but Yi Qian only froze for a few seconds before accepting it. If she couldn't even defeat the recruits, what right did she have to train and fight together with the ace special forces of the Snowfield Brigade? Not to mention becoming the leader of another team. Her calm acceptance made G3 look at her and feel a little uneasy. He reminded her, "Qing Niao, King Q never makes incorrect arrangements. He always has a reason for everything he does. You don't think too much about it. He doesn't mean anything by it." He explained it because he was afraid that she would misunderstand Captain Xia. Chapter 32:15. G3 had witnessed Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's relationship to where it was today. They knew that it wasn't easy for them and knew about their relationship. Therefore, they hoped that they would be together for a long time and that there wouldn't be any setbacks. To be honest, people like them really couldn't withstand any setbacks in their relationships. Even the slightest setback would make their hearts feel stifled. Take himself, for example. He had been in a relationship with his girlfriend for a few years and was most worried that he wouldn't be able to accompany her during the holidays and make her angry. In a fit of anger, she would break up with him. Therefore, the first thing he would do when he returned home during the holidays was to bring his girlfriend home and pamper her. He couldn't withstand the torment, but he also didn't dare to make his girlfriend angry. His girlfriend's words were more effective than an imperial edict. As long as she said something, he would immediately obey without a single word of rebuttal. To be honest, if Q King treated his girlfriend this way, they wouldn't have gotten married next year. They would have said goodbye to him long ago. Now that he saw how Yi Qian was treated, G3 felt that he wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't put in a few good words for their captain. It didn't matter how much they joked with their captain or how much they ridiculed each other. It was all in front of him. When it came to serious matters, they wouldn't be careless. They had to stand up for their comrades. After G3 finished explaining, he stared at Yi Qian without blinking. He tried to see if there was anything strange in her calm expression, so that he could grasp the main point and enlighten Yi Qian. Yi Qian was really calm. Before she understood Xia Jinyuan's arrangement, she didn't have any objections. Now that she understood, it was naturally even more impossible for her to have any objections. Seeing how nervous G3 was, she couldn't help but laugh. "G3, you don't have to be nervous. I didn't think that much. After joining the team, he's our captain. The captain's arrangements are military orders. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. As a soldier, how can I not understand? I'll obey whatever arrangements he makes. There won't be any misunderstandings, nor will there be any personal feelings, because I know that everything he's doing is for my own good. He's doing this so that I can come back alive from the rain of bullets. I understand. All of you, relax. Tell T6, V8, K7, and Z7 not to worry about me. I'm on good terms with Captain Xia. We won't make a scene. Captain Xia's arrangement is his business. I don't have the right to question it. I just need to obey. Also, I'm really grateful that all of you stepped forward to protect me just now. With all of you by my side, what's there to be upset about? Don't worry, I'm fine. In order to emphasize that he really wasn't angry and wasn't throwing a tantrum, Yi Qian repeatedly reassured them. G3 saw that there was nothing strange between her brows. Her expression and tone were very natural. She was indeed not throwing a tantrum, nor was she unhappy because of Q King's arrangement. Only then did he feel relieved. That's good, that's good. Not wanting to talk about personal matters anymore, G3 restrained his expression and said with a serious expression, "Then let's go to the recruit company now. Today's training is a little special. Sit on the side and watch first before you learn." How is it special? Yi Qian sat in the mountain bike as G3 drove her to the base's third training ground. Only then did she realize how special it was. This was a very, very large training ground hidden in the forest. There were several different types of off-road vehicles parked in the snow. Today, the recruits were driving warrior commuter vehicles. Chapter 32:16. Pointing at one of the warrior commuter cars, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Can I drive it myself? I don't really want to sit and watch." Drive it herself? The G3 member stared at the female soldier who wanted to drive and asked uncertainly, "You've driven it before?" "Yes, I've driven it before. I've driven warrior commuter cars, tractors, infantry fighting vehicles, and six-wheeled transport vehicles before. I'm best at Orient off-road vehicles." Yi Qian told him all the types of cars she had learned at the Southern Province Automotive Training Base. After she finished, she sighed and said, "Q King said that I only know how to drive basic cars. I don't know how to drive special operations cars. I've never driven one before." The G3 member didn't say anything. Q King was obviously lying to a child. "Drive it first and let me know how good you are. Your skills are not bad. If you drive further up the mountain, there will be special operations training grounds. They are all training grounds with complicated terrains." After taking a few steps, he asked Yi Qian, "Have you driven into the mountains before?" "Yes, I drove for more than 100 kilometers. During that time, I ate chili, cooling oil, and onions to refresh myself." Yi Qian didn't think it was impressive that she had driven so many cars before, so she said it calmly. At this moment, the G3 member was very emotional. "How did you drive these cars before?" "When I was in high school, I took the time to learn from soldiers at a base. Unfortunately, after I graduated from high school and left the southern province, I never went back. It would be difficult even if she wanted to go." Political commissar Yen was transferred away, Regiment Commander Liu was retired, and the soldiers who had learned with her were all on duty at their respective posts. Other than the training grounds, she wasn't familiar with anything else. When she mentioned the southern province, the G3 member knew which base she had trained at. The soldiers from that base were all elite drivers for the leaders at the conference hall. Not only were they skilled, but they also knew how to drive all kinds of cars. Knowing which base Yi Qian had trained at, the G3 member jumped into the warrior commuter car and said to Yi Qian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Go up the mountain. Go straight up the mountain." "Okay." Yi Qian agreed readily. He stepped on the accelerator and drifted away nimbly. Yi Qian drove the 100% proprietary warrior commuter car, which had almost 100% domestically produced parts, into the mountains, speeding. That's right, speeding. It was so fast that the G3 had only just secured the safety belt when the car was already almost 100 meters away. That speed, amazing. G3, whose seatbelt was fastened, was so excited by Yi Jian's swift turn that his eyes lit up. "Not bad, green bird. Master level." He who was in his office, he was in his office. He smiled to the pigeon, reporting pigeon. "What a coincidence," he said to the pigeon to the report. "What a coincidence. Let's let her get to know the recruits, to the godzes, soldiers, 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 S who was accompanying him. To record, Niao, TT, record Niao, SS. The pigeon was a little confused. Isn't it the other way around? Is Niao the one recording G3 foot S? Did G3 foot S results need to be recorded? It didn't sound right to say it the other way around. Niao drove the Warrior commuter car before, so her skills are passable. She should be the one driving now, Xia Jinyuan said lazily as he flipped through the documents in his hands. Niao was already at the base she yearned for, so she really became a free bird. She could soar as high as she wanted, but how could she let go of anything related to training? Chapter 32:17. So she had learned it before, and her skills were passable. She was probably doing it at the foot of the mountain. Yes. Pigeon didn't think too much and agreed. She handed the second document to Comrade Xia Jinyuan. This is the document from the military headquarters yesterday. You have to read it. You don't have to sign it. You'll know what happened just by looking at it. Everyone in the team knew that their captain hated signatures the most because the documents to be signed were trivial matters that had to be carried out. And signed documents were the main point. Xia Jinyuan immediately put the document in his hand aside. He even put down his long legs that were resting on the corner of the desk. He opened the document and read it from the beginning to the end. Then he slammed it shut. It seems that you all have to stay in the army this year. Who bought the tickets to go home? Tell them to refund the tickets and call home to apologize. It was the first time he had encountered a military exercise during the new year since he took over the position of captain of the Snowfield Brigade. It looked like there was going to be a big change in the army. Xia Jinyuan, who grew up in a powerful family, had always been sensitive to changes in direction. There was no news from the higher-ups, but he could smell something unusual just by looking at a document. Pigeon said, "The entire team will participate. It looks like it's going to be a large-scale winter exercise. A brigade of soldiers, a medium-sized exercise." Xia Jinyuan stood up and picked up the camouflage hat on the desk. He said as he walked out, "Go take a look at the training of the veterans. Contact G3 and report to me immediately when Qing Niao's results are out." Yes. Pigeon walked out together and contacted G3 to convey Xia Jinyuan's instructions. After that, he said jokingly, "Q King said that Qing Niao has driven a Warrior commuter car before, but her skills are average. Do you want to make her results look better?" G3, who was sitting in the Warrior commuter car, couldn't sit still for even a moment. He took a deep breath and replied, "With her current skills, you want me to make her look better? You'll know when you come over. She's competing with the new recruits." "What do you mean? Competing with the new recruits? Are you kidding?" How could Pigeon, who was holding the one-line microphone, believe her? Q King himself had said that Qing Niao's level was average. How could he compete with the recruits with such average standards? The recruits' skills shouldn't be that bad, right? Greenbird's guts were a little too big. Before G3 could answer, a loud bang came from the single-line microphone, as if a car had hit something. The sound was so loud that Pigeon's heart skipped a beat, and even her expression changed. "Hey, G3, what's the situation now?" The G3 driver in the car hadn't even caught his breath yet. When he heard this, he panted heavily and replied, "It's nothing. We avoided the obstacle, and the car behind hit us. We're fine." Obstacle avoidance was the most common training method in driving training. It was used to train the reaction and judgment of soldiers. Pigeon's expression changed again and again. She asked G3 with uncertainty, "Is Qing Niao's level very high?" "Very high. She's way ahead of the new recruits. I can't get out of the car now, and the speed is so fast. Otherwise, I would have jumped out of the car." G3 grabbed the handle of the car and tried to keep his body stable. However, the road was rugged and bumpy. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to stabilize his body. He bounced again, and his head hit the roof of the car hard. G3 was dizzy, and his stomach was churning. He remembered that he hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. No wonder his stomach was churning. Chapter 32:18. Pigeon knew that he might have been tricked by Q King. G3 praised Qing Niao's skill level so much. Then it must be very high. He wanted to see. Actions were better than thoughts. Pigeon cut off the communication and ran towards the monitoring center. His comrades in the monitoring center were already admiring the scene. The recruits were training in the mountains, so they naturally needed to be monitored. If anything happened, they could immediately go to the rescue. From the moment Yi Qian got on the bus to the departure, his comrades in the monitoring center did not miss anything. Previously, when they saw Yi Qian jump into the commuter bus and sit in the driver's seat, they were stunned. They almost contacted G3 to ask him to keep a close eye on Qing Niao so that nothing would happen to her on her first day in the team. Later, they felt that the one who had an accident was not Qing Niao, but G3 who had been jolted until his face turned pale. With this level of skill, how could the recruits be her match? Pigeon rushed in and saw the monitors in the monitoring center showing the recruits training in the mountains. He hurriedly ran over and asked, "Which bus is Qing Niao driving?" Y pointed at the warrior commuter bus in the middle of the monitor and stared at it intently. He did not reply to Pigeon. "This one." On the monitor, Yi Qian stepped on the accelerator and soared from a high slope. Then, with a bang, it landed in another trench. Y shouted, "Beautiful! Beautifully done!" "Wonderful! Too wonderful!" It was too exciting to watch. Pigeon stared at the commuter bus that was still trembling after landing and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Was this what Q King meant by average? F***CK. Was this level still considered average? When he was racing, it was as if he was driving a toy car. When he dodged obstacles, the steering wheel turned into a blur, and he dodged with incomparable agility. At the same time, he also trapped the commuter cars behind him. When he reached the trench, he stepped on the gas pedal nimbly and rushed out like an arrow without stopping. After landing, the car was still trembling and began to drift again. The wheels spun in the snow and mud, confusing the line of sight of the commuter cars behind him and forcing them to stop. If this was considered average, he really didn't know what kind of standard Q King had in mind. Q King Xia Jinyuan thought that Qing Niao's standard still had room for improvement. As for saying that Qing Niao's standard was passable, he was just being modest. He didn't expect that the pigeon would take his words seriously. On the other hand, the recruits who were training thought that their captain, who was so ruthless that even the blood in his body was cold, was testing them. They immediately contacted each other and discussed tactics. Surround him and block his escape route. Comrades numbered 1 to 5 immediately changed lanes halfway up the mountain to block his path. Comrades numbered 6 to 10 drive straight to the top of the mountain and guard the top of the mountain. Don't let him take you down. Comrades from 11 to 15 block his path of retreat at the foot of the mountain. Make sure he has nowhere to retreat and nowhere to advance. The rest of you stay close and attack from both sides. I don't believe that we can't kill him today. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan had been very harsh on them during their training. He was so harsh that they were both afraid and impressed. Now that they had a chance to learn from each other, how could they let it go? Their tactics were all transmitted to the monitoring center through the communication devices in the car. The ace special forces who were watching were all speechless. F***CK. They thought Qing Niao was Q King. Qing Niao, I'm Y. The recruits mistook you for Q King. Due to the fact that Q King is usually inhumane and has no humanity, this group of recruits has begun to surround you. Can you withstand it? Chapter 32:19. Yi Qian was not frightened by the recruits thinking that she was Xia Jinyuan. Instead, she was shocked by wise words. Q King is usually inhumane, causing the soldiers to be enraged. She asked G3, who was sitting next to her, what inhumane thing did Q King do to cause the soldiers to be enraged? Nothing happened, right? She was worried that Xia Jinyuan would be punished because of the soldiers' anger. The soldiers' indignation meant that they were not convinced. They were quite angry at his arrangement. They wanted to resist, but had to obey, because of his identity. Yi Jian understood this. She did not pick up the conversation. She could hear Y's voice, but Y could not hear her. G3, whose face was pale, suppressed the nausea in his stomach. He swallowed a few times before answering her. Nothing. Y is just joking. The soldier's anger is not what you think it is. It's because every time he arranges inhumane training, the recruits have a hard time completing it within the allotted time. They resisted several times, but to no avail. Some of the recruits said it was impossible to complete, that no one could complete it. In the end, Q King completed it. A bunch of dissatisfied recruits extinguished their anger and didn't dare to fart anymore. Some people questioned him and said that he was the captain of the team. His ability must be outstanding to be able to sit in the captain's position today. It's normal for him to win against them. You know, Q King's temper. He gave them a chance, but they still grumbled like girls in front of him. He didn't say much and directly increased their usual training to the same level as us veterans. This group of elite soldiers from various units wanted to cause trouble, but didn't dare to. They said they wanted to spar with Q King a few times, but Q King directly said that they didn't have the right. Each and every one of them had no place to vent the anger in their hearts. I even heard that the recruits secretly swore to defeat Q King, who looked down on them, within a year. Ugh, when it came to the recruits, and Q King, G3 couldn't control himself and said a little too much. Yi Qian's continuous breaking made his stomach churn. He could no longer suppress the nausea. From the rearview mirror, Yi Jian saw 3 warrior commuter cars following closely behind. When the car took a 180-degree turn on the mountain road, the driver of G3, who was about to vomit bile several times, glanced at the female soldier, who stopped the car with the corner of his eyes. He felt that he was going to lose a lot of face today. He was going to vomit. He was also the instructor of the recruits' warrior commuter car and warrior light armored car. The instructor was sitting in the commuter car until he vomited. What a F***king embarrassment. When the commuter car behind them saw that their car had stopped at a dangerous bend, they were instantly excited. Car number 2, speed up. Q King has stopped to stop. F***ck. Is he not daring to cross the road? Ha ha ha, there are places he doesn't dare. Hurry, all of us. Car number 3 is approaching from the left. Car number 1 is on the left. I'll speed up. The recruit driving car, number 2, had a fierce look in his eyes. He rushed forward and sped up again, heading towards the commuter car that suddenly stopped. G3, hold your stomach tight. Don't vomit in the car. Yi Qian, who had a gentle smile on his face, joked. The first time I met my team members was already a new experience. This time, when I meet them, I'll take the initiative. I'll also have a new experience with them. Turning on the comms, Yi Qian smiled at Y in the monitoring center and replied, "Why, please don't tell them that I'm in the car. I accept the challenge." Qing Niao's acceptance of the challenge wasn't unexpected. In fact, it was expected. Chapter 32:20. Y smiled. No problem. Have fun with them. We'll keep an eye on them. It's not fun. It's a spar. After saying that, Yi Qian stepped on the accelerator and drove the car like a bomber. In an instant, they had traveled more than 10 meters. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The sound kept stimulating G3's eardrums, making the members in the monitoring center more and more excited. Wei said to Pigeon, "You came at the right time. Take a good look at Qing Niao's skills. She can even spar with us now." Pigeon leaned forward slightly and moved her hands on various buttons. Then, she switched the image of Yi Qian driving to the largest central screen. At the same time, she used the intercom to contact Xia Jinyuan. "Q King, the recruits have mistaken Qing Niao for you. They've already started their tactical arrangement. Do you want to stop them?" Xia Jinyuan, who was observing the training of every veteran on the field, heard the words and looked towards the mountain. His thin lips curled up, and he said with a smile, "Don't stop them. Tell Qing Niao to teach these arrogant recruits a lesson for me." Okay, Pigeon no longer doubted Qing Niao's skills. She took the single-line communication microphone from Wei and said to Qing Niao, "Qing Niao, have a good spar with the recruits. Q King wants you to teach them a lesson for him." The recruits they were talking about were not new recruits. They were new recruits who had yet to become official members of the Snowfield Brigade. These recruits were all very capable in their original units and were considered elite soldiers. However, when they arrived here, all their previous glory was gone. No matter what their previous position was or how high their military rank was, everything returned to zero once they arrived here. To the veterans, they were all new recruits who had to start from zero. With Xia Jinyuan's order, Yi Qian felt even less of a psychological burden and treated her as Captain Xia. It was obvious that they had never seen Captain Xia's driving skills before. They had never seen it before and still wanted to challenge her. They were indeed ignorant. The new recruits who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth didn't know that the person they met wasn't the Q King they wanted to defeat, but the female soldier who had just arrived today, Qing Niao. Now that there was an opportunity for him to hold his head high, he would be a fool if he didn't seize it. Yi Qian glanced at G3, who was no longer vomiting, and sneered. "Can you still hold on? I need to reverse the car about 30 meters to the top of the slope just now." G3 patted his chest and said firmly, "Sure, Q King wants you to teach them a lesson. How can I miss the show? If you want to throw up, just tell me in advance." If you really want to throw up in the car, before Yi Qian could finish, G3 laughed heartily. His voice was hoarse, and the sound of his laughter was like a sharp knife grinding against a whetstone. It made people feel uneasy. The recruits naturally felt uncomfortable when they heard this, but Yi Qian was not affected at all. "Sit tight. Let's scare them first." Not only did G3's center of gravity sink to his hips, but his hands were also tightly gripped. If he didn't hold on tight, he was afraid he would be thrown out. Reverse, there was a steep slope below. She was playing with her heartbeat by retreating from the top of the slope. Before retreating, G3 observed the situation from the rearview mirror. When he saw the 3 cars slowing down at the same time, he reminded Yi Qian to pay attention. "They've completely slowed down. You have enough time to reverse. Don't worry about them catching up." Yi Qian, who planned to reverse back to the slope in one go, ignored him. "They're just slowing down. They're not stopping. They're probably guessing what I'm doing and suspecting that it's a trap. They don't want to give up, but they don't dare to chase after me. It seems like Q King has a huge influence on them." Chapter 32:21. Xia Jinyuan had a huge impact on the recruits. The elite soldiers in the army realized that they had become weaklings when they arrived, and the difference was huge. Once the difference was huge, they would more or less have negative emotions. As the captain, Xia Jinyuan needed to turn their negative emotions into another emotion that could motivate them to rise up. That was to ignite the courage of every recruit. Courage was an indispensable part of every soldier. Fighting to be the vanguard was the goal of every elite soldier. Xia Jinyuan used himself as a target and let them challenge him. He stimulated their courage and trained hard every day so that they could surpass him, the captain, one day. And he did it. The recruits were inhumanely trained by him, and afterwards they had to face a wave of disdain from him. That anger was enough to make their liver hurt. G3 had always admired Q King's training methods. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "They both love and hate Q King. Now that they see you as Q King, they will naturally be cautious. If they really encounter Q King, they will be in an even worse state. What I did was just child's play." Yi Qian, who had stopped, began to step on the accelerator. G3 could smell the rubber of the wheels amidst the rumbling of the motor. "Are you planning to smooth out the wheels? I can already smell the rubber of the wheels." G3 was worried that the wheels would be worn out if he continued to step on the accelerator at such a high speed. Yi Qian curved his lips and smiled at him. He reversed the car smoothly and flew down the steep slope. G3, who was trying his best to sit still, was pushed back by the sudden reverse speed. As the car swayed, his body was also thrown left and right. He couldn't sit properly at all. Yi Qian, who was on a steep slope, suddenly reversed the car. The recruits in the other 3 cars immediately felt that something was wrong. They could understand why he didn't dare to make a big turn and stayed still, but they couldn't understand why he suddenly reversed the car. There must be a trap. The recruits, who were scared by Xia Jinyuan, were alarmed. The recruit in the first car said he suddenly reversed from the steep slope and stepped on the accelerator at the same spot. "Be careful. It might be a trap." Captain is famous for being sly. Staying still doesn't eliminate the possibility of a trap. Slow down and be careful. Could it be that he knows that the front is blocked and wants to charge backwards? The recruits who were rushing towards the second carriage slowed down their speed and stopped rushing forward. If there really was a trap, they would be the unlucky ones again. They had suffered many losses in the hands of their captain. Carriage number 3 also slowed down and stopped pressing forward. If there really was a trap and they were biting so hard, the consequences, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen, but they definitely wouldn't have a good ending. In one breath, he reversed the car halfway down the steep slope. The wheels sank into a mud puddle. Before the G3 could react, Yi Qian switched the car into neutral and stepped on the accelerator again. The 4 wheels spun on the spot and rubbed against the snow-soaked mountain road. Snow, mud, dead leaves, and debris flew in all directions. Amidst the irritating sound of the motor, the G3 gripped the handle in the car even harder. As the wheels continuously rubbed against the mountain road, the originally pockmarked mountain road became even deeper. Yi Qian, with his deep eyes, seemed to think of something. He stared at the rearview mirror and asked the G3, "If I win, does it count as defeating 3 recruits?" The G3, who estimated his tolerance, couldn't speak. The bitter bile had already rushed to his throat. He was really afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would vomit it out. Thus, he nodded, indicating that it counted. Chapter 32:22. If that counted, Yi Jian glanced at the rearview mirror on both sides, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said to G3, who could not help but retch, "G3, sit tight. I haven't driven a commuter car in a long time, and my hands are still a little rusty. You have to bear with me." "Rusty? You're being too humble." He didn't need to look to know that his face was ashen. It was all due to his stomach churning. Yi Jian stepped on the accelerator again. Her eyes were cold, and the faint smile on her lips became colder. If they can't even surpass me, they really don't have the right to challenge King Q. Captain Xia said that she needed a little more ambition. Then, she would have a little more ambition. She defeated 30 recruits in a week. Now, she would defeat the 3 recruits who were close behind her. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The car's motor made a deafening sound. The 4 wheels rolled at high speed. After a minute, there were 4 deep pits on the mountain road. G3, who had forced the ball back down, reached out and pressed the rearview mirror on his side towards the road. When he saw the pit she had made on the mountain road, he couldn't help but laugh. We'll have to get them to fill in the pit later. With their skills, they'll fall into the pit you made. G3's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at the cold female soldier in disbelief. Qing Niao, you plan to make them all fall into the pit? This is the mountain. Falling into the mountain would cause the car to flip. Yi Qian didn't deny it. He said calmly, they treat me as Q King and issued a challenge. Naturally, I have to accept the challenge. As for whether they will flip down the mountain or not, that will depend on how high their level is. The entire road is 5 meters wide. The largest turn is 6 meters wide. If they can't even avoid a few pits on such a wide mountain road and cause the car to flip with their level, they still want to challenge Q King? The warrior we're driving now is good at cross-country. It can climb hills, cross rivers, and flip pits. The smallest turn radius is 12 meters, and the depth of the water is 0. The mountain road we're driving on is so wide. As long as their level is up to standard, they can completely avoid it. Even if you really fail, it's because you're not as good as others. She had already calculated everything. Even the crater was on a straight line, giving the commuter cars behind enough time to react. If they were to fail like this, they would have to train for another year or so before challenging Captain Xia. After all, her current level was not comparable to Captain Xia's. The military off-road vehicles had beaten him a few times. G3 was speechless when he heard that. That was right. He could not blame anyone if he was not as skilled as others. He could only blame himself for not being as skilled as others. He had to admit that he had failed. However, looking at the location of the pit, as long as it was discovered in time, the car wouldn't overturn. If it wasn't discovered in time, or if it wasn't handled properly, then it would be better to save the car if it overturned. Yi Qian turned on the radar and pulled up the route of the entire mountain training ground. He saw a few zigzags and S-shaped mountain paths. He stepped on the accelerator twice in a row to raise the horsepower rhythmically. Then, he stepped on the accelerator heavily. G3's body leaned back first, then suddenly leaned forward. Yi Qian drove the warrior commuter car out of the pit created by the wheels. Then, he sped off and made a 180-degree turn. Yi Qian drove the commuter car with the momentum of a tank. After a minute, the place where he stopped was a mess. The thick snow on both sides of the rugged mountain road was splashed with mud. The pure white snow was covered with a thick layer of yellow mud. Chapter 32:23. The speed of the car was very fast. After rushing up the steep slope, the G3 still hadn't caught its breath. Yi Jian then sped up and made a 180-degree turn. Even he, who was sitting in the car, didn't have time to react, let alone the few commuter cars that were following closely behind. The move came out of the blue and caught the rookies at the back off guard. By the time they reacted, the car in front had already sped up the steep slope and disappeared before their eyes. G3 used the car's microphone to contact the surveillance center. Qing Niao plans to set them up. I think the car will flip over. Just in case, let's send someone to prepare first. If something really happens, we'll be able to rescue them immediately. The sound was not continuous. Instead, it paused after the car jolted violently. The comrades in the surveillance center heard that and immediately zoomed in on the spot where Yi Qian stopped on the steep slope. Good Lord, it's a trap. There were 4 very deep pits. If the speed was too fast and they were not careful, they would fall into the pits. Under the huge inertia, the car could flip over. White clapped his hands and cheered. Good, good, as expected of Qing Niao. Amazing. You're still cheering? Quickly inform a few brothers to provide support. If the car flips over, the rookies inside will suffer some flesh wounds. Pigeon's heart was a little tense. Qing Niao seemed to have overestimated the rookies' standards. The rookies that were selected were indeed top students, but how could they be as proficient as Qing Niao? For example, the rookie in car number 1 was a prodigy. He graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China at the age of 17. Needless to say, his professional standards were excellent. He had represented the country and won several awards. His individual combat ability was also quite strong. In the team, he could solo his comrades in the same class. His marksmanship was the best in the team for 2 years in a row. His military qualities and capabilities were considered excellent. However, no matter how good he was, he had never driven a commuter car in the previous army. He had driven off-road vehicles and transport vehicles before. The rookie in car number 3 had driven a commuter car before, but he had his own specialization. If you asked him to compete with Y and X to see who could hack a big website first, he would definitely be better than them. His reaction was also quite fast, especially his marksmanship. It could be said that if he claimed to be second among the rookies, no one would dare claim to be first, but he was still not as proficient as Qing Niao, who was proficient in all 18 types of martial arts and could use them all. Pigeon immediately contacted Xia Jinyuan and reported Yi Qian's plan to him. In exchange, Comrade Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and said, "Then send our brothers to guard the car. If the car overturns, rescue them. Take care of the minor injuries yourself. We will help with the major injuries. If there are any broken bones, just send them to the hospital. As for whether or not there would be any life-threatening accidents, it was not uncommon for there to be life-threatening accidents in the Shuiyu base. It would depend on the individual's ability to avoid the danger. Why did the 30 new recruits submit to him as their captain? Yet they refused to lower their heads. To put it bluntly, they were once the pride of the heavens, only to realize that they were nothing when they came here. Their original unit had coaxed them and treated them with respect, but when they came here, they all became cowards. The difference was something that even he, who had been parachuted here, could not accept. He could not accept it at the time, but it was his duty, and he knew that he had to improve the situation. However, the recruits were different. Each and every one of them was selected from various military regions and branches of the military. They were worthy of being called elites, just by their achievements, which one of them could be called beautiful. Almost all of them had received awards, and all of them had performed meritorious deeds. Even as the captain, he was dazzled by them. Chapter 32-24. He brought the candidates up and looked at their resumes. In front of Major General Yang, he didn't hold back and directly said, King chose a group of little ancestors. One by one, they were full of ambition and a sense of superiority. They thought that as long as they reached the base, they would be able to defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. At the same time, they would be able to crush the waves in front of them. From then on, there would be no place for the veterans in the team. It would all become their world. That arrogance and the courage to fight for the top was indeed rare. He wasn't afraid of their arrogance or ruthlessness. He was only afraid that one or two of them would be cowards. At the same time, he wanted to teach them a few life philosophy lessons. He wanted to tell them, don't be so arrogant. There is always someone better than you. Be careful and be humble. He wanted to, but this group of recruits didn't want to. Since they didn't want to, then he would use force. The fist was the truth. Sometimes it really worked in the army. After taking care of them 3 times, the arrogance in each and every one of them had diminished quite a bit. Their negative emotions would rise one moment, and then they would keep a low profile the next. After being taught a lesson again, they were provoked by his contemptuous gaze. Each and every one of them was suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. They swore together that they would definitely defeat this captain and make him obediently say in front of the whole team, "Sorry, I was wrong." Let him admit his mistake. Sure, let's defeat him first. Before defeating him, let's see if they can defeat Qing Niao. If they couldn't defeat her this time, don't blame him for giving them a contemptuous look again. Tell Qing Niao to not be merciful. Beat each and every one of them until they're covered in cuts and bruises. As the captain, I really need her help. The recruits, who didn't know that they were waiting to be despised, once again rose up to pressure Yi Qian. When Yi Qian stopped at the steep slope, they misunderstood that Xia Jinyuan was deliberately provoking them and looking down on them. The anger in their hearts was so stifling that their internal organs were burning. If he stops again, we'll rush up directly. Who cares if he stops or not? Let's force him to a dead end first. Recruit number 1's gaze was like a cold knife. With a fierce expression, he took the lead and rushed up the steep slope. Today, he had to force the captain to a dead end. Okay, let's charge together. Let the brothers blocking the road below increase the horsepower and rush up. The brothers above should also dive down directly. Let's make it so that he has no way out. The special military vehicle training base occupied 2 mountains. When Yi Qian drove G3 into the mountains, he saw a few vehicles in front of him practicing climbing up the slope. G3 let her directly rush out from the side and meet the recruits at the top of the mountain. She didn't expect that the recruits would misunderstand what she thought was a simple special move. They even thought that she was Xia Jinyuan. Then an inexplicable competition began. Then she heard from G3 that they had provoked Q King. Only then did Yi Jian have the intention to compete with them. To say that Q King's training was inhumane and inhumane she had to defeat 30 recruits in a week to enter the veteran camp for training. Her blood-boiling battle genes were all stimulated, and she began to bicker with the recruits on the first day. There's a traffic jam ahead. Qing Niao, there's no way out. Hearing the sound of a motor coming from the bend ahead, the pale-faced G3 reminded her in a deep voice. Just now, he opened the car window and vomited a mouthful of bile. Now, he felt much better and was much more focused.